What's going on, good people? We are back in the building. You saw the thumbnail. I'm bringing on David Monroe, the hood conservative, going to be breaking down all of the goings ons and everything, and all the controversy and the fallout with Donald Trump and his voting, the election, some voter fraud, and just the overall fuckery of it. Going to be breaking it on down. Come on in, hit that like button, strap in. Let's get ready to get it. You know what time it is. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, Bernard Riley. Let's get it. Let's get ready. Oop, that's not the right one. There it is. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I meant to have scrolling down at the bottom of the screen. Thank you for coming on in. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. See, I was driving over the moon in my big hot air balloon, floating high into the darkness. I hope I get there soon. There's so many things to do, so many people I need to talk to, and they've all been waiting for me. Well, I gotta make it through. Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. Thank my stars for every green. You have no idea what it means. No, no. To a man who's always traveling, who's seen the things that I've seen. I don't know what's yet to come. Not sure of anything that I've done really makes that much a difference. Well, I hope it has for some. Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. Well, I was driving over the moon in my big hot air balloon, floating high up in the darkness. I promise that I'll make it to you very soon. something special happened today.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm back. I'm in here. In here. Don't got my hands on the controls. That's the reason you're seeing something you shouldn't be seeing. And now you should be seeing me. There we go. We're back at it. Back at it. This shirt is kind of fresh out of the cleaners. She said something to me about starch. I wasn't really listening, but this motherfucker is shiny as hell. God damn. Maybe I need to listen. She said, asked me about a starch preference. And I was like, what the fuck is a starch preference? I don't know. Yeah, okay, whatever. She said, was that what it well, did you want such and such and such? I'm like, yeah, just do it. She got this motherfucker, this bad boy shiny. It's like the suit is just regular colored and the undershirt shiny as hell. But what's going on? What's up, good people? We back in the building. I haven't even sent the email to the guest of honor, David Monroe, yet, but I'm about to do all of that right now. Got to send him the link. But I'd like to thank and welcome everybody who came on in bright and early. We almost got 100 people in here bright and early. That's what I like to see, to be at least 100 by the time the intro get done playing, because that's what the intro is for, to give people time to make it on in. So I appreciate everybody coming on into the show. Greatly appreciate you. Tampa Supreme in the building. He says Biden 2020. Hey, I respect all people and their, voting preferences and their need for Blackish female leadership behind the wheel of your life. I understand you need it. I'm just messing with you, but thanks for coming on through, Mr. Negative, the negative man. Mr. Negative, the negative man. I gotta formally get you on the show again. You came on. We did a one-on-one back when the channel was small. We gotta do another one, y'all. This dude is low-key off the hook. Yeah, I don't know nothing about him. I don't even think he got 200 subs yet, but he makes steady, consistent content. I gotta get him. Got to get him on this show. Now that I'm doing night shows here and there, our schedules should be lined up. So I definitely got to try to make that work. But shout out to Mr. Negative, the negative man, the Mac, the trucker in the building. He says this is going to be fire. What's good, everyone? Tampa Supreme says Biden just took PA. I don't really trust your news, because I think you threw something out there yesterday that wasn't true. I did see how he took the lead in, I believe, Georgia. I woke up this morning and I saw that he took the lead somewhere. I did see that. Okay, well, there you go. Now you look like you said it in a way that make more sense. He's up in those states. I didn't know if he was up in those states, but I do know that he's definitely took, I believe that was Georgia when I looked at it. Well, didn't take it, just took the lead in it. And with all the absentee ballots, the early ballots that they count late, with all of those ones, it does appear to be the case that all of those are swinging for Biden, which some people are thinking foul play. Somebody mentioned in my chat yesterday about the post office whistleblower. I did a little bit of research on that. And it sounds like, yeah, he sound legit. He sound legit. So that's an interesting development right there. A lot of this is interesting. David Monroe, hood conservative, if you're listening, the link is coming your way momentarily. Hold on, let me get that right. Where we at? Gotta open up the old email. Oh my goodness, I got Plantation Wireless today. That shit moving slow. That shit is moving slow. All right, here we go. Like my computer normally don't take time to load when I click on something. I mean, they normally just pop right up. And there it is. The guest of honor has received the link, so I'll be waiting on him to hop on board. Thank you to the 105 that's in the 114 that's in the building. Hit the like button on the way in. D-Rock Den in the building. Aaron B in the building. Aaron B says, who won? Nobody won yet, but it's looking very Biden-ish. It's looking very Biden-ish, but it will be contested at many levels. Will be contested at many levels. I think that much is true and obvious. Says it's over, Mike. He says it isn't over till it's over. He says it's over. It's over. Bowdy Thug in the building. Lagonia. Ilonga Savage in the building. Mike Ship. I think I already shouted out Cajun Raised. Mr. Shane Vicious. What's going on? I'm just here to watch the butthurt conservatives. Right on, right on. Pull up a chair, pull up a chair. Pull up a chair. Get you some tea and sip it with your pinky finger out. Motherfucker, no, just playing. All right. We said what happened to that Trump landslide, huh? I don't know who you're talking to there. I didn't predict a Trump landslide. I did think that he was going to win. And this is apparently a very, very close race. So, I mean, I wasn't off base to think he was going to win. I don't know if it's somebody specific you're talking about in the chat when you said what happened to that Trump landslide. But no, I didn't never predict a landslide. Okay, I think y'all are just having fun with it at this point. I don't necessarily see, I see people giving analysis. I don't not nearly seeing people just outright butt hurt. You know, I do feel like that people who thought their way to conservatism are tend to be more measured in their reasoning. So don't just try to depict us as fuming, pink-haired, pussy hat wearing feminists out there crying in the streets when Hillary lost. Like, don't try to spin it like that. Don't try to spin it like that. That's a spin move. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. But shout out to y'all. I appreciate all people and all views. Y'all welcome to come on in and have your say. No big deal there. He says, I was telling these dudes that Trump is extremely unpopular and many people that sat out in 2016 would turn out this time just to vote him out. That's fair. That's fair. There were people who weren't thrilled about Hillary, didn't like Trump, but now they don't like him even more. So even if they weren't thrilled about Biden, they just showed up to vote against Trump. That's fair analysis. That is fair analysis. I can respect that. There was something else I saw. Oh, yeah, I got super chat. Oh, shit, I got all kind of shit coming in. I'm about to bring up the hood conservative, but I do want to take care of a little bit of housekeeping. Don't want to miss all the fine folks on many sides that contributed already. Justin March in the building. Appreciate your super chat. Shout out to everybody else that made it in. I wasn't able to shout out as many people that made it in early as I wanted to because the chat got away from me because it's moving pretty damn fast. But shout out to all of y'all that made it in bright and early. And the Mac the trucker in the building, he says, Bernard with the Mason Puff shiny suit. No, the suit is not shiny, just the shirt is. The shirt is fresh out the cleaners. And she put a lot of starch on this motherfucker, apparently, man. But the suit is just normal clothing colored. But the undershirt is looking like I'm in the More Money, More Problems video. Super sticker from Chief Rocker. What's going on, Chief Rocker? Appreciate your support. We got Mr. Chain Vicious in here. Like I said, we got got fine people contributing on many sides. So shout out to all the cucked liberal men who I have a lot of respect for, who went to the polls, and I know you carefully reviewed the platform of all the candidates, then cut your penis off, and then cast your ballot. Yeah, good job. Nothing but respect for you. No, but thanks for your support. Appreciate you. Josh said he's in a Fashion Nova suit. Oh shit, man. Magos are celebrating. Yeah, there you go, Trey. They're going and throw that out there. Yeah, the Magos celebrating. The Magos out here celebrating. Caesar D1 in the building. He says, I'm with Trump, but the fact that Biden is even competitive in GA is a bad sign. Yeah, GA is a red state through and through. No way they are cheating for Biden. Fair point. You know, I was divided on the cheating thing. It was very suspect, very fucking suspect when SKC, I'm gonna show the clip today. David Monroe might have it ready to go. But I'm gonna show the email that SKC sent me where you could see the graph of the votes, and then all of a sudden it was just a one big inorganic swoop up for Biden, and then it just went back to organic. And if that was from a bunch of late, I think Angry Man said this. He didn't have a graph up, but I think he said it. He was in his car that time. He didn't have the graph up, but when he if they just casted a bunch of late ballots that was sitting there like real fast at one time, just put them in, it seemed as if, yes, if it was an inorganic swoop up for Biden, it should have been an inorganic bump, not as big if most of the early people voted for Biden. But if 75% of the early people voted for Biden, then it should have been a inorganic up for Trump that was 25%, that was 75% smaller than Biden's inorganic swoop up on the little ticker chart thing. It was weird. It's some weird shit. I can't deny that it's some weird shit. But yeah, it's fine arguments on many sides here. But thanks to everybody for coming through. Thanks for having everybody. We 145 strong in here. Appreciate all of you. Hit that goddamn like button, as X always says in the intro. And with that said, here we go. Let's bring in David Monroe. Let's get it. Where we at? There we go. What's going on? I don't even got my earpiece yet. Hold on. Hold up. What's up, man? What's going on?
Hey, what's good, bro? How my sound coming through?
Yeah, you sounding good, and thanks for showing up to do this at what was relatively your last minute. I emailed you last night, and you was like, "Bet, let's do it," and so here we go.
Nah, it's crazy too, because I kind of been I took a little hiatus off of social media and everything. I just been sort of laid up watching things from the background. I haven't really done any videos or commented, and even in the chats and nothing like that. So I kind of just been taking the time out a little bit. So I'm jumping back into it today.
Okay, perfect. So I know you sitting on a lot of information. So I'll let you pick it up more or less wherever you want to pick it up from. What's your takeaways? What's your thoughts? What's the first place you want to take this?
Right away, man. The fixes end, bro. They robbing the shit out this election. I've never seen shenanigans the way I've seen shenanigans this year, bro. 2020 is the year of electoral shenanigans. All right, first of all, you're right. I should have had that one graphic up.
I'll get it. I can get it.
Yeah. Please
I can grab it right now. Yeah.
Because that right there should tell you everything in a nutshell. That is not how politics has ever worked in the history of any kind of natural elections, right? Especially when you have two candidates that actually do have a core base. At least Trump does have a core base. So anytime you would get just a random group of votes, you're not getting any Trump votes at all. You just get this straight vertical spike. Like how the hell do you get a vertical spike on a line graph, bro? That doesn't even happen.
Yeah. Yeah, to have it up in 30 seconds. But yeah, that was crazy. I was looking at it. I was scratching my head. Pablo did come up and explain it somewhat, because it is true that I think Biden even said to his people, hey, get out there, go ahead, vote early. I think Trump told people to wait. And then what Pablo pointed out is people that are conservative, are more traditional, they're more likely going to show up on election day and vote. And that's why Trump was winning early. But it's not logical that there would be that Trump wouldn't have had any early voters. Like that's what that line graph looked like. I'm trying to find it right now. Come on.
Even in that, look at the mail-in votes that were leading up to actual election day, right? Trump wasn't really like getting blown out by the mail-in votes. It was assumed that the Democrats would have an advantage to the early mail-in votes, which they did, but Trump didn't have like a giant loss to make up. So he was competitive with early votes. And then once the actual day came, he actually started to take a nice commanding lead. It's hard to imagine that you just lose a commanding lead based on found votes. Like, because that's really what this shit is starting to turn into some Haitian Guatemalan election type shit where we just keep finding votes. We found votes in the bathroom. We found votes in my Uncle Vinny's car. We found some votes in my mama purse because she forgot to turn them in. Like, we just keep finding votes, my nigga. Like, how?
Yeah, man. It's all kinds of things going on. I got the email ready to go and make sure I don't click on the wrong shit. Okay, here we go. All right, this is more or less what we're talking about now. This one isn't as bad. It is, but you can see right there. Okay, it was a normal trajectory. Hopefully, everybody can see that. Just wait a minute. Can y'all see that? Y'all can't see that, can y'all? Oh yeah, y'all can. Okay. All right. This is what I'm about. Just for those who don't understand how a line graph works, I'll explain this really quick, and then I'll let you riff on it. All right. So this was the normal voting trajectory. Both of them were like that. Trump was winning. Then all of a sudden, at one moment, it went swoop. Now, if those are all the early votes that they counted right there, then a fair argument could be made that, okay, Biden's people voted early. So that's why that swooped up like that.
That doesn't even make sense, though.
But even if most of them, even if we accept everything that they're saying, we should see, even if only 10% of the early voters were Trump voters, we should see a small or a little small inorganic swoop up and then get back on regular track. And it get even worse with this one right here. That was Michigan right there. It gets even worse with this one. Look at this crazy shit. This is really crazy because look how much ground that had to cover, and we theoretically should be seeing an inorganic increase, but he stayed on the same trajectory. But their shit just went from driving in a slow lane to swoop to then straight ahead. So theoretically, what we should have saw was Biden's just jump up to about, just jump up a little bit. We should have saw Trump jump up a little bit, bare minimum.
Well, even at that point before the spike happens, both votes are statistically flatlined. And so, like, why would you even expect to just gain such a high spike in votes for either side?
That was another thing that was kind of confusing. Another thing that was kind of confusing when I looked at that was just the simple fact that, and I don't know if I heard somebody explain this one yet. When they were counting the votes, and it was moving at that normal trajectory. It seems like when you start entering the late ones, the late votes, unless it must have been some kind of weird, some type of different computer system that they put them in, because that shit spiked up like it was all sitting there and they just had to push enter. Like that's what it looked like. Like they just pushed enter and the shit just bumped up there. It didn't look like they entered the votes in the same type of method after the polls closed. Real quick, and I gotta play around with my camera. Shout out to Sir Tice in the building with the super chat. And it looked like I missed a couple more when I was playing around with the graphs. So let me shout out those individuals. I'm sitting there with my camera tripping. What's going on with my cam? But anyway, let me get that straightened out, get that together real quick. Shout out to Aegon Stark. He says, I live in GA and it is a red state, but Savannah and Atlanta is deep blue. Yeah, a lot of niggas in Atlanta. Yeah, they voting for Big Mala. We know that. But that's
look, even
late votes are coming from. That would mean all black people voted early. Okay, yeah, right. All right.
Right. We early for something for once. How?
Go ahead. Well, hold on. Mr. Shane Vidges, he says, good. Let the butt hurt flow through you. No butt hurt, just analysis. But also, my man, Sir Tice in the building. He says, morning, Bernie and the homie Dave. I find it intriguing that one of the main charges against Trump is his dishonesty / character, etc. Yet these people who levied that have no issue with alleged voter fraud. Interesting. All right, go ahead, David. You got it.
No, I was just going to say this. Even this one county right here, Wayne County, Detroit, is this is the Democrat machine. And that's kind of why they call these certain pockets of America Democrat machines, because if they really need to press the button and crank up some more votes, we can see it happen. Like somewhere around, and it's always in the middle of the night. How come like these votes always come in late at night when nobody's up, everybody's about to fall asleep, and suddenly, boom, we get a spike in votes? Like, how does happen? But that's the Democrat machine. You could put the gears cranking anytime you want, and you get an extra 100,000 votes just out of a little tiny pocket in Wayne County. Like, how many votes is that? 64,000 votes still have to be counted.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm sitting here standing up trying to. Oh shit! Knocking shit over. Goddamn. Oh, Hold on. Had to stand up, walk around, and I kicked the cord, and everything fell over. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back.
But there's another thing they keep trying to lie to us about too. Trump's been talking about mail-in voter fraud for months, and every time he says it, they say, "Oh, there's no evidence of it." But I could do a quick Google search and pull up just cases of not only election fraud, but actual voter fraud, all kinds of fraud involving elections. And so, like, the idea that there's nothing going on here is, it's beyond me. Like, you can't even just take a look at what objective proof there actually is. Like, okay.
Yeah. Corner Store Podcast in the building. What's going on? He says, have you two covered the so-called Stacey Abrams love by the sisterhood for Biden winning GA? Nah, I haven't seen her reaction to that, man. It seems like everything changed at night. It's like I'll wake up real early and look and see one thing and then turn around, get up, do what I got to do, get on the air, and then the news have changed. It's like they changing that shit at 5 a.m.
I'm about to stop going to sleep, man, because every time I go to sleep, they slip some votes by me, man. You got to stay up. You got to be on your job fucking with these Democrats, bro. As soon as you blink, fucking 10 votes go by.
Yeah, man. It's wild. It's wild. The Perfect Storm in the building. He says, I got a link to a video showing voter fraud. You could send me that. You can send me that link.
Yeah, I got a couple of things to show you too. We got to do a couple of screen shares, but that's kind of what I wanted to get into. It's just some obvious examples of direct voter fraud that if in a just world, which we may not be living in anymore, this would get prosecuted and punished. But like, you just got some clear, obvious things that need to be investigated at the very least. So all the people who were saying like, "Oh, this is totally clean, everything is up and above board," like, you guys are either full of shit or you just don't want to see.
Mm-hmm. Pablo in the building. He says it's the city of Detroit. It's not little. It's a huge population center. Bad strategy by the Republican Party, I think. I don't know what he means by bad strategy. It probably was a bad strategy. Trump saying don't vote early. But I heard somebody saying that Trump said don't told his people not to vote early. I don't know if that's what Pablo is alluding to, but we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. Said only votes left to count are in majority black cities. Once again, blacks putting in work for the white liberal masters with nothing but crumbs to show for it. All right. You can get them screen shares ready to go. You can get them screen shares ready to go. Oh shit. MOT in the building. MOT in the building. He says, keep giving discredited niggas voice. Oh man.
Shout out to the homie MOT.
Wasn't aware that you was discredited, David. I didn't know you were discredited. I did listen to you and MOT's debate a while back. I think there were fine arguments on many sides. And then
I
there
think that
was
was the closest debate in TPOT history. So I'll just have to accept my loss graciously.
yeah. I thought yeah. I mean, you lost, but not discredited. Just lost. That's so. But so yeah, I wouldn't go as far to say discredited. That's throwing too hard of a dagger. But if you got those those links ready to go, you could pull those up. I have heard a lot of the arguments that there is no fraud going on, but there's some stuff that is hard to not look at as some bullshit, Some stuff that is hard to not look at it as some BS. And then there's the other stuff that's that, well, this could be explained, that can be explained. Early voters voted for Biden at a higher rate, and that's why Biden caught up and all of that. All of those things can be explained, but there are some things that aren't as easily explained. And that's that. He says now SKC will have more content. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. Here we go. You got to.
All right, let me move over here real quick. Now, just so you guys know, I cannot make this up. Before we even get deep into like the Trump and election fraud and all that, I just think this is funny as hell. I don't know why this keeps happening to us as Black people, but I'm on DuckDuckGo, right? This is not Google or whatever. This is, you can go do this yourself. Typed in new Black congressman, right? Just to do a quick search, and let's hit the refresh button just to make sure they don't slip anything else by. So, new Black congressman, and U.S. selects first trans state senator and first Black gay. Richie Torres becomes first Black gay man elected to Congress. These are all the pictures of the new Black gay trans. Like, for some reason, when you type in the new Black congressman of this year, it turns into this LGBT celebration, and I just think that's crazy as hell. How did this happen? But yeah, when you go over to actually the news column, right away, boom, Mondaire Jones to become the first openly gay member of Congress. Richie Torres wins House race, openly gay member of Congress. So I think that's pretty much all we got. Oh, and we got a couple of Black chicks too. So we got like some Black chicks in the Rainbow Coalition. And if I could play this real quick.
Of a contentious presidential election race, the 2020 congressional and state election results marked a year became the first openly transgender state senator in United States history. McBride, who beat Republican candidate Steve Washington, is the National Press Secretary for the Human Rights Campaign. She is well regarded by household names and celebrities like Amy Schumer, Charlize Theron, Chelsea Clinton, and Katie Couric, all of whom virtually cheered her on after her win. Vermont also elected its first openly transgender lawmaker, named Taylor Small. Small won a Winooski House seat in the 2-seat district. A large focus of Small's.
I'm just saying, this is what we got. This is what you guys got for your vote, just so you know. But I'm not going to go too deep into that. Those were the other people, along with the new black
the first gay Afro-Latino
there was
elected
this
to
woman,
City
I forget
Council.
her name.
He largely is 11th
Tory
congressional
something, but
district.
she was
Became the youngest representative.
She was
McBride
the woman
became
who.
The first.
Wait, hold on. Push pause on that. Yeah, if you're talking, yeah, push pause on it.
No, I was looking for a spot. She was the woman. I forget her name exactly. The woman. Someone actually finally completed the activist to government job life cycle. Okay, this woman started out as a protester for the Mike Brown thing, and remember that we actually found out a lot of the Mike Brown case turned out to not be quite true. But she started out as a protester in the Mike Brown situation, became an activist, became a candidate, and now she is a congresswoman coming out of Missouri somewhere. So she finally completed the BLM political life cycle. And moving up to the voter fraud issues, right? So U.S. postal worker caught at Canadian border with stolen ballots in car trunk. Now, this is off of a website called breaking911.com. But Brandon Wilson, 27, of Buffalo, New York, was arrested and charged by criminal complaint with delay or destruction of mail. The charges carry a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison. Now, is he an actual postal worker? I'm not sure. But again, mail fraud, mail shenanigans. I think this is another clip.
Prosecutors say a West Seneca postal worker could have interfered with the election by stealing absentee ballots and other mail. He's now charged with delay or destruction of mail. 7 Eyewitness News reporter Hannah Bueller shows us what led to the arrest and what authorities say they found in the man's car.
It was 7:30 p.m. on election night when Customs and Border Protection officers say they stopped a U.S. postal worker near the Peace Bridge after getting off the 190 at the wrong exit. Customs and Border Protection officers did a sweep of his personal car. It was there investigators say they opened the trunk of Brandon Wilson's vehicle and found a postal carrier box with 3 absentee ballots sent to 2 Buffalo addresses from the Erie County Board of Elections, 106 political mailings, 220 first-class mailings, and 484 standard mailings. That's a total of 813 mail pieces that prosecutors say did not belong to Wilson.
Now, that one man alone can be close. He's almost responsible for 1,000 counts of mail fraud. Okay, that's 8 and some change right there. And not mail fraud, but direct vote tampering, I guess you could say. And you know, I'm not making this up. I didn't write this story. You know what I'm saying? I don't work for ABC 7 News. So you take this shit up with them. But again, there's some kind of shit going on here. And when you just happen to find votes in the middle of the night, I don't know what to tell you. Like, come on. I thought this was America, people. We don't do that type of shit here.
All right, hold on. Let's pause it for a second now. So
yeah.
basically what happened there, if I understood it right, because I was push pause. Yes, I was listening while trying to babysit the chat because some people was a clown and some people were probably timed out unfairly. I timed the shit. I timed out Seed of God, who just came in here and said Bernard's still crying. I've been pretty measured with this thing. Like, come on now, don't come in here talking shit to me. But yeah, I was babysitting the chat, so I'm trying to make sure I understand what happened here. Now, you said just reiterate exactly what it's saying that happened with the guy on the truck.
All right, so this person, at approximately 7:34 p.m., Customs and Border Protection encountered Wilson, an employee of the United States Postal Service. Okay, so this is inside corruption. A person who is an official mail carrier who's now slated to be officially a part of our election process. He's taken almost 1,000 pieces of mail, pieces of actual ballots that he's been tasked with sending on to the next destination, and he's taking them out of the circulation. He got caught with him at the Canadian border. Why in the hell he's going in the Canadian border? Who knows? Doesn't matter. If he was a smart criminal, he'd have burned them all in his garbage can and buried the evidence. But you don't have to be smart to be a criminal these days.
How many ballots was it then? Because I'm hearing
it was 8 and some change. I'll have to
800 and some change.
Oh yeah, it was 800 and change. Look, they were just talking about it right there.
First-class letter mailings were supposed to go to zip codes in the Buffalo Cheektowaga border. First-class letter mailings were pieces that prosecutors say did not belong to Wilson. The first-class letter mailings were supposed.
So when take a look at this count right here. 3 absentee ballots from the Board of Elections. So it sounds like nothing at first, right? But then the next line, 106 political mailings. I don't even know what that even classifies as political mailings, but I'm assuming it's going to be something related to the election. But the 220 first class and the 484 standard mailing, it's almost guaranteed these are actual direct votes. And this is just one layer, one level, and one example of how the votes are being corrupted and tampered with.
Okay. It seems odd though, because the mail-in votes. These are. I mean, are you saying that these are votes that people mailed in, like they're absentee? You see, those ones were swinging for Biden anyway, so it's like
The issue is this, and I'm not even saying what his motivations are. The issue is we've been told that the mail-in election system was going to work properly because it just will, and it was obvious fraud and opportunities for vote tampering all along the system. And this is just one example of Trump himself making a case that you can't really have a clean election with this much mail-in voting going on. Especially this is the first time we've ever tried it on a mass scale like this. We've had absentee ballots. Like, look at these numbers here. The 3 absentee ballots, like generally speaking, we have a certain amount of absentee ballots every election for whatever people are off in different countries or different states or whatever. But we haven't had a one mail carrier tasked with carrying just 800 pieces of votes. Like that's like a security risk to the election if you actually stop to think about it. Like one guy who's not really responsible, apparently, he can show up anywhere at any time and place with all these 800 votes. Like maybe he was just going to buy some weed in Canada. Maybe he was going to just see his girlfriend across the border for a second and he would have took the votes back to be counted later. Who knows? But again, it speaks to the issue of insecurity, and it's just not a secure system just on that front. And then there's other examples of some real crazy shit going on. It's not just, a mail carrier.
Gotcha. All right, Zachy in the building says Oklahoma elected its first Black non-binary Muslim woman. How can you be Muslim and non-binary? Shaking my head. Well, yeah, it's some liberal Islam, just like there's very liberal Christians. Yeah, it's becoming a thing. It's becoming a thing. It's going to be more of that going on, where they're going to just essentially just start watering down, doing basically the same thing we see Christians do with the Bible in America. Nobody's stoning their gay son. They're not. Nobody's getting stoned to death. I'm not going to even get into.
Yeah, I don't think that Islam's going to take this land down the way Christianity just sort of rolled over and accepted liberalism. For one, the Muslim world, globally speaking, is not really known for its liberal tolerance. So it takes a lot of time and effort to even get to a point where like women can drive a car in Saudi Arabia. That took a lot of doing, and I don't even know if it went smoothly or not. Maybe they just said it's okay and they still ain't letting them drive. Like, who knows how it's really working? You know what I mean? So I don't think this is going to play well in the long run with the Muslim community. But good luck with that.
All right, Black Wolf. Yes, Blackground Radio be clowning, but I'm looking at a comment where he just said this is dangerous, and you deleted it or timed him out. So let him rock a little bit. We know when it go too far because some people do be clowning and personally attacking to the point of they just here to cause distraction and start shit. Like, well, let's he can say they can make general comments, but. At least I think that was the one you deleted. Probably something else. But anyway, y'all be cool. Let the chat rock a little bit, But if they get out of hand, then start sniping.
So next bit of evidence right here.
Oh shit! Come back. I fucked around and booted him off. Come on back. I tried to get rid of the screen share and I accidentally got rid of the conservative. So hopefully he comes right on back. You can see that in the chat. Type didn't come back in the chat. Didn't mean to do that, but we got 224 people in here. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let me just go ahead and take the time to check right now and see how we're doing on the likes. We got 220 people in the building. Only 87 on the likes. Only 87 on the likes. So let's do a little better on those likes. No reason why we shouldn't be at least 110. I know some of y'all came in and started enjoying the show and didn't even get around to hitting the like button, but make sure you go ahead and do that right now. We're breaking down this election. There's a few things that I was going to get into that I was actually going to present. I don't got my phone on me, so I didn't need to send myself an email so I can present it on my computer screen. So that way I can share that with all of you. But while we wait for the hood conservative to come back, y'all make sure y'all behaving yourself in the chat. Make sure you're behaving yourself in the chat. He says, whack, whack, let the tears flow. I've more or less been hearing people give analysis. I haven't heard just outright rage tears. Like, come on, like y'all overselling. Y'all overselling these discussions. Biden wins. We are all dead. I guess while I'm waiting for him to come back, I'll pull up the map. Damn. Yeah, this is my first time seeing this. The shit changed rapidly. But when I woke up and looked, it was GA that got taken. GA it's in a tight fight. It's locked up in a tight one. That's more or less a wrap. If they count in the ballots that came in early, then it's just going to keep trending in that way. If it just keeps trending Biden and it continues to trend Biden, then yeah, that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote as far as that, if it's going to just keep trending in that way. However, there's the challenge. There's the ultimate challenge of Trump claiming fraud, some evidence of some fraud that we're looking into, that we're exploring right now. And we're going to get in there. I think I just saw the Hood Conservative hop back in there. This is the one I'm really, really shocked by right here. I didn't see Georgia, but Pennsylvania had a huge lead. So that is just wild that one even turned. Like, they were comfortable and cozy with the lead. Right now, the way things going, North Carolina not even safe. So, but anyway, be that as it may, let's get it back rolling, get it back popping. We got Hood Conservative back in the building. My bad, man. I tried to stop the screen share and I just booted you by accident.
I was wondering how that went. Okay.
Yeah.
So where did I get kicked off at exactly?
Oh, you didn't notice that you were off or something?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know exactly what part I got cut off at. Where was I when you cut me off? Because I was talking about the Twitter thing.
Oh no, I didn't hear you say nothing about Twitter. We was just starting to talk about you pulling up your next piece of evidence, so to speak. We was talking about that. That's where we was at. So
so the thing where they got dead guys voting in Detroit.
Yeah, you got evidence or video or something on that?
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me go back to
Okay, and while you're pulling that up, SKC, I saw your little intro you made for the broke down woman's perspective. That was interesting. Good work over there, by the way. A lot of symbolic broken glass in there for broken women. But you said, now I listened after I watched the intro, I listened to the first 5 minutes of the stream, and she said, by she I mean Sister George, she said, I thought the manosphere would be happy because this would just help the community burn faster. And I'm sitting there like, the only person who truly says shit like that is SKC, the card carrying coon, who would root for more liberal policies to make the community hurry up and burn. You're the only one that would say some shit like that. So I was waiting to hear you say something like, "Oh, this is great news for the community bonfire." Though I was waiting for you to say something like that, but I was a little displeased with that. The people that I told you I would pay you not to work with, I was a little displeased that she tried to charge up the whole damn sphere with having your hysterical coon let it burn rhetoric. Everybody is not happy when shit falls apart like you are. You happy you're gonna have more content to make on it. But all that is interesting. But damn, I think while I'm sitting there playing around. Oh yeah, okay. I see you got it up. I was just rambling while waiting for you to get it on up. All right. Who was that? Sholin Fantastic says, I am a postal worker, and this happens all the time. This sounds like a case of a carrier rushing to get off and stopped delivering the mail to get off. That's
what I was saying. I don't know what that guy's individual motivations were, but it just speaks to the idea that if you're going to have massive mail-in voting, the system is just naturally unsecure.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, we got another thing going here. Go ahead.
Well, so I'm on Twitter, and it's this thread. This guy called Essential Fleckers on YouTube. He's known as Fleckers Talks. He's got a big channel, but he pulled up just pretty much hardcore example of this is a Detroit voter fraud. Wayne County, Michigan. Yeah, Wayne County. This is that same county, I think, where you pulled up the graph. So turns out 118-year-old William Bradley voted via absentee ballot in Wayne County, Michigan. William Bradley died in 1984. How long has this been going on? Try it for yourself. So he's providing the link to actually go to this website. I think it's actual Michigan State website. And boom. Search for your voter information. So he's showing you that he filled out the first screen. Yes, he was registered and received an absentee ballot, and the ballot was sent. So the ballot was sent and received. And it is confirmed that the man is in fact dead. So just one example that people can uncover of some basic level election fraud. And now the real glaring shit right here is coming out of, I'm not sure where this is from exactly. Let me stop and see. I gotta actually research this a little bit more and see just what precinct this came out of. But there are a couple of videos like this where these are the election officials. These are the people inside processing the mail-in votes. And you see, most people are just reading them, but he's filling them out. And she might be filling them out as well. So you got the guy at the bottom in the black, and then you got the lady at the top in the red just filling out ballots, apparently. And then here's another one just filling out ballots. And I mean, as far as we know, half the room could be doing this shit. Who knows? But this is what people mean. This is what, President Trump is pointing to.
That was an open ballot that she's taking a pin to, and all she's supposed to be doing is just what is she supposed to be doing? What is their job?
Well, as far as I know, their job is to determine, one, if the ballot can be approved or not, if it meets whatever qualifications to actually be counted, and then you count it. You take whatever information is on there, and if you have to transcribe it, you write it somewhere else. Why would you be writing on the ballot itself? That is highly suspect, activity right there, to just be writing directly on anyone else's ballots. And it's almost, I mean, look, it would seem like she's going from block to block, filling in for individual candidates.
Yeah, that is weird. That is weird.
Very suspicious. I'm no judge or whatever. I'm not the final the final word on this stuff. But again, it doesn't look like a healthy election process. You know what I mean? It just doesn't really seem to be playing out the way they said this whole mail-in scheme would be going. I think we got another example of some strange going on here.
Real quick, push pause real quick. Ricardo Rodney, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Deadly River in the building. The Democrats will cheat. They are betting that they will not be caught in time. Here is where we get to prove them wrong. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that, Deadly River. All right, carry on.
So more videos someone else captured.
Election officials are intentionally refusing to allow representatives and poll walk.
I'm going to send it to Bill. This lady is marking the ballots. I filmed her a half hour ago doing 6, and she's still working at it. Let's stamp it, received. And let's fill in our 6 blanks. All at the top of the tickets on each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's a security guard right there who's watching her. The cops are in on it.
Goddamn officer of the law, huh?
I was just about to say that, okay, an individual lady acting alone, that's not really that. I mean, it's bad. Don't get me wrong, it's bad. She deserves to be locked up. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. But that's not a huge overhaul. See, the one thing I said, if we're going to be talking about whether or not some true cheating is going on, is it individuals doing stupid stuff like that UPS driver could have been doing just some stupid stuff. That's not a top-down organized effort. You see what I mean? That's not a whole cartel, so to speak. That's just an individual acting. That's so that those ones like that. I don't. I mean, that's wrong. She need to be locked up. I hope she gets time in prison. She's tampering with an election, and we don't know how many. Think about how many people will leave it blank on some parts. Some people who well, a lot of people they'll vote like Green Party. I remember Black Ram said he voted just at a protest vote. He voted for I forgot the name of the guy. He just did like a protest vote. He wasn't voting for Democrat or Republican. He voted for one of the other people up there. Some people just leave that part blank and vote for their local stuff. So she can do some damage, but again, if we're talking about an individual crazy lady acting alone, that's not a top-down conspiracy. So I mean, I will grant that she needs to lock her ass up. Don't get it twisted. Lock her ass up. But that's not top-down status. But real quick, we'll get back to it in a second. But Joshua Boyer, I'm just genuinely sad it has come to this point. But if these allegations of fraud are proven true, imagine what it will do to American politics. Yeah, I saw some stuff that did seem more on some top down status. I think Obsidian was playing some stuff that looked a little more top down, so to speak. Did you hear about when they were a vote can get counted if it's by it had to be mailed or something or dated for for a specific date. I think that by the 3rd, they were changing the dates on it. Do you hear about that one?
Did that come from the post office? There was like a directorate from the post office or something that people could just sort of backdate pieces of mail as long as they were votes or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that going on. That was yeah, that one was weird.
It's becoming an issue where there's so many little puffs of smoke. There has to be some kind of fire coming from underground. Something's wrong here, bro. Like you have, and then look, here's the thing too. You would like to assume it's just this one little old lady, okay? We want to think it's just Martha Crabapple by herself fucking up people's votes, right? But Martha Crabapple, she has a whole fucking Rotary Club full of women that she sits in powwows with every day, every Sunday, and they all hate Trump too. And you think she's gonna sit there, the only lady, just lonely Martha Crabapple, fucking with the votes all by her lonely old self? It's a nice story, but it doesn't make sense in light of a giant Joe Biden spike in votes that just happened to hit randomly over in the middle of the night. For all we know, they're the motherfuckers sitting up at 4:30 in the morning helping these Biden votes get in. Like the guy just said, I watched her for 30 minutes. Now, you could probably fill out one ballot in a minute tops. And then you can probably do more if you're really pressing yourself. So how many ballots can she do in 30 minutes? And how long is her fucking shift?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
So, this election is pretty much going to be solved in a courtroom. I think the count is kind of contaminated at this point. And that's another issue. Like it doesn't matter that you like prosecute her and arrest her. As far as I'm concerned, this entire building is now suspect and every vote has to be scrutinized. Okay. I'm not saying throw all the votes out wholesale, but now we have to go back and scrutinize everything that's happened in this place. How can we trust anything in this building now? And that's just the one building, let alone this is probably the second or third video. So that may be at least 2 or 3 locations, 2 or 3 different regions of the country where this sort of shit has been documented to happen. And then the videos, I think in Philly, was it, where it was somewhere in Pennsylvania, maybe they were actually like blocking out the windows of the election office while they were counting the votes. Like, why do you need to block the windows while you're counting? And, just little things like this are going on to make you wonder, like, what's really happening here? I could take an L, but damn, don't cheat the L out of me and then get mad when I start asking questions.
Right on, right on. Oh yeah, finish. Go ahead. Play the tape. Play the tape on that one. I don't know if it.
No, this is the same tape. No, that's pretty much the last clip I had of the voter fraud. There's some other things I didn't want to play because it's like other YouTubers' videos too. I didn't necessarily want to play too much of their content, but like there's just some obvious things going on here. Like the media was calling states ahead of schedule just to, I don't know like what the purpose of all that stuff was, but this has just been the craziest election I've ever seen, man.
No, yeah, it definitely have. It definitely have. Shit has been wild. Shit has been crazy. I'm trying to change the whole screen share setting. Yeah. What'd you think about that? We'll get back into the whole fraud aspect of it because I got some stuff that I gotta pull up. No, Obsidian definitely played some worthwhile stuff. I might mess around and play a clip right from his straight from his stream. But it was something that I had that more or less I'm about to actually go find it. I do want your reaction to this. I didn't know exactly where we was going to go, but this is right up your alley right here. This is right up your alley what I'm about to pull up for you. I got to figure out something is going wrong with my camera today to where it keeps fading out on me. Keeps fading and keeps turning off for some reason. So I don't know what's going on with that, but I'll figure it out. But right here, BGS posted this. This came from some chick. I don't know, Pam Keith. I don't know who the hell that is. It don't matter. But she says 91% of black women voted for Biden because we love everyone. 20% of black men voted for Trump because they hate black women. Thank you all to 80% of brothers who stand with and for us. Your reaction?
If they got 80% of black men who really love and care for them that much, why do they seem so unhappy all the other times? I mean, any other time, they're not really like fans of those 80% of brothers, but I guess you get a cookie today, fellas. Today is your day.
Yeah, typically ain't shit.
I mean, for real. Motherfuckers never loved us, but have this cookie,
nigga. Yeah, I get a little pat on the head today. That's a good boy. Yes, you are. That's what she doing the other day.
For real. That's why like this shit don't mean nothing to me in a lot of ways, because I really don't want your respect anymore. Your love and respect isn't worth what you think it's worth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she rolling y'all on your back, scratching your belly. Oh, so sweet. You're a good boy. That's a good boy. All right. Cut to the chase in the building. What's going on?
That's the deal, though, right there, man. Just get in line, bro. Like, listen, just hurry up and surrender. That's Zero said it best before. In the politics, I saw politics of the shit playing out months ago, and win, lose, or draw about Trump. the underlying message and the underlying tone that they've been taking with black men, you can't really deny that shit anymore. Like the way like all of liberal black media, hell, liberal white media just be coming at black men. And it's amazing to see, all of a sudden the pro-blacks are okay with white bitches talking down to black men. All of a sudden you got nothing to say about that shit. It's cool. We're going to turn our heads about that one. This Daisy get to say whatever she want. That's her nigga.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's funny how the 91% that voted for Biden, it's because they love everyone, but but it's like the 80% of guys is like that voted for Biden. She just gonna no, that's strictly for us. That was their only motive. It's like they're acknowledging that black women are the only reason for black men to vote Democrat. Like they're saying it. It's just weird how they're saying it. They're wording it as reckless as possible. I did a stream. It was actually impromptu because I didn't even realize that the cocktails with queens, the 4 washed up divas, as Obsidian calls them, they did something where they was basically saying, would you date a guy that voted for Trump or whatnot? But basically their whole little spiel was, when all was said and done, is that we queens, okay, and the queen is doing this, we're going this way, and then we look beside us and we don't see the king beside us, and like where you at? And the simple question I ask, okay, if the king and the queen because are not on the same page, and who's on the wrong page? That the expectation was that, oh no, the king need to get in line. That was what they were saying.
This is what happens when you let feminists write history books, bro. They don't understand how the queen-king dynamic really works.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, listen, first off, again, like you said, if somebody's on the wrong page, it's usually the queen. That's why throughout history, kings got rid of wives. You don't really have that many queens rising to power. And take note of this, right? When Patrice O'Neill, God bless that man, I wish he'd have lived forever. He laid this idea out so succinctly. He said, I love the king-queen system because as a king, I can elevate a woman to her highest potential by making her my queen, right? But if she's a queen, she's like a male king, a female king, essentially. She cannot then turn around to the man and elevate him to the king. So look at England, right? You have the Queen of England married to Prince Philip. Why is he not the king?
Yeah, got it.
Right, because no woman in her right mind would take all of this power and then give it away. Because, she's a human being too, and we're all selfish, greedy little monkeys, but that's just how it is. So when you have this system of like the king, queen, it just works that way, that a man can empower a woman to unbelievable heights. But a woman is not really built to empower a man in the same way, and it's just going to fuck up.
I'm trying to get something pulled up here. Give me a second. And I got some super chats coming in that I gotta get to. So I'm about to get to these super chats real quick. Like to thank everybody who's supporting the show. But I got something that I want to show. I didn't want to wreck my brain trying to find the clip, but Obsidian played the clip, so I'm just going to play it from Obsidian's I'm going to play it right from Obsidian's channel, if that works out. Should work out. It should work out. But right now, while I wait on that, who we got in here? We got NoJo82 in the building. He says, any country that vote 90% for one party would be called a dictatorship. Yeah, well, listen, Obama put up Castro numbers, man. I mean, he them numbers was that he got from black people. Yeah, we showed up. We showed up like a oppressed third world country in the way we voted for Obama. They got like 97. Didn't he get like 95, 97% of the black vote? Something like
Yeah,
that.
pretty much. And again, any other place, those numbers would be treated with suspicion.
Yeah, yeah.
The motherfucking Saddam Hussein election numbers right here.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah,
Fucking we the bath party out this bitch. God damn.
Yeah, Obama put up numbers with black people like there were armed gunmen who had a gun to the back of everybody's head while they were casting their ballot. Like it was, you would think we saw some people get beheaded for voting the wrong way, the way we showed up to vote for Obama. Indigenous TV in the bill. I voted for him twice. Just come clean. I was very liberal back then. Is what it is. I voted for him. You was liberal back then, weren't you? Tell the truth.
Yeah. I wanted Obama and shit. I wanted to see my first black president.
Right
a lot of good it did us, but I wanted this shit when it happened.
Yeah. No, I definitely want it. I mean, hell, I want more of it. I want it again. I mean, I would love to see, a black man get back in there who's a little more stronger in his views, to just put it mildly. I mean, perhaps he was strong in his views, but a lot of his views were just not
right. That's the problem.
Yeah. It's always like the black leadership that we would get in there. Okay, well, what direction do they want to lead? What are they for? They're probably team gynocracy, team rainbow coalition, team.
Well, that is objectively true about Obama. The first law that passed under his administration was, I believe, the Lilly Ledbetter Act, which is essentially a feminist equal pay act. But the joke is, we've already had the ERA, Equal Rights and Equal Pay Acts, already on the books. So it was like just a give me. Like you just gave away a law to chicks that already had a law.
Yeah, it's like they just keep stacking more on. Like that's all I've always said. Women, they get pretty much everything that they want. It's like there's nothing else other than, I mean, if they get more representation, how would it look any different? How would the law, what would they do differently than what's already getting done? Because it's enough women in those high positions in the government, and there's enough men who just do whatever is in favor of women. So they're getting everything that they need. So that's where I'm at with that. Indigenous TV in the building. He says, take a good look at the civil war between white liberals and white conservatives. That's our future. A black civil war, not a black gender war. That may very well be possible. And that's go ahead.
No, I tend to agree with that concept, because I was thinking about that before you even pulled it up. Because look at what's happened just in the little microcosm of the manosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Has there not been some kind of civil wars, lines drawn, people chased out of circles and shit for nothing but their opinions? It's not like nobody actually stabbed anybody in the back. No literal blood has been drawn, yet lines have been drawn. And that's the beginning of actual conflict. And I'm not saying it's going to be like some full-on black civil war, like blood in the streets type deal, but there has to be some sort of like social reckoning here. Like, a lot of people just feel like we ain't you niggas and we don't want to be treated that way.
Well, it's a good thing at the end of the day. I mean, if you get 100 white people in the room, it's very possible that 50 of them might be vote Republican, and the other 50 might vote Democrat. That's very possible.
Now that's never the problem though. Because here's the question though: if you know that to be true about black people, then I mean, if we can get that to be true about black people, rather, if that becomes more of a reality, then it matters less to the individual people whether or not you have a black candidate. Like, don't get me wrong, just for the sake of affinity and we would like to see our own, you still want one. But when it comes to the ideas that govern your life, they'll slip a black guy in there because it's going to be, you'll feel good about him robbing you. That's how it works. They're going to slip a black guy in there because you won't mind the black hand in your back pocket.
Yeah. And to me, that sort of debunks the notion that white people move as a collective on one accord and everything, but they could be that different politically. It's like they not all moving the same way. They don't all think the same way. So that, and black people are the ones that are more on code than anybody, in my opinion. We just got a bad code. But
Exactly. What's this
yeah,
code gotten us?
yeah, but we more on code than anybody. Even the Hispanic, Latino, or Mexican vote, whatever we're going to call it, is more diverse than the black vote. When Biden said it's not diversity amongst black people, now that came off like he was saying they all niggas. It came off like that. But I think what he may have meant is they all vote the same way. But with Hispanics, it's a little different. You got to actually figure out what they want and what they need. But with blacks, you know what they're going to do. So there's nothing to worry about. I think that's more or less what he was trying to say when he said it's not diversity amongst us. Because, yeah, we all on the same code. Bad code, that'll be it. But we all on the same code, But there's that. Joshua Boyer says, love the show, guys. Just subscribe. Cheers. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. Thanks for hopping on board. Anybody, if you're new here, go ahead and subscribe and bang that bell. Do this Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. every now and then. Do a quarterback sneak with a night show or a Saturday show. I might do something Saturday as well. So we shall see. I might do something tomorrow. We'll see. We got to reach out to MOT so we can come on and just do a follow-up to how stupid you are.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be an 8-hour show too. I guarantee you. He got the stamina to talk about me. This motherfucker loves talking about me. So make sure you be prepared for that shit.
Yeah. No, I honestly don't think MOT. I don't think he'd be up for that. I don't think he'd be up. Oh, MOT might be through with me, man. I think every time I mess with you and Trader MVD, I think MOT just moved me further off to the don't fuck with that nigga category.
I told you, motherfuckers is drawing lines and shit. What are you supposed to do with that? I'm not the one drawing lines. I don't want to box nobody in.
Yeah. Still got love for you, MOT, but yeah, I don't think MOT mess with me no more. He might be through with me, but but all right, let me roll this clip from Obsidian. I'm trying to get it right to where he played the tape. Now I don't want to see Rudy. I don't need to see Rudy. All right, I don't. Yeah, I think this. Okay, well, I'm just gonna roll it and we'll see. I don't gotta say fair use. I know Obsidian cool with it.
Let me first head over to something some of you news wonks might have heard of, an outfit called Project Veritas. Project Veritas. You might have heard of it. Let me bring it up on the share screen for you at this time so you can see for yourself what it's all about, what the hubbub is all about. There you see it on your magical share screen. This from the Project Veritas website. Headline, Michigan USPS, that's United States Postal Service, insider delivers testimony of shady postmark scheme to hand stamp November 3rd, that's the date of the elections, on late ballots, calls on other post office workers, quote, if they see anything shady, report it. Michigan law forbids votes past 8 p.m. election day. Traverse City, Michigan, November 4th, 2020. A U.S. Postal Service insider told Project Veritas founder and CEO James O'Keefe his supervisor instructed mail carriers at his work site here that all new ballot envelopes should be segregated in bins so that postal clerks could fraudulently hand postmark them as received November 3rd. The insider said he was shocked when Barlow Branch morning supervisor Jonathan Clark told a group of mail carriers how late ballots would be handled. Michigan law states that ballots must be received by 8 p.m. on Election Day, November 3rd, to be counted. This deadline was affirmed by the Michigan Court of Appeals. Our Project Veritas insider is taking an enormous risk to get out the truth, said O'Keefe, who interviewed the insider on a video conference call. Mail-in ballots are always a problem because there is no chain of custody between voter and the actual ballot box, O'Keefe said. The insider said there was a process set up for the post office workers involved in a bogus postmark scheme. We are told to collect any ballots that we find in mailboxes, collection boxes, etc. for outgoing mail. At the end of the day, we are supposed to separate them from the standard lettered mail so that they can hand stamp them with yesterday's date and put them through the express mail system to get wherever they need to go, the insider said. For clarification, today is the 4th of November, he said. James O'Keefe, hand stamp them with the November 3rd's date. USPS insider, yes. O'Keefe, that seems wrong. USPS insider, yeah. That's why I'm coming forward with this information. That is a very shady, in addition to, as far as I'm aware, we're not supposed to be counting ballots that are postmarked after the 3rd of November here in the state of Michigan. Michigan and its 16 electoral college votes are at the center of a tightly contested 2020 presidential election between President Donald J. Trump and Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., also known as Viagra Joe. The insider said some of his colleagues at the post office were also upset by this order to fraudulently postmark ineligible ballots, but no one wanted to outwardly show their anger. Throughout the day, the ballots were taken from the sorting bins and put into express mail bags so that they could be taken to the plant, the postal distribution facility nearby on Garfield Road, he said. My statement to other postal workers is that if they see anything shady, is to report it. They can't have any integrity in this country if they just let things slide, he said. O'Keefe said, like other insiders, this man is witnessing a wrong so heinous, so toxic to our voter-based democracy, he found himself with the choiceless choice. O'Keefe reached out to Clark by phone, but the supervisor would not respond to his questions about the postmark scheme. I'm shocked, I tell you. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Reporting from Project Veritas, James O'Keefe. The fix is in. And now let's look at this video.
All right, real quick before we see that video is what I wanted to see more, but that him reading that did give necessary backstory to what we're about to see in the video. But real quick, Citizen Lou in the building, he says, crazy how people think that the party of slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and infanticide is above cheating in the most important election of our time. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that.
So according to ABC News, Biden has received more votes than any other candidate in history. More than Obama. And somebody in the chat just said it's official. Joe Biden receives more black votes than Barack Obama. I don't know if that's officially true, but you know, it would make perfect sense considering everything else we've seen. I mean, these are some outrageous numbers.
To believe that Biden could barely get 200 people at a rally.
Well, he got the most votes in history, bro.
If we did a Black Manosphere convention, we would fill up more than a goddamn Biden rally. Like,
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, especially at fucking
Obama used to have like they used to be looking like at least look like the goddamn Million Man March when Obama showed up to speak. You telling me Biden got more people voted for Biden than Obama, or more black people voted for Biden than Obama? That just sounds crazy.
maybe there are more black women in America than we really knew. We need to do a head count of these crazy bitches.
Yeah, I don't know. That's wild. That's wild. But thanks for that super chat, Citizen Lou. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. I mean, if we advertised it in Angry Man, Obsidian, and O'Shea was showing up somewhere to speak. If they advertised it for 2 weeks, they probably can get more people. They probably can get more people there than a goddamn Biden rally. Like his rallies be looking very very humble. I refuse to believe that many people was that motivated to vote for him. I refuse to believe that.
Actually, you're right. Not only were there almost no people there, most of those people at his rallies are fucking reporters in his press pool that has to be there. But it's not like they was excited. They wasn't out there showing out, making noise and shit. You don't have the rock star atmosphere at the Joe Biden shit. When Trump had rallies, like he was packing stadiums and shit. He was partying like a rock star at his fucking rallies compared to this Joe Biden shit. But we expect to believe that Joe Biden got more popular votes than Barack Obama even.
Yeah.
And Obama was arguably the most popular presidential candidate in history at the time.
Yeah. I mean, based off my memory, people were far more excited about Bush. Really, I mean, like the Southern, the Christian right evangelical vote went crazy. They was crying in the street when Bush won. They got their guy. Obama people was crying in the street for obvious reasons, and Trump had a cult-like following too. Biden, nobody really fucks with Biden like that. I mean, it's a weird thing. It's a really weird thing. It's a really weird thing. I didn't view him as that damn popular. So that's interesting. If he got more votes than any president ever and more black votes than Obama, or as the Mac the Trucker says here, I guess get your booty to the poll campaign actually worked after all. I guess so.
There's more slippers than we thought, bro.
I guess so. Yeah, he says Joe Biden rallies was cringy. You goddamn right they was, man. They was cringy. The audience was very scarce. He was falling asleep and saying words that weren't words and all kind of weird shit going on.
Why is he on a stage by himself in a room that has maybe 8 people in it and he's still wearing a mask? Like nobody is around him for damn near a mile and he's wearing a mask giving a speech. Like, Jesus Christ, it just doesn't look right. But I refuse to just accept these numbers. Like, none of these numbers make logical sense in the face of everything else we can see.
Yeah. All right, let me play this real quick. Hopefully I can see it, because it's hard to understand the guy, but they had the words on the screen, so hopefully I can see it good.
Tell us where you work.
I work in the Traverse City Post Office, more specifically the mailboxes, collection boxes, just outgoing mail in general.
Okay,
separate them at the end of
the presidential.
Down at another office, said they watched the direct supervisor.
Mark scheme. I'm shocked, I tell you.
Tell us where you work.
I work in the Traverse City Post Office, more specifically the Barlow branch.
Your boss told you and your colleagues something that shocked you this morning. What was it?
We were issued a directive this morning to collect any ballots we find in mailboxes, collection boxes, just outgoing mail in general, separate them at the end of the day so that they could hand stamp them with the previous day's date. Today is November 4th, for clarification.
Who is your boss and what is his title?
Jonathan would be a direct supervisor, yes. As of right now, he is the opening supervisor for the Barlow branch post office. So and this is anecdotal, carrier down at another office said they watched the postmaster doing it. If it were just a typical day, it would be clerks doing it up at the distribution center.
So 8 p.m. election day, November 3rd. The Court of Appeals ruled ballots have to be received by that time. What were you told?
To separate them today so they could mark them with yesterday's date and send them through the express system to wherever they needed to go.
This appears to be an attempt to circumvent Michigan law and allow late votes. And you said there was a hamper where letter carriers were supposed to leave their ballots. Where are the ballots now?
They were putting them into express bags to go to the distribution center. in regards to a hamper, there's a standard hamper that all letter mail is supposed to go to, and they had a tub next to it that we were supposed to put any ballots collected today into.
Yes. What made you come forward?
That's sketchy. I don't like sketchy. It screams corruption. Also, knowing the post office's leanings politically, it didn't seem quite right.
What is your message to other postal workers who see things like this?
Report it. How are we supposed to have any integrity in this country if we are just going to let things slide based on a scaling issue?
Are you afraid of retaliation against you?
I've had whistleblower policies backfire on me in the past, so yes.
We'll have to reach out to Jonathan Clark for comment. Hey, is this Jonathan?
Yes.
Hey, I'm a reporter with Project Veritas, James O'Keefe here, and I have information that you guys have been stamping ballots with the previous date, November 3rd. You just hung up the phone on me.
Uh-oh.
The phone on me.
How do I pause? There we go. All right, cool. Thanks. Free shout out to Obsidian. I saw that clip. I couldn't find it, so I just lifted it off Obsidian's page. So shout out to him. Make sure y'all checking him out at 6 o'clock. I think he's going on today at 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock p.m. EST. Make sure y'all checking out Obsidian. And did you got some reaction to that one? To that whole little debacle that was going on right there?
Project Veritas is probably the only official, like, actual journalistic body that exists in the country, at least on a national level, because they be all over the country. Just, it started out with the Acorn thing, and then they did exposés on Planned Parenthood, which kind of got my eyes open to like what kind of machine the Planned Parenthood institution really is. Like, ooh, talk about a baby farm. That shit is crazy what Planned Parenthood is up to. But Project Veritas exposed a lot of what was going on with them. And then now, look, they exposed some voter fraud and electioneering fraud, I guess you could call it, because this is pre-election. But this was up in what's Ilhan Omar's district up in Little Somalia, I think in Minnesota. So they had examples of like some Muslim guy driving around. You know how they do the hidden camera shit. So they got like the Muslim guy driving around his community, pretty much buying votes and collecting votes for people and all that. So like this is just typical shit. So at this point, when Project Veritas puts something out, I'm almost shocked. Like, why is nobody investigating this stuff? Like, where's the criminal investigation going on here? Even that dude, even that Catch a Predator dude, he had the cops lined up at the end of the show just to get the ball rolling. Like, can we get some cops involved on some of this shit?
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, they showed an example of how you're supposed to get it done right there. They had everything laid out. They used to have all the evidence, everything, the camera rolling, the cops ready to tackle him when he walk out the door. They used to come with it on that show. That shit was funny.
Right, like, can we get some of that same kind of like action going on for things that, those guys matter too. They need to be taken down hard too. But still, can we prosecute all this other shit going on here too? Like they really going around here just like openly rigging the system, and people are like, la 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 la. I don't know what you're talking about. La la la. We're all honest over here. Black Lives Matter. La 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 la.
Yeah. Yeah, shit is wild. It was something that I also wanted to find that was taking place in Pennsylvania, where it was explaining some fraudulent happenings out there in Pennsylvania, but we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there.
The lead just officially switched from Georgia and Pennsylvania. So Biden officially took the lead, and the GOP has filed criminal referrals over voter fraud. And so far I found in Nevada, but I'm pretty sure they're going to have to file in Pennsylvania and maybe even Michigan too.
Yeah, he's going to try. I mean, listen, I don't know how it's going to play out. And like I said, in order for it to really be something that's going to stick, I think it's going to have to be proven to be top down. It can't be like Mrs. Crabtree changing shit, working alone, like I work alone. Like she can't be just a sole work alone. Batman vigilante of the polls over there. It gotta be top down in order for something to really stick. So we will see with that. We will see.
There is some evidence of the top down, or at least a more coordinated strategy. Top down may be a little harder to prove. It's not like the Postmaster General is behind all this shit, but at the same time, is there a coordinated effort? That may be a little bit easier to prove, because you can look at what Obsidian just played with the whole the postman. He was the mail carrier who sort of came out as a whistleblower about this whole thing, where we're being told to predate the ballots or whatever. Like, that is, it's not top down, but it's definitely evidence of conspiracy.
Yeah. No, I definitely give it that. I definitely give it that. It's enough BS going on to where something can be pursued. They can definitely try, and we will see what happens. But hell, we are an hour and 40 minutes into this. I'm putting the link in the chat. Anybody else want to come up and give their words? I do got to give a shout out to Angry Man as well. He been basically at ground zero covering all this stuff. So he got all the clips on deck over there. He been showing everything. So there's a few people been covering it. So there's that. So we'll see how it goes. But I think it's going to be a weird thing, like with Biden, officially taking over in terms of those taking over in PA and in Georgia. It's like, are they actually going to I don't know what they're going to do. Can they name a winner if it's being contested in court? Can they so that I don't think they can actually name a winner. Like, we're going to be deep into January before we get an official, actual named winner of this of this election.
What does that mean? So is the White House on pause come December 31st? Like, just no White House activity happens until we sort this shit out? Like, what if the Russians attack? You know what I mean? What if Canada decides to invade? Like how does this shit work?
As far as the winner being named, well, Trump is the president until January, I think, 21st.
Well, okay, even then, but that's my point, though. So let's say it's not resolved until January 25th. Like, so for those 4 days, how does that actually work when there's no official winner for the last election? It's all being litigated. Like, this is
still be
unclear territory.
He'll still have all the powers. Won't nothing change. Good morning, fellas. I'm sorry. Good morning, by the way.
Yeah, morning. Welcome to the show.
Real talk, good brother. I like your channel. I sub to your channel. I'm not of the same ilk and mindset of you guys, but you handle yourself with decorum and you try to be objective. So that's why I'm a supporter of your channel. I don't understand why your mods feel like people that have a dissenting voice need to adhere to what they're saying, and if we don't, we get timed out and all that. How does that lead to open dialogue? How does that lead to objective, subjective and objective dialogue, right? Like, we can
hold on. Let me push pause on that. I think if you come in and you say, hey, I think that what you're saying is wrong because of A, B, C, and D, I think you won't get timed out, or you shouldn't get timed out. But if you say, hey, I think you guys are wrong because of A, B, C, and D, you punk ass niggas are delusional.
No. I made no such statements.
Okay.
Black Wolf after he timed me out several times for just me saying simple things like that's dangerous, just replying to some of the comments you were making or some of the information that was being displayed on the screen and things of that nature. I never came in talking shit. I only started talking shit because the brother was timing me out because I wasn't saying what he wanted me to say. I'm a grown ass man. Why would I?
All right, bro. All right, I got you. Now, far as we ain't about to come up here just so you can settle the score on the chat room.
No, you're right. I came to discuss that. I just wanted to press that to let you know I was a supporter of yours. So I don't want your chat to think that I'm over here trying to just be a troll and all that. That was the point of what I was saying.
All right, respect that. I respect that. All right, so what's your thoughts on what's going on as far as the topic, the discussion, what we on right now? What's you got?
I want to give 3 points, right, that we're missing in all this. The one point is the pandemic has changed the way this operation of voting goes for 2020. Can we readily admit? Right?
It did, but it seems rigged though.
But
If you can protest, you can vote.
All right, so states had to adjust to this environment, right? So when states had to adjust this environment, the way they process the ballots also changed. So for me, I live in New Jersey, but I live on the border of Pennsylvania, New Jersey. So I live in a place they're talking about now, like the Bucks County and all that. Those places are like 5 or 10 minutes away from me, right? So I'm very familiar with the Philadelphia news, Philadelphia legal, Philadelphia government, things of that nature. So what happened is, what we're not paying attention to is, they count, some states count the in-person votes first. Some states count the absentee ballots first, right? So in Pennsylvania, since they was dealing with the pandemic and they wasn't going to have a lot of in-voting ballot places open, they was like, okay, we'll do the in votes because we're not going to have that many, and then we'll do the mail-in ballots because we're not really prepared for it, we're not familiar with it, so it's going to take us some time to process it. And that's why we're seeing, like Hood Conservative was saying earlier, when he went to bed, he woke up and the numbers changed, because now the major metropolitan areas are now being reported because they had the bulk of mail-in voting. Right? So if you got Philly and they only had 56% reporting, and then at the end of the night, it's 86% reporting, and it's 500,000 votes, who you think those votes are going to go to? In a highly Democratic district, they're going to go to Joe Biden. So that's where you see the change. The small counties throughout Pennsylvania were already tabulated because they're not big counties. So that's why Trump ran it up on them, because he's winning those counties 8-20 or 6-10 or 8-10. I mean 8-2, right? So he ran them up. But when it came to the major metropolitan areas, those votes wasn't counted because they didn't have the same amount of in voting as they did absentee and mail-in ballots. So that's where you're seeing the influx of ballots. And if we're paying attention to the logistics of it, we can readily identify that. So to come up with the conspiracy theories and the this is happening and the that is happening, it just seems kind of disingenuous and not really, trusting the process. But if it was the other way around, we would have to take it. Like, I wasn't one of those ones that was butthurt and said Trump cheated and all that. I understood that Black people didn't come out for Hillary Clinton in major metropolitan cities. Now let's fast forward that 2020, those same metropolitan areas that was the cause for her to lose is now the reason why Biden is winning. And you said it earlier, Bernard, they kind of sat out 2016. They didn't really like Hillary. They didn't really like Trump, but they was like, I ain't going to mess with it. So this year, you fast forward to 2020, you fast forward, they came out. I mean, we can track where the uptick in voting is. We can track where the disdain for Trump is.
You gotta actually focus on one thing you laid out as just somehow true when it is not borne out by the evidence. People, obviously, Black people and people in general, did not come out for Hillary. True, right? Are you going to tell me that those same people who did not come out for Hillary are excited for Joe Biden?
No, they're not.
Prove it. So if they haven't been excited for Joe Biden up until fucking election day, you can't tell me that they.
Hold on, Black Ground.
I was just pushing back on what he's saying.
I know. Wait, hold on. We let you preached a sermon, so let him let him respond uninterrupted, and then you can go uninterrupted after that. Go ahead, Conservative, you got it.
Let me just finish the sentence, 2 sentences really. But one, you can't prove that all of a sudden that they were so excited that they came out in droves when he can't pack a fucking gymnasium. And then not only that, you got not only Joe Biden is the most unlikable candidate, but Kamala Harris was even more unlikable than fucking Joe Biden. At least Joe Biden actually ran up to be vice president and all that. He's got political success under his belt. Kamala Harris was not making it out the fucking primary. But people now are excited about these two. I don't see it.
All right, it's a simple answer to that. People hate Trump more than they hate Biden or Kamala Harris. People want Trump out more than they. This is not even a Biden vote, fellas. This is an anti-Trump vote, and you guys are very smart guys. So I know you guys know that's what this is. This has nothing to do with Biden's electability, favoritism, nothing. It's to get Trump out of there. Bottom line. That's the incentive. The incentive was to get Donald Trump out of office. And that's why we're seeing this is the largest vote in history for the presidency. So that tells you everything you need to know. I understand what you're saying about, people are not excited about Kamala or Joe Biden, but you got to think they got surrogates and like Stacey Abrams should be congratulated for the effort that she put in Georgia to even flip a red state like Georgia. That shouldn't even be in the talks.
Listen, hold
Right?
on. If that were so true, then you wouldn't have had Trump take the lead when it came to actual in-person votes.
And as I prefaced with my statement when I first spoke, he got his people out, his base. That's what he told them. Don't mail in, come out and vote. And they counted those votes first. And look what happened. All the metropolitans, Columbus, Georgia, Macon, Augusta, Atlanta, when those results came in, bam, you got the influx.
Yeah, but look, think about what you're saying. The influx isn't of voters; it's of mail-in votes. That's the difference, and that's
what he's saying.
No. Voters, as in people who stood in line, versus you're counting out a piece of paper.
Black ground. You keep he's doing a real good job. I'm impressed at the job that he's doing at not talking while you're talking. But as soon as he start talking, I just hear like your circle just keep pulsating.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm loving the one at a time action we got going on here. Let's try to keep that going.
I'll be quick. I'm just want to highlight that it doesn't make
real quick. D-Rock Dan, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. He says the troll gloating is in full effect. All right, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. All right, go ahead,
it just doesn't make sense that if you got so much high voter turnout and not enthusiasm, but at least high Trump hatred, enough hatred to motivate people to vote like that, you wouldn't see it only in mail-in votes. That's my point. It would show up in the actual in-person votes. But when it comes to actual in-person votes, Trump took a commanding lead, and the lead only evaporates when you get to count all these mail-in votes that have a lot of questions around them.
Okay, again, I say we're in the age of COVID. Trump supporters don't care about COVID. They think it's a hoax. They don't believe it. So they're more apt to come out and vote. And on the opposite side, the Democratic Party, the people that's voting for Biden are not apt to come out. They're taking COVID very seriously. So that's why you have the numbers flipped, right? So we just have to think about the base, right? Each base, they're taking on COVID differently. Like you see Trump rallies, that super spreader events. You have scientists coming out the next week saying 700 people contracted it, 60 people died from it, right? So on the flip side, well, let me.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Refute it. I mean, it's in it's in the media, and it's not just liberal media; it's in all media, right? And then on the flip side, you have the people that will most likely vote for Biden. They're more cautious about COVID. So that's why I just said it a few minutes ago. That's why you see the influx of mail-in ballots, right? Because we had to adjust to the climate. And if there was in-person voting and COVID didn't exist, we would see the large numbers of in-person voting for Biden. But because we're in a COVID pandemic, things are a little different. So people are doing it a different way, and they're in the surrogates and the people in different Democratic positions were telling people, hey, listen, let's just make sure we get in our mail-in votes. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily got to come out and jeopardize your health or put yourself in any situation. Just mail it in. We're going to show you how to do it. They had a real good turnout machine when it comes to teaching people how to use their mail-in vote. Like, so they prepared themselves for COVID. So that's why you see the difference. Now, if this was a normal situation, then I could agree with your point that way. We didn't really see no lines around the corner in Democratic places for Biden. I would agree with that. But dealing with COVID, it kind of gives the reason why.
All right. So the mail-in votes that they counted later, okay, and you're saying that this shows a representation of that, and that's why it's an inorganic spike right there, instantly.
Yes.
Okay. In order for that to be accurate, it would have to basically be the case that practically 0% of Trump voters did a late vote. I mean, an early mail-in vote, in order for Trump to not just have a smaller spike. You see what I'm saying?
I get it.
That's why it just looks.
All right. I'll give you an example. I was just watching Fox News, right? When the early morning Philadelphia 30,000 votes came in, right? They had a batch of 30,000 mail-in votes that came in, right? So they did on Fox News, they cut their little break thing, and they did the voting breakdown. Joe Biden got 27,000 votes, and and this is Philadelphia proper, city of Philadelphia. Joe Biden got 37,000 votes, and Donald Trump got 3,000 votes. So that's an 87% split, and that's how it's
Yeah.
happening. That's how it's an 8-2. So that's why you're seeing the discrepancy like you're seeing. He's getting swamped. Not just he's getting swamped. It's a tsunami. So it's not a zero sum game.
If
It's
the
like
early hold on, if the early mail-in votes that they counted last, and they came from a Democratic county that that came in that didn't want to show up in person, and nobody in that area really voted for Trump at all. I mean, it's a series of events that
Can I jump in?
I'm trying to
yeah, you can go ahead and jump in. You got it.
Yeah, bro. So look, man, they are like with the whole COVID thing and all this. Look, there was 50,000 people protesting in DC. So people who hate Trump did not really care about COVID like that. That's one. Two, let's look at the ballot. Republicans held the Senate. Republicans gained over a dozen seats in the House. I think they flipped 2 state legislators. They gained governors. They gained women Republicans. And Trump got 17% of the black vote, which prior to today or prior to Tuesday, they said if he had got more than 15, he would win in a landslide. So none of this is adding up. And then you see it like you go to sleep, you wake up, there's 300,000 votes just appear for Biden and not one for Trump. I mean, look. I could take a loss, right? Like I'm not down with, I'm not gonna just sit up here and cry about a loss. But I mean, it's blatantly obvious that this is bullshit. I mean, it's blatantly obvious.
But you guys are not accepting the facts on the ground. Even if they're showing you this is what's happening and this is the trends with the mail-in ballots, you guys aren't accepting it. And then
but they're finding dead niggas voting for Biden.
Hey, brother, I'm gonna be real quick. And then you said that it's 50,000 people, it's 5,000 marching and whatever. But that's different from voting. Old people vote, right? Old people are like, outside of black women, old people are like the most consistent vote. So a lot of them are not gonna jeopardize their life to go vote in public.
Black women are not that consistent. That's a myth. That's
black women are the most consistent voting base for the Democratic Party.
I looked up okay for the Democratic Party you can say that, but I looked up it's like 2 or 3 demographics that vote more than black women, and we
which ones are?
And we're I think white men,
large, right? You writ large. You don't mean
overall black women are high up on the list, but they're not the highest, and black men are actually not the lowest. We actually vote more than Hispanic men, Hispanic women, Asian men, and Asian women. I just like to point that out because everybody like to kiss black women ass and just everybody. Holy shit! Everybody like to kiss black women ass and put black men in the toilet.
Yeah,
but I'm saying I looked up the holy shit. I looked up the. I looked. Goddamn! Well, bro, let me finish the sentence and then you can finish what you're saying. But no, I forgot what I was about to say. But no, I just wanted to make that. That was just a small correction. I'm gonna do some content on that, on all the stats that they exaggerate on just to kiss black women ass.
Yeah,
but real quick, Sir Tice in the building with the super chat. He says, "Okay, Black Ground, if that's the case regarding COVID, then why did many come out?" Okay, yeah, same thing that was already put on the table. Why did many come out for the riots? I mean, protests. You see how your logic doesn't make sense. You kind of already answered that when the rioters and protesters are different from voters. Old people vote. So his super chat came up right on cue with what we were talking about. Mr. Shane Vicious says, "I'm not pro Biden. You just pro gynocracy." No, just playing. "I'm anti-Trump. I was very enthusiastic to get him fired." Thank you for the super chat. Where we at? I think, all right, that's
crazy how black people can only get riled up for hate. Like it's never like something positive.
All right, Black Wolf, you sending me something? I'll give that a look see. I want to check out. It was something else that I had on deck. I gotta be more organized before I come on in and get things started, because I be trying to find shit while I'm on the air, and then sometimes I can't find it, and then I gotta do a audible. But cool. All right, who we got in here? Was Citizen Lou, did you say what you had wanted to say? Or did you want to did you get it in?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say, man. I just think the whole blaming COVID thing is kind of whack because obviously people don't care about it. They was out protesting for 9 months straight. So this whole mail-in thing is just a facade. This is ball bullshit.
All right, Sean Styles, go ahead and
I've been waiting to get out of it.
fire away. You got it. Yeah, I had you waiting there.
I find it interesting that y'all can hear me. Oh,
yes.
All right. I was gonna say I find it interesting that everybody's saying that we're the people who voted for the right, they're being so losers. But if this was going the way like this for the left, the mainstream media, all the leftists, all the politicians, black people be in an uproar. This was being done to Obama. Come on, bro. You have states where Trump was leading overwhelmingly, and we're delaying them by days on end, 3-4 days on end. And every time everybody goes to sleep and they stop the coverage, all of a sudden Biden goes up 130,000 votes up. Trump gets none of those votes. I don't want to hear this nonsense about these mail-in ballots. 50% of the mail-in ballots weren't even submitted. This is nonsense. This is obviously tampering, and they don't want to admit it. And that's because people are so anti-Trump that they're willing to destroy the process, the American democratic process. Look, I don't care what side you're on, left or right. You should understand that your rights are being threatened. They're trying to destroy the democracy of this country. The left is anti-free speech. The left is anti for a Second Amendment. The left is anti. I mean, look at all the things they've done to censor the information that was anti-Biden. The Hunter Biden story. Trump saying, just Trump tweeting. Hey, I don't know about this. Something to look right about this. Twitter is openly ending free speech, and it's not coming from the right. It's all on the left. So I don't understand why black people are so openly touting for communists and socialists. You do understand that's not going to end well for us. Look at every area where it's communist, where everybody's like, why the Hispanic voters vote for the right? Look where they came from. Cuba, Venezuela. Go down there, nigga. And none of y'all going down there. You ain't gonna leave the country. Anybody trying to go to Nigeria?
You finished, bro?
I'm finished.
Okay. 3 points. One, I'm not sure why y'all think like COVID is not serious and people not taking it serious. And I'm not sure why you guys don't understand that states literally had to change the way their voting systems were set up to accommodate all the mailing balloting and to accommodate what's going on with COVID. Second, I'm not sure like why y'all think that this is somehow rigged. How are they gonna rig it? I mean, like, where are they going to get the votes from to rig it? Where, like, if the votes are, like, this is the thing. All the red counties that Trump won, that certify him winning, are those ones invalid too? Or is it just where he lost? Like, he won the majority of the states. If you look on the maps and you look at how they block out the community, block out the counties, each county, is red. The only way you see blue is with major metropolitan areas.
Yeah,
so,
but my bad, keep going.
So all the red is certified, but where there's blue and there's black people voting and black people changing, because black people changed this. This is black urban people voting in black urban centers.
Black people rescued Biden. Black people saved Joe Biden from the fucking fire. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't want black people to take that L. Of all the L's we gonna hold, I don't want us to hold that one.
Y'all say don't knock y'all, like y'all say don't, chop y'all knowledge. Let me get my piece. I'm not saying that black people save Biden. Like, come on, bro. Let's be serious and objective here. I'm saying that the black vote in major metropolitan areas of Detroit, Atlanta, Milwaukee, Philadelphia was the reason why he flipped these states. That's what I'm saying. And there's no way you guys can even prove that anything was tampered with because the votes are being counted. There are Republican poll watchers there.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yes, you just said black people saved Joe Biden's election. That's what you basically said in a nutshell. Black people saved Joe Biden.
Listen, you can look at it however you want to look at it, but that's the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground is the Democratic base in these metropolitan cities of Atlanta, Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia is the reason why Donald Trump just lost this election.
All right, so can I get a word in here real quick?
Real time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so here's what a black, whatever your name is, I remember you from Fantastic Stream. But this is what you're saying. You're saying black people are
my radio station
You're
is black.
saying black people as a whole would rather support a pedophile and his pedophile crackhead son.
All right, I'm gonna leave Bernard because I ain't about to get into this leftist rightist shit. I'm just talking about the facts on the ground.
Hey,
They coming up
can I
here
speak real quick?
political bias,
Can,
so that's not what we're discussing.
All right, we're
can I speak?
gonna let him express himself just like you came up here and expressed yourself as a dissenter. You can elect not to respond to the him bringing up pedophiles and crackheads. You know,
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Now, there is actual proof. I mean, anybody out there can go to gtv.org and see this. We all know where Obama's dog was chilling at. And so you're telling me that all these people decided, you know what, we're going to put the crackhead stuff behind. We're going to put the pedophile stuff behind. But, let's leave that aside. If what we were saying earlier is that 20% of black men and 9% of black women voted for Trump. Now, mathematically, it's impossible for all these black metropolitan areas then to carry the vote for Biden. It's just not even factual. There's no way possible that it can be. And anybody smart, anybody that believes that, hey, I'll sell you some freaking beach in freaking Saudi Arabia.
Well, it's manifesting itself right in front of us. So I'm not sure. Are you going to lose your money?
Come on, bro, man. Come on, bro. That don't work on us, man. You can do that on liberal channels, but not over here.
Bro, listen, bro. I'm not a liberal or a leftist. That's what's wrong with y'all because y'all see everything through the eyes of your party instead of being objective and looking
Come on, bro. I don't belong to a party.
But you're not looking at it objectively, bro.
I'm an independent. I don't believe in either party. I don't believe in Democrats or Republicans.
So you cool with the pedophile stuff then, huh, bro?
Listen, it has.
Are you okay with the pedophile stuff?
I think what you're saying is some right-wing propaganda.
Are you okay with it? Are you okay with it? Bro, the laptop is real, bro. Are you okay with it? Are you okay? Yo, no, I got your question, bro. Are you okay with the pedophile stuff?
Listen, brother, I don't think the man is a pedophile. So you can have your opinion of him. That's on you. The man is not
bro, it's facts, bro.
I know Trump is a fucking terrible human being.
Here we go. Boom. Here we go. All right, bro.
That's why
prove it, bro. Prove it.
People just came out and voted to get him out of office.
Come on, bro. 72 million. How many dead cats? How many dead cats?
73 million people just voted to get this man out of office.
The
largest vote for the largest vote of a nominee has ever received in the history of our republic. Think about that.
Anyway, all right, bro. You can have yours. Let me speak on something else right quick, y'all. I'm like what Dennis Raw Unfiltered Dennis said. This election proved one thing: that SYSBM is the future. 20% of black men chose to think for themselves and be free thinking. So that means the next 4 years, 20% of black men are gonna freaking take off, business wise, traveling wise, and move on different directions. Those that want to stay behind and be maggles, stay broke, stay with that EBT, keep doing it. But you know what? Don't look at us. Don't say shit to us over here chilling. Don't be mad at us. Don't make videos about us. Don't say jack. We over here chilling, enjoying our lives. That's it.
Some of y'all are cartoon characters, man. This is hilarious to hear you.
Bro, shut the fuck up and acknowledge what I said. Come on, bro.
Coming from the nigga that support mass incarceration. Are you serious, bro?
That I what? I support mass incarceration. I think, listen, let me explain something to you. I was deeply entrenched in the crack era, right? So I know what it was, right? On the good side and the bad side. Watching it destroy my family and watching it destroy me in the process of being involved in it, right?
And you supporting the dude that wrote the crime bill. Man, get the hell out of here, bro.
Foremost, the crime bill,
and a strag get locked niggas up for weed charges. Bro, get out of here, bro. You sound like a clown again.
No, you niggas are super clowns because if you hear how you talk, you can't accept facts on the ground. You can't accept that people decided to execute their vote and you want to dismantle their vote. You want to tell them they were wrong just because of your political belief system. You're not even objective enough to look at the fucking numbers on the ground and accept it for what it is. But if it was in your favor, you would have no problem with it. So that's what makes you a cartoon.
No, I'm extremely objective. I'm gonna tell you what I'm objective about. If you look at it, right, look at the people who look. But this is what's funny, bro. Look at what's funny, bro. Black people talk about white supremacy and how we can't get up and all this bullshit. And you look at the donors, the people who supported Joe Biden. It was big tech, big money, big pharma. Everybody that black people complain about every fucking day supported Joe Biden. So I don't understand.
Talking about big tech and big pharma. What do you hear black people?
Well, bro, the white man, the system, all that shit. What are you talking about? They spent $200 million trying to get Mitch McConnell out, and it didn't work.
Bro, you're smart enough to know when people say that, they're not talking about individual corporations. They're not even talking about individual industries within corporations. They're talking about the government. They're talking about whether it's a state government, whether it's a congressman or senator or a president. They're not talking about corporations. at all. You know that.
So those are the
Bro.
white men. Those white men get left out the conversation. then.
Exactly what I was saying. Thank you, sir. Yeah, exactly, bro.
Like for all the talk about white supremacy and how the white man is rigging the system against the black man, we're gonna ignore like the power. And I don't like to even criticize Jeff Bezos for being rich, but you know, there is a certain line you cross when you have enough money to corrupt the system now. So that doesn't count as white supremacy.
No, that doesn't count as white supremacy because that happens on both sides of the aisle. And that's
White people are on both sides of the aisle, nigga. Like,
that's
what you
just
mean?
corporations do. They find lobbyists to get in. That's what K Street is all about: creating lobbyists, creating PACs, so that people can get their agendas and the things that they want put in legislation. It's that simple.
Hey, this just proves, man, that like what you said, Trade MBD. There needs to be a black civil war, not with bullets and guns, but we do need to separate. I mean, it's got to that point.
Peace. Like, we don't want y'all anyway. Peace.
No. Y'all niggas need us. Fuck out of here. Y'all niggas need us.
Come on, dude. Can Citizen Lou speak, bro?
Y'all not even a part of it now. It's not like y'all contribute now. So how we need y'all? Y'all
how
hate us.
Contribute?
All
what
y'all do is make challenges and talk about it. It's about
who's not contributing to
what are you talking about? How are we not contributing, bro?
You need to refine that statement. No, please. Black
tax
Radio,
dollars go
please.
to America. It don't go to the. I know none of y'all ain't doing shit in the black community.
Tax dollars. All right, so black person's tax dollars don't go to the black community. So whose tax dollars are? No, so whose tax dollars are going to the black community then?
All tax dollars go to all
white people.
You got to live in a community for your tax dollars.
White people, bro. For all the hatred that you're trying to put on black niggas, or you niggas don't do shit. Why don't you think the white people whose tax dollars are helping the community? If that's how you
let me educate you on taxes there, Black Realm. All these black folks in the projects, in the community, they ain't paying no taxes, bro. They're getting tax refunds every year for that earned income credit, bro. Come on, man. Don't try to bring that stuff up to dumb niggas, man. Dumb niggas listen to dudes like you, man.
They're not paying taxes. How do they get a tax?
Come on, bro. Dumb niggas listen to dudes like you, bro. It don't make sense, man. Nothing you saying makes sense.
Get tax breaks, right? Right? That's what y'all that's why y'all conservatives, right? To get tax breaks, right? That's why y'all conservatives. Y'all say it all the time. It benefits me tax wise. So when poor people get tax breaks, it's a problem. That's what you're saying.
Welfare and tax breaks aren't the same thing. You're talking about a tax return, a tax return.
That means you pay taxes. The only way you get a tax return if you pay taxes.
No, that's not necessarily true, bro.
Show me where you get a tax return and you ain't pay taxes. Show me where you can walk the H&R Block, send it to IRS, and you ain't pay no taxes. Show me that. Please show me that. Please, I'm waiting.
Man.
I'm waiting. Don't hug. Show me that.
For one, I know for a fact. I know for a fact.
Show me.
Bro, you want me to
United
show you
States
people?
Of America,
you
can get a tax
people's
return.
Fraudulent tax returns. Stop, dude. Stop.
That's wrong.
You want me to prove to you by showing you people's fraudulent tax returns?
Yes. No, not fraudulent. Not fraudulent. We didn't know.
Because you're asking me to prove. You want to see that. You want to see that. Nigga, stop it.
Crime.
Right, you want to see evidence of the crime, but you don't.
Because we're not talking about crimes. He said that there's people that receive tax returns and don't pay taxes. So show me where someone legitimately files for taxes and they didn't pay any taxes. Show me that.
Hey, I got a question.
Right,
though. Hey, conservative citizen Lou. I got a question. Hey, can I speak for a second, Black Brown? How come
that wasn't me talking, my nigga? That wasn't me. That was the man.
How come when you got brothers up here? How come when you got free thinking brothers up here, we can go back and forth with dialogue? One brother can speak at a time. But when we get dudes like you up here, Black Brown, y'all can't shut up for 5 seconds.
Bro, I was quiet
and let other brothers respond. Come on, bro. You're talking over me now, bro. Come on.
Don't change.
You see what I mean?
Bro. Don't deflect. Just
come on, bro. God damn it.
My decorum is the problem. Just
SYSBM, everybody. SYSBM.
Yeah, bro. We gotta get up out of here.
Please leave. The black
no, we are. Trust me. And when you niggas are getting locked up and in FEMA camps and getting y'all ass beat, and Joe Biden not meeting with any of you motherfucking niggas at all for 8 fucking years, it'll be cool, just like Obama did. It's cool. You niggas are getting shot by the police more. It's all cool, bro.
You're not black.
You're
not black. So when the black man gets shot, he's not a representation of you.
No. Like I said, no. You just told me to leave. Now I'm a representation.
So I gotta take you because I voted Democrat. and you don't take me because you're a Republican. So a black brother getting killed belongs to me, but it don't belong to you.
No, I'm saying you're voting for this shit is what I'm saying.
How
So,
am
and
I
you just told us to get the fuck out.
for brothers
Okay,
getting
let's
killed?
look at it,
Brothers
bro.
got
Let's look
killed.
at it. Let's look at the
Black on
cities of
crime
black
is high
male
as hell,
death.
and Trump the president.
Let's look at the cities of
Black
black
on
male
black
death,
crime is high
right?
as hell, and Trump
Hey,
is the
hold
president.
up real
So
quick,
what
y'all.
has he
Bernard
done
can't
to
get
address
back
black
on.
on
Hold up,
black
y'all,
crime?
real quick. Y'all hold up. Bernard can't get back on. Hey, Bernard, you're gonna have to close out your entire StreamYards on your laptop, everything, reset it to come back in. The same thing happened to me last night.
What is the high crime rate? What does the high black on black crime rate have to do with Trump? Please explain that to me.
Oh, the
Like,
brother just said that brothers are getting killed in the street and that belongs to us. And I'm trying to understand what's the
No,
correlation.
how does it belong
see,
to
you were
Trump? That's my
you were
question
talking
to you.
That's what I
exactly,
was
bro.
saying to him. That's what I was saying. Like, what sense does that
You
make?
said it exists under Trump. How are those two things connected?
No, I know what I was saying didn't make any sense. That was the point that I was trying to make.
Okay,
Like,
okay, good,
how does
good. I'm glad you said it.
how does a brother getting killed be attributed to me?
No, what I'm
Right?
saying is, right, you're voting for it, right? You're voting for democratic
What
policies
am I
that
voting
lead to black males getting shot in the street. That's what I'm
But black
saying.
males getting shot in the street now, and Trump is the president.
Right, but hold
Black
on,
on
check this
black
out though,
crime
right?
is
You
high,
have
and
to,
Trump is the president, right?
but where is it highest at, Black Ground?
Okay, but it
What
doesn't
type?
matter.
What
He's the president
party
of all
is the
people, though,
party
bro.
of? See, that's what I'm saying. I
But
can't
he's the
talk.
president
All
of all people, though, bro. That's what I understand.
right. See, and that's what gets me. That's what I'm so tired of you niggas. Like, it's all the responsibility
I'm
on
not
Trump,
a
but
nigga,
never.
man. I didn't call you a nigga. We cool. We talking, bro. I'm trying to answer your question. Trump is
No,
the
bro.
president of all citizens.
You earlier you said we can get the fuck out and all that shit. Now, nah,
But
fuck
your
that.
man, not talking to your man that said SYSBM. He said he out, so I said peace.
All right, bro. Well, like I said, though, back to what you say, Hood Sir.
Now, I was just gonna say this whole black on black violence thing is like a fucking canard, bro. Why? If Joe Biden is the one who not only wrote and signed and fucking championed the crime bill, why don't you hold him responsible for black crime and criminal? Well, not criminality, but at least black the whole black mass incarceration issue.
I hold him and all the people that voted for that bill responsible.
You didn't hold him responsible the other day when you voted for him, though. That's the whole like canard here.
I told you why I voted for him. I told you why. My vote was an anti-Trump vote.
Right. So when it comes to Trump, listen, think about it, bro. When it came to Trump, right, it was fuck all the niggas that got locked up and unjustly, fuck all the niggas that Kamala made jump firefight, forest fires and shit like that. Fuck all them niggas because I don't like Trump. I mean, that's just what I've seen.
Hey, unfortunately, brother, that's what it is.
All right, well, look, and that's the black left.
Right.
No, perfect. And this is why I wanted you to be honest about. That is your black left. For all the talk you motherfuckers have about caring about the black community and what black people need, when it comes to motherfuckers who have actual blood on their hands, when they have actual ink on their fingers from writing the bills, you got no smoke for them niggas. You'll vote for them every day. You'll vote for him every day, and you'll come around me and try to wave your black flag and rock your kufi and shit like you some kind of pro-black hero. That shit is dumb.
Listen, I'm not one of those dudes. I'm not like y'all. I don't come raising flags and all that. I seek to be objective. I seek to deal with the facts on the ground. I don't play that game with semantics and trying to up one and all. I don't do all that. I just talk about what's really taking place. And that's all I did since I've been up here. So when y'all label leftists and rightists and all that, I don't play that game. That's not my stick. That's not my can of oil. I don't do that. That's your thing. I'm speaking about the fact that my vote was anti-Trump because Trump is disastrous for this nation. Point blank. And 73 million people came out and said the same thing.
Oh my God.
And y'all not accepting the results of it because y'all want y'all man in because of y'all.
Well, we'll see the Supreme Court says.
I can respect that. But let's be objective and let's not try to make conspiracy theories and say some old granny stole the ballots and all that. That's nonsense. If 73 million people voting don't let you brothers know that there's something wrong with this man, then you guys will never be objective. And it will always just be.
So wait a minute, bro.
When he won the first election, you didn't say, oh, well, he won. Let's just suck it up and keep going.
I said he won. I didn't have no beef with him winning. I said he won. I said Hillary Clinton was a terrible candidate and she didn't deserve to win. That's why she lost. See, y'all got the wrong one up here, bro. I'm very honest in my opinion. I ain't like that. I'm not gonna talk.
Hey, so which one of Biden's policies, bro, are you rocking with the most for black people?
I don't care about Biden's power. I just told you.
Oh my God.
Oh God. No,
that's it. Listen, take him at his word. When he say he don't give a fuck about what's gonna happen to the black community under Biden, he
Trump
fucking
has
means
nothing for
it.
the black
The nigga
community.
means
Trump
it.
is
He
a
don't give a fuck
racist.
about. But
Trump is
think
a
about it,
racist
bro.
piece of shit.
Black
He's a
Ground
racist piece
Radio,
of
brother.
shit.
Black
Trump
Ground
is a racist
Radio.
piece of shit. A
Black
racist
Ground
piece
Radio.
of
Think about
shit.
it.
My
You
name is
want
Arthur, bro.
him
You
for
call me
your
Arthur.
family, and
Just
you
call me
want him
Arthur.
for your family, bro. That's the point.
I'm
Black
gonna work
Ground
for my
Radio.
family.
Biden's
I'm gonna
piece
work.
of shit,
Joe
and you
Biden don't
want
got
him
nothing
for
to
your
do with my
family.
family, hood conservative. I'm gonna work for my family, bro. I'm gonna go out here and make it happen for my family.
So
Not
why can't
Joe
you think about
Biden.
that when it comes to Trump? How come you can't think about
Because
Trump
he's
and affecting your
destroying the
family? Why is
nation.
it?
Ain't gonna be no country for me to deal with my family. Ain't gonna be nothing. That's why it's a difference. He's gonna
How is it?
destroy
Hold.
it.
Trump wants to end the country
Bro,
now. You're
listen,
saying
bro,
Trump is the
listen.
one who
We
wants to
are
end the
at,
country.
we are at loggerheads with each other, bro. The political
Why?
is on fire right now.
Why?
So we are on the
Why?
brink of some serious civil strife because Trump is a madman.
It's not about
Why?
Trump, bro. You think it's
All
about
about
Trump?
Trump.
That's what I'm
Hey,
saying, bro.
what what, hey, what
Big Tech.
neighborhoods is this happening in, bro? Hey, what
fellas,
neighborhoods is this happening in? Please tell me, what neighborhoods
Oh,
is
it's
all this stuff happening in?
you see it every day. What are y'all talking
Where?
about? You,
I don't see it every day. Not where
bro,
I'm at. I'm in San Antonio. Life
you
is
was the
lovely.
person, bro. You was the person who brought up succinctly that people are out here marching in the street. Who do you think they're marching against?
They marching for who he, nigga. Shut the fuck up with that goofy ass shit. They marching
Who
for
he?
a gangster rapper named
I'm
Who He. And you
gonna
out
give
here
With
you
trying to
9
act like
crazy
it's a
nuts.
motherfucking justice going
I don't
on.
know
Nigga,
what
Hey,
stop
a
it.
mentally retarded dude
but I ain't no
with
Trump
9
motherfucker.
kids.
And I ain't
No,
no
but they out here
talking to me
marching
like
for
I'm
this
a
nigga
punk
that be
motherfucker.
busting crazy nuts and bitches, and you want to make him a black hero.
Listen,
This
I
nigga
don't.
Like
got a
I
bunch of
said,
crazy
bro,
babies running
where's
around,
all
and
this
you
going
think he
on
a
at, bro?
hero.
Where's all
Trump
this
ain't
going
busting
on at?
nuts and bitches. So Trump ain't busting nuts and bitches. He ain't mad to a porn star. So Trump ain't fucking around.
All right,
So
all
Trump
right,
ain't
all
no
right, all
fake
right.
ass
So,
playboy.
okay,
Come
bro,
on,
can you
y'all.
stop talking for 5 seconds? Let me bring something up real quick. So you mentioned all these areas where niggas getting shot at. Well, let's take a look. All the areas where niggas getting shot at are the same place where all the voter fraud is happening. The same place where all of a sudden at
I'm done
midnight,
with
oh my
y'all dick
God, let
niggas.
me finish, bro. Let me
Y'all
finish.
niggas is
All of a
fraud.
sudden,
Fuck
the
out of
vote
here.
counting
Y'all
stops,
niggas
and
ain't
all
shit.
these
Oh yeah, now
places
you
where
want to
niggas is
hear it
getting
now.
shot at. Oh
SYSBM, nigga.
wow. Oh
SYSBM.
wow, that
Y'all
sounds real funny, right? Oh, you don't want to hear you don't want to hear facts, but
nigga,
is it
you just
true?
said some
Is it true
bullshit
that
about
Is
all
it
the
true,
places
Black
fraud
Ground?
happening that because you
where
don't
all
like
the
the result.
places, hey, Black Ground, can you shut up
You're
for 2
mad
seconds?
because you don't like the results, so
Hey,
you're
Black
calling
Ground,
me
can
fraud.
you
Answer
shut
the
up for 2
question, brother.
seconds, bro?
Come on, man.
Hey,
Just answer the
you see
question,
what
bro.
happens, right? When you hit them with the real, oh
You
my
didn't
God, all the
no
fraud's
real. You just
happening in
said
all the
some
places where niggas
you
getting
just
shot at. Oh
you
my
said
God, are they
bullshit.
playing black people?
Bullshit. You just said some sucker shit about where
Come
people
on,
get
bro.
shot at.
Come
That's
on,
where all the
bro.
fraudulent
That's
votes
sucker
at. That's
shit.
sucker shit,
Come
nigga.
on, bro.
That's sucker shit.
Answer the
That's
question,
body
bro.
No,
sucker.
no, no.
I
Answer
just
the
answered
question.
Stop.
it. I
There
just
is a
answered it.
correlation. Black
I
Trey,
just
Trey,
Ground.
chill
there
out,
is
Trey.
no
Let's
correlation.
look at the
There is none.
correlation.
There is
Let's look
none.
at the correlation.
There
Stop.
is no
The same
correlation. It's
precincts,
sucker shit.
where you
It's
say black
biased
crime,
sucker shit.
Bro,
Bro,
let
it's
the
the
man
same
biased
talk,
sucker
bro.
precincts
shit
where
on
you
y'all
say
part.
black
No,
crime
because
and
it's sucker
criminality is
shit.
Oh
outrageous
my
is the
God.
same precincts that can't count votes.
Listen, it's sucker shit, man. Y'all talking sucker shit. Y'all talking sucker shit. Y'all
All right,
trying to
bro.
make comparison
Answer
shit
the question,
that don't.
Black Ground.
Is that your
Is it
political
true?
analysis? Some sucker shit?
I
Yeah,
just
that's it, bro.
I
Yeah,
just answered. Listen, none of you have any proof that there's fraudulent things going on in those meetings. None of you.
Hey,
None of
that
you.
straight line though. Hey, we can.
That's what
You
you
know what?
want
I
to
never
do.
did math. I never did any math in my life. I don't know what any kind of parabolic curve
Listen,
is.
if
All
you
right, all right,
know
all
what
right.
the
Time
Oh
out,
is,
wow.
time out,
Thank
time
you.
out, time out, time
Thank
out.
you.
Hey. All right. Let me try to get some order back in here. I don't know what the hell went wrong. I know when I was first coming, I mean, I was listening to everything. I want to throw it to Trey because Trey was actually building towards a good point. And I noticed with Black Ground Radio, you talk like you're objective, and you have shown, you can break some things down, objectively and try to, stay on focus and on task. But when somebody else start doing that, you start basically doing what I call heckling the person who's about to make a point. Start strategically jumping in, interrupting with meaningless interruptions to try to obscure the point that they was about to make. Now, Trey was building towards a really good point, and you start doing the heckling. Maryland. So Trey, go ahead, because I don't even think you finished that point, because you was making a good point. So I want you to go ahead and make that point, and then we'll start from there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it like this, man. You look at the places where I call them the four horsemen of the apocalypse: Jacob Blake, George Floyd, Rayshard Brooks, and Walter Wallace Jr., rapper Who He. You look at all the districts where that's taking place, where Black Brown said all this, police brutality and shooting is taking place. And then you look at where all the vote fuckery is going on at. Well, excuse me, alleged vote fuckery is going on at. You know what I'm saying? I put it like this on my stream last night that the Democrats are playing black people. They know that niggas support the Democrats to the tune of 90% almost. So guess what? Where are they going to go with the voter fraud? Of course, they're going to go to where they got like the Bath Party type numbers at. Shout out David Monroe, the Hood Conservative. It makes sense. I mean, hey, if you don't believe it, cool. But look at it objectively. Look at the numbers and then come back and get at me.
Facts, bro.
I want him to come back. He left. Damn it! I wanted him to come back. I don't know what the hell happened to my stream, man. The shit went crazy. I thought I was getting hacked. I thought my shit was hacked for a minute. I didn't know what the hell that was. The link is in there, Blackground, if you're trying to come back on up.
And see, man, I was trying to build on the point, man, about how if you look at the donors that backed Joe Biden, it was like big tech, big pharma, all these things, right? Like they have cost. Trump has cost big tech, all these people a lot of money. Like the H-1B1V visa things. Yo, Facebook was pissed about that whole situation. So that's what I don't understand. Like why this is anti-Trump. Trump is for the people. Like if you look at the people who backed Trump, it was farmers. It was, every regular day people. It wasn't, 300 millionaire people supporting Trump. Hell, the rich people hate Trump from what I'm seeing.
Well, rich Hollywood hate Trump, but just people that got money in general, they like Republican tax policies.
Right, but you see what I'm saying though, like big tech, like you look at Facebook, Silicon Valley overwhelmingly supported Trump. I mean, excuse me, Biden.
Yeah, that's probably true as well. Background, come back, man, come back. You.
Hey, here's the thing with Silicon Valley. Remember Silicon Valley, Facebook, Google, all these things are worldwide. They're globalist companies. They need globalist policies to keep thriving. Because you look at China. China don't let Facebook in. China don't let freaking Google in. Man, you ain't getting through China's firewall with those. You end up locked up. So basically, they need somebody in there that's buddy with China to basically that's gonna, make cool deals. It's gonna allow them access.
Facts.
And more importantly, like everybody's been saying that we're not being objective when clearly you can see for the past 4 years, all the liberal media bias, all the social media bias, when you're looking at people who are generally being or struggling with shadow bans and just being banned outright, tweets being deleted, it's always targeted to people who are conservative or right-leaning. And so when you see that, and then you see the irregularities in the voting process, when you see hundreds of thousands of votes pop up out of nowhere after everybody had gone to sleep, and there's none for Trump, and everybody said, we're not being objective. We're looking at the fact. We're not stupid. You can see in front of your eyes. Every battleground state that was in, all of a sudden, they got to halt the process. They halted Florida, they halted Pennsylvania, they halted Wisconsin, they halted Michigan, California was 7:30 in the evening. It was 0%. We already knew California, all first to the bad. They have what 12 million voters voted in that and that on Tuesday. That's the largest state in the union, the most voters. So, bro, and then he says that I'm an independent. I'm not biased, but he voted for the left not because of the man's policy, because he hates Trump. If that doesn't say bias and it's like a bias without a purpose. You're voting for somebody because of perceived hate. Because media told you to hate this person, not based on what he's done for black people, what he hasn't done for black people, or what bad things he has done for black people. Just because you were told, you're doing as you're told. You're being controlled.
I don't have independent thinking. Let me give you a little background, brother. I'm from Brownsville, New York, Brooklyn, right? I'm very
born in Brooklyn.
So I'm from Livonia Avenue, Tilden Project, 275. So you know exactly where I'm from, right? I lived on Bristol for a little bit, so you know exactly.
To be more accurate, I lived there briefly, but I was young, so you know a lot.
But you know what I'm talking about, though, right? So you do understand that I have a great familiarity with Donald Trump, right? You do understand that, right?
Okay.
So the media, I don't need the media.
Hold on, Sean Styles. I don't even know what point he's trying to build to.
I just want to lay one thing out before he goes into that. I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead.
Before Trump was a conservative and going for the presidency, niggas loved him. So I'm gonna just say that and leave that there.
All right, go ahead, Black Brown.
I'll give you that, right? And me and you both know, because it was a cultural thing. Brothers in New York, they like this swagger. They like riding down the West Side Highway and seeing them beautiful Trump buildings. And they wanted that. They wanted to emulate his power. And he the kind of poser that been in them crowds because he was trying to get something out of it too, right? So that's a cultural thing. That's a New York cultural thing. That's a Queens wannabe gangster hanging around other wannabe gangsters, whether they black, white, or in between. So I'll give you that, but we both know that I was cultural in this narrative, right? So all I'm saying is we could I just wish you guys would just be more like just research more what this thing is about with these states stopping the ballots and stop voting and stopping counting the ballots. The Republican delegates in each of these states, the Republican houses, the Republican Congress in each of these states were the ones who put these laws and put these rules in effect that you will not count the ballots until the in voting finished, I think in Pennsylvania, and there's other rules in other places. That's why the voting stopped. It didn't stop because they were trying to do something nefarious. And the crazy part about it is the parts where the voting stopped were Republican-dominated communities, Republican-dominated districts. So the thing is, if we're going to tie all these narratives in it, let's be honest in the narratives and let's bring the real information forth. Let's not just make
but that
up.
doesn't make sense, though.
Listen, I didn't cut
That's in
anybody
favor
off.
of my argument, though.
I do gotta wait. Stop. I do got a question on that too. You said the places where the voting stopped, they were Republican areas, but it stopped. They put in absentee ballots. You said earlier that those were from Democratic precincts with a lot of black people.
Yes.
So for the Republican-led areas where the voting stopped.
Right,
but you contradict. It's not like you're contradicting.
No,
and hold up real quick. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. What happened? Hold up. Let me correct you. What happened in Pennsylvania was the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overruled the Pennsylvania state legislature. Their activist Supreme Court said no. Let the voting and postmark and whatever continue past election day. That's what happened in Pennsylvania.
What happened with that? See, this is what I'm saying. You're wrong. And anybody can look it up. What happened?
Come on, bro. Don't argue facts, man. Come on now.
Let me get it out, bro.
Anybody can Google it right now.
Wait, stop. Hold on. He said, Trey, you said you was wrong. Let's let him try to explain
Google
why you were wrong.
Pull it up, bro. Pull up your facts.
Oh man,
pull it up and show me that the Pennsylvania Pennsylvania Supreme Court didn't overrule the state legislature.
What I'm gonna say, please. What happened with the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania was the Republican Party was trying to get 110,000 votes thrown out, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said no. And that's what the decision was to continue.
Bro, that's not what we're talking about, bro. This happened this summer, bro. Pennsylvania Supreme Court made that decision this summer. Come on, bro, man. Don't move off the topic. That decision was made this summer, bro.
Oh my god. Listen, okay. Anyway, whatever y'all saying. Anyway, so when the vote was stopped, the vote was started again, and when it was started again, they started with the mail-in and absentee ballot votes. Now, you do know each state counts their votes different. Some states start with the in vote first, and some states start with the mail-in votes first. Y'all do know that, right? Each state don't do it the same way. There's a different way that they process the votes. So that's why y'all seeing.
But California was done in one night.
Go to bed.
California was done in one night, though.
Right,
man, it went quite smooth. And hold up.
Right, let me say why California was done in one night.
Hey, went quite smooth in Florida and Texas, Ohio, Florida, Texas, Ohio. Went quite smooth. Explain, explain Florida, Texas, and Ohio.
What you mean? What do you mean?
Explain Florida, Texas, and Ohio.
Because they have a great system. Because they have a great system. Because they have large populace. So they have a great automated voting counting system. And people,
hey, Pennsylvania got a huge populace, bro.
But they don't have a great voting system. They don't have a
so
great
you saying niggas can't get shit right in Philadelphia is what you're saying? Because that's where the problems are at.
It's the state of Pennsylvania.
No, bro, it's Philadelphia, bro. I live there, bro. It's Philadelphia.
I live in Trenton. I live right next to Philadelphia. What do you say?
Bro, I lived in Philly, bro. Philly is fucked up, and Philly is run like Wakanda, bro. Wakanda was run way better than Philly. Philly is ran like Mogadishu, bro. So come on, man.
All right, go ahead, bro. We both aware of that. We both aware of that. Come on, I can't not. You know, I'm not about to sit here and lie and say they run right. Come on.
All right.
And not only that, if you was watching the Angry Man channel last night, there was he played one of those news clips, and one of those pundits said that Philadelphia has had voting corruption for about 100 years. They have a bad history of voting corruption.
Probably longer than that.
And my point is, your point doesn't make sense
Why would you do
because
that?
how can you say Republicans were the ones that were cheating when in every significant area that Trump was winning, all of a sudden it was blue? Come on, bro. I voted early for Trump. Does my vote not count? You mean to tell me that all those mail-in ballots were just for the left? Stop it, bro. Stop it. We are giving you
Here's
evidence
another
about the
thing, y'all.
Project
Here's something.
Veritas in Michigan. We've given you evidence. You don't want to acknowledge it.
And here's the thing, y'all. Where you know what? I'll be.
I explained to you guys that the reason why you're seeing the influx of votes because they count the mail-in ballots last.
I debunked that.
100%, bro. 100%. That's statistically impossible. It's never happened. And how long has this country been in existence? 1776. And no election has that happened, bro. Explain it.
What are you talking about? It happened.
Explain. Okay, explain. No, I'm talking Michigan and Wisconsin. Explain the vertical line, bro. Explain the vertical line.
Something else that's never happened in the history either.
The vertical line. The major cities.
Explain the vertical line, bro. I want to hear the nigga explaining
let
the
him explain
vertical
it.
line.
I want to hear him explain it too. So let's let him explain it. I'm about to actually pull it back up.
I explained it to you guys earlier. Think about where it turned at. It turned in major metropolitan areas. And why? Because they have 600, 700,000 mail-in votes. So if
no, bro, Michigan and Wisconsin, bro, it was 130,000 in one and 200 in the other, bro. Get your facts straight, bro. Michigan and Wisconsin. Have you ever been to those states, bro? They're lily white, bro. Ain't that many black people in those metropolitan areas, bro.
Milwaukee lily white? Is Detroit lily white?
Bro, Detroit, bro. I work, bro. My business is based out of Detroit, bro. There's Trump flags all over Detroit, bro.
Did he win Detroit? Did he win Milwaukee?
Bro, come on now. 100, bro. Explain the vertical line, bro. It doesn't matter, bro. Explain the vertical line. The vertical line.
All right, stop. Wait.
Did he win Philly? No, he got killed in Philly. He losing damn near 90.
Vertical line, bro.
Did he win in New York? I mean, did he win in Milwaukee?
Explain the vertical line, bro.
I'm explaining it. You don't want to accept it. Because y'all.
I ain't heard no explanations for the vertical line.
Wait. Stop. Okay. Black ground. Holy shit. Black ground. Can you hear me? I'm trying to get everybody quiet. So, all right. I want you to explain that vertical line. I think you explained it earlier. We got to revisit it. We can revisit it again. I have no problem with that. I'm about to pull it up right now. Yes, I should be able to see.
You're referring to that blue wall that the pundits keep talking about, right? That blue.
That blue line. Yeah, I think y'all can see my screen. Everything is going nice and organic. Then something happened, and then swoop, and then it just went back to organic. Okay. So all I'm saying is that if that many votes came in, even if 80% of the early votes went to Biden. Then it should be a swoop line that's 20% smaller than this line. But everything is nice and organic, and the only thing that's inorganic is the swoop line for for Biden right there. That looks goofy as hell, and it's even more pronounced right here with this one.
But Bernard, we got to take into context.
And also, I want you to explain, because you said that it was the Republicans that stopped it, but if the Republicans stopped it, but these are high Democrat areas, because that's why it swooped up like that, then how was it Republicans that stopped it?
Well, all right, there's two things, right? The Democratic areas, they never stopped counting the votes. They were working on shifts. They never stopped. They never stopped in Philly. They never stopped in Detroit. They never stopped.
Bro, this is Wisconsin, bro. The screen is Wisconsin. Explain that vertical line in Wisconsin.
I'm about to explain it, because when they counted the mail-in ballot votes, it was damn near 9-1. So listen, let me please finish, and nobody cut me off. So
hold on, wait, 9-1. Then it should be a 10%. The length of that. Well, maybe that can be just
you got no vote.
Bump.
Can I just finish, fellas?
All right, you got evidence? Hold on, real quick. You got evidence?
Have you ever been to Wisconsin, bro? Have you ever been to Wisconsin?
You gonna let me finish, bro?
I'm curious. Have you ever been to Wisconsin?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay, all right.
I was in Racine, Wisconsin for a little bit.
What was the point of that question, Trey?
Because, man, I'm there every week. There's Trump signs everywhere. Everything is split in Wisconsin down the middle, almost.
Bro, okay. All right. Okay,
now,
now, real quick, before you get going, I want to know: do you got evidence that it was 9-1?
Of course not.
Did he die?
No, I think he fell off. Then
he fell. Okay.
Hey, Bernard. Here's the issue, man. Is that you can, if you've been to Wisconsin and you're there, like during this whole process, I was there all during COVID. Every single week, I was out there driving through, and I drove through these areas, and you can see Trump, 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 nothing, 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 Trump, Trump. Everywhere I went, there it was all Trump. Of course, you're Biden. People ain't going to speak up. We know the snowflake areas, but I'm talking in the metropolitan areas. So what you're going to have is, yeah, you're going to have like a 60-40 for Biden, maybe, pushing it, maybe a 70-30. But there, if that's the case, there's no way possible that, that straight line and this parabolic curve would look like that.
Yeah, I mean that curve. It looks
right angle, nigga.
It looks a bit unnatural, but we do got somebody new on the panel. Madman in the building. What's going on? Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
I just want to say, like, there's not one person on the panel or anybody in this chat that would upset that if they were in Donald Trump's position. Nobody would upset that. Even Biden wouldn't upset that. Everybody would have taken this to court. It's too coincidental. Now you could flip it on its head and say, if those mail-in votes were actually just done it through the natural process, there's a chance to say that Biden potentially, that curve going up from the beginning would have maybe rivaled Donald Trump's red mark. But it's way too coincidental. And like it was projected, people were saying that this potentially will go on for weeks now, based on this court hearing or whatever. And some said, no, it'll just go on for days. It will go on for weeks now, because I'm not sure how it 100% works, but maybe they will have to go through all these mail-in ballots and see which ones didn't have, for example, an address linked to them. If there were people that were dead that were on these ballots, it's gonna have to be redone, and it's going to take weeks. You won't get a president overnight now. It's not going to happen, because this happened based on COVID, the same COVID that Donald Trump does not believe in. He doesn't believe in it. I don't believe in it. I have justification not to believe in it. It only came around because of COVID. So when something changes the dynamic of the history of how the voting process is ran, you can't just accept it on its head based on the people being the opposition, which is the left. Oh, well, that's just because of COVID. No, I wouldn't accept it. You, Bernard, nobody would accept it. So Blackground saying, "Oh, that's just the way it works." No, if Blackground was in Donald Trump's position now, he would not accept it. Don't let your emotions get involved. Nobody would.
Yeah, those are fair points. Those are fair points that everybody would have reason to question this shit, regardless of your position. If you was in this shit, you would you will rightfully question. Everybody will rightfully question it. I think I found the clip of them talking about the voter fraud in Pennsylvania and what was being reported and what was being said. I'm gonna run this clip real quick and see if this is what I was looking for earlier. Everybody mute up. I'm about to run this. It ain't that long, so I'm about to just see what's going on here real quick.
The convention center, they won't even let him watch as they count the ballots. They put them behind a fence 40, 50 yards away where they actually can't see the counting happening. Guys, this is fraud. This is absolute fraud. We've seen it in Philadelphia before. They're trying to make a mockery of the election of this country. My father is up by almost 500,000 votes in this state, with 86% reported, and plenty of red counties left to go. Plenty of red counties left to go. We're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it because they know it's their only path to victory. They know it's the only path to victory. And so we came here today. We met with all our lawyers. We are going to file suit in Pennsylvania. It's a shame that we have to do that. It's the last thing that we wanted to do. It's the last thing my father wanted to do. But this is rampant corruption, and it can't happen. It simply can't happen. It's not fair. This isn't democracy. And with that, I want to pass it off to the great Rudy Giuliani, who's really leading the legal effort. And you'll be hearing from Rudy quite a bit. Please.
Thank you very much, Eric. It is very, very sad that we're here in the city that's really the birthplace of our democracy. And this is among one of the most anti-democratic things I've ever seen or encountered. And it's not just here in Philadelphia. This is going on all over the country. We have filed a lawsuit. The lawsuit actually required that when these mail-in ballots that you know are highly suspicious anyway, this form of balloting has always been considered the most prone to fraud. That's according to the New York Times when it didn't apply to candidate President Trump. Well, we were supposed to be allowed by law to observe the counting of the ballots. Now, observe means to any intelligent person being able to look at it. The way it's interpreted by the Democrat crooked machine of Philadelphia is that the observers can be 20 or 30 feet away, never able to see the ballot itself, never able to see if it was properly postmarked, properly addressed, properly signed on the outside. All the things that often lead to disqualification of ballots or make it very easy to dump 50,000 totally fraudulent ballots because they're not observed. This went on for 20 hours while all of you thought there was some kind of legitimate count going on here in Philadelphia. It was totally illegitimate. So we went back to court and we went before a Democrat judge. No need to tell you what the result in Philadelphia is if you're before a Democrat judge, obviously a political hack who doesn't know the meaning of the word observe. Observe means to be able to look. Not a single Republican has been able to look at any one of these mail ballots. They could be from Mars as far as we're concerned, or they could be from the Democratic National Committee. Joe Biden could have voted 50 times as far as we know, or 5,000 times. The ballots could be from Camden. Philadelphia, unfortunately, and I say this about my own city, has a reputation for voter fraud. You have a reputation for dead people voting, and we're going to go look at just how many dead people voted here. I didn't think we'd have to do that, but we will. And you have a reputation for people being bussed in from Camden voting here. Wouldn't be the first time that happened. But this goes way beyond any of that. And let me also add that this isn't happening just here. We have exactly the same lawsuit in Wisconsin, where exactly the same thing happened, except in Wisconsin, mysteriously at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, about 120,000 ballots appeared. Oh, here come these ballots. Well, we have no idea if they really are ballots. We have no idea if they're signed, if they're postmarked properly, if it isn't just the same person who submitted 100,000 ballots and they all got counted. This is the way they intend to win. Now I'm informed by former Congressman Sweeney, who's been going around the country collecting this information, that similar situation in Arizona, similar situation in Nevada, and a similar situation, what am I missing, John? Where are you? In Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan. Again, let me be specific what it is. This whole new thing that never happened before in our country, these mail-in ballots, which has been a cause of real concern for everyone because they can easily be fraudulent. But one of the things that the law attaches to that is the right for both parties to observe the ballot, the way we do with absentee ballots. You make certain it's properly signed. On the outside, there's a signature. You make sure that it's properly postmarked. You make sure that it's properly addressed, and then you pass on it. A number of these are often challenged by the Democrat representative or the Republican representative. We never got a chance to look at a single one of them. The gentleman here who did this for us says about 100,000 ballots went through that process in the 20 plus hours in which they wasted his time by not allowing him to see a single ballot. Well, that's 120,000 ballots that should just be taken out of the count. So you want to look at that number, that 120,000 should come out. And this is an area in which Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote. I don't know if this is going on any other place.
60, 70, not quite 90, 10, but we're going to listen to a little bit more of it real quick. Hold on.
But it is going on in enough frequency in Wisconsin that we've brought suit. And now we'll have to look into 3 other places. What it says to me is this is a concerted effort of the crooks that run the Democrat Party. And you know these big city machines are crooked. You know that. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years of one-party rule leads to corruption of all kinds. Voter fraud is one of the biggest because that's how you keep your power. But we're not going to let them get away with it. They're not going to steal this election. This election gets decided by the people. These people, the elite, they don't care about the people. The people are the deplorables, the chumps. They're not important.
All right, we'll call it right there. It sounds like he's about to just go on a rant. Well, all right. I did want to play that. That's what I was looking for when he was talking about specifically what was going on in Philly, how they weren't able to see the votes. 100,000 votes came in. Nobody really got to see and confirm what they were, where they came from. They just know that they came in, and that was that. I just wanted to hear him lay that out. Brian Tobert in the building. They said Wisconsin voter turnout was 5 standard deviations higher than previous years. I don't exactly know what that means.
Let me talk about that for a few minutes because I was actually researching that.
Go ahead and get on that real quick before you get on that. Eric Bird, thanks for the super chat as well. Shout out to Brian Tobert, Eric Bird. Appreciate your brothers coming through with the super chats. Everybody else hit that goddamn like button. And let's go. Go ahead, sir, if you got it.
Okay, so I was looking up at the Des Moines Register, and they were talking about that exact issue because there was a couple of memes going around on the internet saying that voter turnout was like at 101+% in a lot of districts, which is, impossible statistically and literally. Like, you can't have this. So what people were trying to do is then go back and, fact check these claims. And so they obviously came out and said, that was false, that nobody had a higher than 100% voter turnout. But I found something that is very interesting that doesn't make a lot of sense either. And this is according to the Wisconsin Election Board, the Wisconsin Election Commission, right? So they have 3.6 million registered voters and 3.2 million vote counts. And I think they're still counting. So if you had 3.6, and that's 3.6 people, so 3.2 out of 3.6, we're looking at probably 90+% voter turnout. It's never fucking happened. So in the last 20 years in Wisconsin, going back to at least 2000, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've never cracked 72%. I mean, you've never got higher than 72.9% voter turnout. And now all of a sudden you're cracking 90. I mean, it's not red herring proof, but again, it's so much.
It's called the Trump effect. I mean, you got to deal with it, bro.
It's called the dump effect, bro.
Right,
they dump some ballots in there.
Bro, take that over to some
ask you
B1
this,
channels where niggas is stupid, bro.
How many
the dumb nigga effect.
However y'all want to say it, it caused the Trump the election. So however y'all want to label it,
No, he hasn't lost, bro. What are you talking about?
Lost the election.
Hey, can we talk about some intelligence stuff real quick, Black Ground Man? Can you bring some intelligence to this?
It's been over. He's won Arizona. He's won Nevada. It's been over.
All right, well, we'll see.
It's been over. Fox News gave Arizona, and they not going to retract. And
that's okay. All right, cool. Hey, Bernard, I got a point I'd like to bring up as far as black people.
So
let's bring this to black people.
Go ahead, Trey. You got it.
My bad.
All right. So as far as black people go, we all know that black people, that free-thinking black men, SYSBM cats, businessmen, if Biden fucks with the tax plan, we're going to do just like white people. We're going to take our money and go elsewhere. We're going to take advantage of all those loopholes. If we don't get all the benefits from Trump's plan, all we're going to do is take advantage of all the loopholes that aren't getting written out because the Republicans control the Senate. So all the loopholes that were there yesterday will be there tomorrow. So that's what we will do with our money. Now, as far as all those people that are in the hood, all those people that are struggling, all those people on EBT, the single mamas and all that, they're still going to be living the same. So what did they actually get out of Biden? That's what I want to know.
That's a fair point. I mean, that's sort of the objection that leads a lot of thinking black people towards you just voting Republican, because the Democrats more or less just give black people and or poor people just enough to keep them right where they at, just basically pacifying you. So yeah, so So yeah, if you're a forward moving person, yeah, the Democratic Party ain't really nothing for you. That's why a lot of black men are moving away from that. Go ahead, whoever was talking.
I gotta say, black people we're too emotionally thinking people. Like, you hate Trump because of the emotional response that you were programmed to believe, and because he doesn't make you feel comfortable, you would rather vote somebody else who has actually done harm to the community rather than someone who's actually benefited the community. As long as he make you feel good, feelings over facts. As long as he give you that hug, like, I don't know who said it. Somebody in the share once said that. I think it was fantastic. That black people just want that hug, the white people put an arm around you, pat you on the head. These white liberals treat you like your pets. They don't respect you. They don't view you as equals. They view you as pets. And even if you do say this racist on the right, that man over there, I know what he is, I know who he represents. He's not getting in my way. He doesn't view me as a pet. He may not like me, but he's not getting in my way. He's not trying to impede my progress. So the fact that black people consistently continue to vote against their own interests, it's just baffling, bro. I don't understand it.
Yo, why do y'all attribute that to me? Like, why can't it just be that I fomented my own opinion of Donald Trump? Like, why can't I just have the ability to just say that Donald Trump is trash?
No, because you have no reason. Like, you have no reason. What's your reason? What's your reason? What is your reason why you hate Trump?
To the lectern, I'm about to tell you.
Bro, he's racist.
He's telling you. Oh, Sean, he's telling you. Let him tell you. What's the reason?
I got delay.
Oh my God. When he steps,
he said he got a delay. That's why he kept butting in. But go ahead, you got it.
When he steps to the lectern and he opens his mouth, the man is an embarrassment. The man is the leader of the free world. And he doesn't even have the decorum to behave and deal with matters of our state and of our nation, of the world, in a proper way. The man, like I always try to tell people, like, I went to war for this country, right? So it's like, when you see somebody like him as the commander in chief, and you've been led by great men and great generals and great colonels and great captains, and then you see this clown up there, it bothers my soul. It's not.
So what's that do with racism?
It's a symbol.
Can we get past the feelings, bro? Can you give us an actual answer that does not include feelings?
All right, yeah, come on, yeah. Hold on. Pump the brakes.
Let me rebut that. I asked the question. Let me rebut it. One, he didn't give a reason why he don't like Trump. He just gave feelings.
It's symbolic.
Biden is not the quintessential example of a politician. He never has been. You got to miss with that. He's always blundering. He's senile.
Listen, I'm sorry that you guys can't accept the facts of Trump. I'm sorry. Like,
wait a minute. Hold on, bro.
He giving you. I even finished saying what I was saying, and now you.
I thought you finished. I was
rebutting what he said. I'm gonna say it's gonna be done. Trump is not perfect, and I would admit that he has said things that I might have favorable, and I wish could be more presidential. But one, he's not a politician, and two, this is who he's always been forever. And black people had no problem with who he was before this. You can argue, yes, you're in the presidential office, you should act with more decorum. I can agree with that. But in terms of what he's done, policy-wise and on the ground, it has been a benefit. And if I see that, I can get past the little blunders that I see with him going against the media. And that's not at the left are just simple examples of decorum and propriety, because they're always going out here trying to smear everybody's name, brand everybody's racist, and you ain't black if you don't do this. You're not Hispanic if you do this. You mess with that, bro. Every example that you give me, that you're not thinking logically, not
I heard everything.
Or reason. It's all
I heard
you're
everything
told
you
to
said.
hate the man, so you hate him.
You keep saying that, and I'm explaining to you why. I'm giving you my opinion. I'm articulating my opinion from me organically. You're still not accepting it. Listen. You're not accepting it because you guys are biased and you don't have that.
No, but Black Ground, can I just ask you a question?
No, hold on, brother. You can ask it right after I answer this. All right, let's deal with this. People who are more politically entwined and have been political operatives all for more than most of us have been living on this planet, who were Republicans to the core, and not even rhinos, but conservative Republicans, call this man.
Oh, okay.
You kind of cut out.
They call him a what?
White people.
Hold on. You said they call him. You blacked out. You kind of faded. You said they call him a what? What do they call him? Say it again.
A racist. Can you hear me, bro?
Okay. Black Ground.
a lot of pot calling the kettle black on that shit when they try to call him a racist.
No disrespect to you. I'm not here to try and offend, but it sounds like you're bringing an emotional argument to the table. What I would ask is, hold on.
Let him explain why your argument is emotional before you jump in with emotion.
What I would ask is, what is it that you disagree with him policy wise? Can you please explain to me policy wise? Because all you said is how his swagger is and how he carries himself. I want to know what you disagree with his policy.
My disagreement doesn't have to be policy based.
What?
You guys can't define what my disagreement with.
My point.
Hold on. You can't talk. Hold on.
Game over.
Hold on. Wait. All right. Go ahead, Black Ground.
You guys can't tell me that my disagreement has to be aligned with what you're saying. So if I don't like him, it has to be policy based. Are you serious?
Bro, no, you don't have to be. Listen. No, y'all. He's absolutely right. You don't need logic. You don't have to have logic.
Everybody, time out. Whoa.
That's
hold
what
on.
women
Hold
do.
on. Time out. All right. So you put something on the table that everybody can just sit back and process. All right. You basically said the same thing about Trump that I say about Trump. That I kind of don't like him. I would prefer my president to be more well spoken than I am, to be more well read than I am. Like Trump sounds like an idiot when he talks. Sometimes he talks like a fifth grader. Like, so I understand what you're saying. He say a lot of stupid stuff and he do a lot of stupid stuff. I always quote something that Jared Taylor said. He said he don't think Trump thinks deeply about anything.
Hey, Bernard, I got an answer for that,
real quick.
Okay.
That he don't really think deeply about anything, but he does seem to have good instincts. You know, you can give him that. But I got that same objection to Trump, but I can put that aside and say, you know what? I'm going to look at or black people better off being conservative or better off being liberal? Is that liberal ideas, policies, and all of that? That's ground zero for where the black community started to fall apart. The black community that you say y'all ain't doing nothing for the community. Well, it was the liberal and democratic policies that led to the huge cultural change with black people that has a community in a state to where we need to do something about the community. So that's where I'm at, and that's why I'm voting Republican. Now, the figurehead in a suit, if he happens to walk and talk like a mumbling idiot sometimes, I can just tolerate that and be like, okay, oh well, whatever. Now, if you just can't tolerate that, then that's on you. But I tend to believe with most people, they will switch up their level of tolerance depending on whether or not the person that they have a tolerance or lack of tolerance for is wearing the right jersey or not. It's like whether or not they're on the right sports team, basically.
If your taxes are being helped, why would you
speak on that real quick, y'all?
Go ahead, Trey.
So this has been like Trump's people before he even ran for office decided to basically dumb his message down for white high school graduate white people, decided to dumb his message down. If you listen to Trump's speeches from 30 years ago, that's not Trump. Trump just made his message easier for working class America. And that's who he made his ground with. And that's how he won the election, with rural America. When you listen to Trump, not clips, you'll realize like, oh shit, yeah, he is just talking to people on like a 6th grade level so they can get it. That strategy worked. And, the snowflakes knew that would work again. So I'm not even going to get into all the fuckery and all that fraud for that. But please, Bernard, will you please pull up Ice Cube's last tweet about the community and the Platinum Plan?
All right, I will do that. Delmar Hardin, a man's reason is his own. I simply didn't like him and don't have to explain it. It's not up to the next to approve my reason. That makes no sense.
Man, that sounds like a strike, man. That's a strike.
That's what a woman would say. That comes from women.
All right.
We've known that.
I don't need to explain myself to you.
That's women. That's female talk.
We don't.
John 811.
Why do I have to explain myself to any of you gentlemen why I don't like somebody?
That's
I don't
female.
know.
Wait a minute. Time out. This is a political discussion. Now, at a personal level, you don't got to explain nothing to nobody. You can walk out the house in a dress with pink polka dots, and you don't have to explain it to nobody. But if we're having a political discussion, and yeah, so that is part of what's going on here. You can't join a talk show that's about a particular topic that we're talking about and say, God damn, why are you like, come on?
I'm just saying you're correct. You're correct. You're correct. You're correct.
All right, but okay, maybe you don't understand how. Okay, when one person is talking, and if you interrupt and say, "You're correct, you're correct, you're correct, you're correct," then yeah, your sound.
I understand. I just got delayed. That's all. So when it's delayed on my side, bro. That's all I'm saying to you.
I know, but you said it 3 times, and you stopped right on cue, which means we not on delay.
I'm gonna go, man. I'm gonna go because y'all ain't good with dealing with different people with different ideas.
No,
man.
dude,
So
I'm cool. I'm cool with different ideas, dude. I'm cool with different ideas. I'm glad you came up. I'm glad you came up.
Let me come up, bro, and I'm gonna keep checking you out. I got to figure out my super chat with this credit card, and when I do that, I'll start super chatting you, bro.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you came up. The only thing I was trying to explain to him, some people don't understand that if your interruption is like, all right, you're right, you're correct, you're correct, you're correct. All you're doing is muffling, making it to where nobody can hear anything. Like when I sit back and listen to the playback, it's like it throws off the sound when different people with different mics are talking at the same time. Like I hate when people just got heckling interruptions where they just interrupting real fast, just basically just cackling in the background with somebody talking. That's kind of, it throws off the quality of the show for that matter. But John 81101 in the building, he says you went off the air and missed my super chat. Hey, I apologize. I was having some serious technical difficulties, but thanks for the super chat and thanks for sending the other one. It looked like Ray Clemens just came through, or that's an old one, or no, that's a new one. That's a new one. Shit. Where we at? All right, Ray Clemens in the building. He says, facts, Trey. Being from NYC tri-state area, Trump is very intelligent. You don't get to where he is being a buffoon. Now, yeah, Trey raised a good point that he's dumbing himself down. That could be part of his genius to sound stupid. Like put it like this: it's some really intelligent rappers out there who, they came from good families, maybe even went to school they damn self, but when they talk like a street nigga on some street nigga shit, just because that's what they got to do to sell. They even dumb down their lyrics.
Hey, did Trump go to like an Ivy League school?
Of course he did.
Yeah, he went to William Penn and Yale or something. He went to Penn for William Wharton School of Business, the most prestigious business school in the U.S., and Yale. Like,
that's a fair point. He probably dumbing himself down, but yeah, I mean, listen, it did rub me the wrong way, just the way he talk and conduct himself. But I can easily say that I can easily brush that to the side and say, hey, what's the best for black people? I can literally say that.
That's the issue here. We've got a scenario where.
I wanted to
real quick. Then we go on to Madman because he was trying to get in here. But go ahead.
I wanted to make this point before he left. He didn't even realize that he proved me right. So I walked him down. I said, you programmed to believe a certain thing. Why do you believe this? And I said one candidate's done this, the other candidate's done that, and I'm voting based on. I told him that I voted based on what has been done policy wise. And y'all even asked where you disagree with policy wise. I just don't like him. Like he literally proved our point that he doesn't even know why he hates him. He just knows that he gotta hate him. If you black, you got it. If you're black and you're not white, you gotta hate Trump. You must hate Trump. If you don't, you're not black, or if you're gay, you're straight now. Or if you're Latino, you're not Latino no more. All this crazy crap they've been saying because of all the minority turnout for Trump. It's just it's frustrating.
Yeah, I did a pre-recorded video of everything crazy that Biden has said, and old white liberals get a pass on that shit because they don't got the R in front of their name, and Republicans are more associated with being racist and more associated, so there's that, the old white liberals who've been old white liberals
racists
ever since the Democratic Party were the card carrying racists. It's people who was in the party then, who's still in the party now, they get a pass for all the shit that they said over the years. That much is true. We're going to Madman right after this one. Brian Tolbert says, peace in the Middle East, a low black unemployment banned, critical race theory, no new wars, brought some car manufacturers back. Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Madman. You was trying to get in here.
Bernard, can I speak on that super chat real quick before Madman? Because it specifically relates to my business.
All right, real quick.
Okay, Bernard, I move auto parts back and forth from Texas to Canada for all those car manufacturers he brought back. Why the hell would I, if I made the most money I ever made in my life with my business moving that freight, why the hell would I vote for Biden?
Fair enough. Go ahead, Madman. You got it.
Okay, well, believe it or not, what Blackground's view of how he looks at which president to support, that is a big chunk of how Black America, no disrespect to Black America, but that's usually how a lot of their voting process has been done. It's based on how the person looks and talks and how they feel. It's never really done based on policy. So Blackground isn't the only one that's done that. We might laugh and criticize him right now, but a lot of people think this way. But what the issue we've got is you've got people like 50 Cent and people like, for example, Lil Wayne, who actually looked at the policies. They looked at the policies and they're getting criticized because they're supporting Trump, but they're not just supporting Trump. They couldn't care about this orange-faced white man. It's for the fact that Trump is doing something which benefits their lives. And that's the issue here. You shouldn't care about if the person's racist. You should care about what opportunities they're giving you to put money in your pocket. I'm a business owner. Why? Because I learned from racists. I worked under them. These people were racist, but I understand the benefit I was getting while working under them. I now got my stuff together and left. Now I no longer work for racists. I now work for myself, a black man. All because I put the emotional part of it away. I didn't care about, these people think I'm a nigger and all this thing. I didn't care. Can I learn from these people? Cool. And once I've learned, I walked away. And that's one thing that Black America doesn't seem to do. They don't seem to want to take the good parts from their enemy. Because taking the good parts is kind of what the Chinese do, is kind of what the Islamic community do. They will work with these white racists. You can call me what you want, but as long as I got my money, right, see you later, bye-bye. And that's what Black America is not doing. They would rather care more about what the person says rather than what the person is giving them.
No,
right on. Real quick, Indigenous TV says most black men would never go against the hive. I saw brothers at the polls looking like dogs on leashes. Black women said vote Kamala. Black men obliged. It is what it is. Thank you for the super chat. And also, here we go. Carnell Black. He says this dude had all that smoke, but never super chatted. Man, the fuck.
Yeah, Bernard, I'm gonna shoot. I forgot to go, but I just want to say just one final thing to anybody who's listening. Stop getting triggered over words. Yeah, get triggered over what people do, not the words. And I'll leave it there. Take care, man.
Yeah, hey, what Badman said is straight. I mean, it's like, do I really care that the white people and Mexicans working for me, if they're racist, they ain't gonna say it. Are they really gonna bite the hand that's writing their paycheck?
They will, bro. That's kind of what you're seeing right now. And that's people like, look at what Homeboy was just talking about on Blackground Radio, right? Now, you could list all the positives that Trump has done directly to benefit the black community, and he's willing to toss all that out the window because he don't like them. So because I don't like you, the rest of you niggas don't get to have all of the wonderful things that can be achieved under the administration's policies or whatever. And that's the nature of the problem right here. It's like, you know, without actually having even good things to offer as a counter balance, you got people willing to just say, fuck it, you know, because of the fear of racism, you know, fuck it. We're gonna throw the whole baby out with the bathwater, basically. And it's the same guy that they calling him the same people calling him racist right now was giving them NAACP image awards and shit like that back in the day. They was giving them plaques and doing speeches for him because he was helping. He helped who? Jesse Jackson.
Jesse Jackson started the Rainbow Coalition.
Right. Not only the Rainbow Coalition, but he was running for president at the time. So like you helped the potential first black president of the 80s go like that helped that whole go around. He was at the ground floor of that shit. But all of a sudden when he comes out and he says make America great again, he must be a racist. Like people, it's a real, people are brainwashed, bro. It's hard to break that shit, I guess.
And Trump is also the most referenced president of all time in rap songs. Yeah, I mean that's just
Hey, but
here's another issue.
And I was like,
oh, my bad, bro.
I was like, remember when I brought that point up to him? He couldn't even dispute it. I was like, Black Round. Before Trump was in office, niggas loved him. He was like, I can't argue against that. Like, bro, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in the black community. We have a problem, bro. But this is a serious. We're gonna have to separate. This is real. This is critical mass, because we can't. I'm not saying we gotta hate these people, but in terms of working with them on a deep political, intellectual level, it may not be possible for us to coexist, bro. This is getting
that goes back to what I said earlier in the show. I mean, there's a very liberal group of white Americans and a very conservative group of white Americans. I mean, and they still live together, work together. They next door neighbors. They work together. So it's not that big of a deal if it gets to a point someday where half of black people vote Republican and half of black people vote Democrat. I mean, really, that just means we're free and free thinking people. That means that means we're Americans. Look, that's how I look at it. We're not just some collective group. We're not just some group of people in a box that all got the same exact problem. You know what I mean?
But that means one thing, Bernard. Okay, good.
This is my fear, though. This is my fear. People on our side, people who are conservative, libertarian, right-leaning, whatever you want to call it, we believe that. We don't have a problem with them being on the left, voting for the left, voting however they want to vote. My entire family voted for Biden, and I was the only one who voted for Trump. And I get in arguments with them every day, and I'm always 1 versus 6. But I still love them at the end of the day. I care for them, and I don't have an issue coexisting with them. But my fear is people who are black and on the left, they're not going to allow us to go away quietly. There's going to be a lot of fighting and screaming and scratching because they wanted to be a monolith. They want us to vote like they vote, and that's the problem. I think we're going to have.
It needs to happen, though. You need that because we can't get away from it at this point, and it's just one of those bitter pills. We're going to have to take that medicine because I think, and it's a sad thing, maybe, but we can't operate as a monolith if these are the conditions. It would be nice if this monolith was the most kick-ass monolith that ever existed. You know what I'm saying? If we was all riding on rims and shit, we'd be good money. But nah, we fucking up right now. So how can we want to stick into a monolith that's like not working out for us? So it'd be best to just let people dissolve all these petty bonds, because I firmly believe that the reason why black people vote Democrat 90-something% of the time has nothing to do with politics or policy. It is very much a social order that needs to be broken.
Hey, I'll touch upon that real quick. So here's the issue that I'll call them the 91%ers now, the ABW has with Trump. With Trump in office, what he's doing, he's exuding chauvinism and basically like the patriarchy. And so if black men, by and large, as a whole, go for Trump, it's gonna, turn black men back towards the patriarchy. And we know in the black manosphere that is the damn fear of black women. They don't want black men telling them what to do. So either black men go back to the patriarchy, no, we can't have that. They got issue with that. Okay, I'm going SYSBM. I'm gonna be a passport, bro. I'm dipping. I'm going MGTOW. Oh no, we're gonna give you hell for that too, because okay, we can't be with you, but you can't leave unless y'all run shit. That is what their issue with Trump is. And niggas want that pussy, they want that peace leave, whatever you want to call it, so bad that they're willing at an 80% level to side with the gynocracy.
I'm with you. I think what you said is definitely a part of it. But I think it goes back to a lot of black men still foolishly believe that, the concerns of black people, the concerns of black women, the concerns of all of that, and all of those concerns that the Democrats allegedly address, they think that shit is overall good for black people. I know I used to think like that. I used to sit there, even when I was having some cognitive dissonance where I was like, wait a minute, this whole when I was, because I used to vote Democrat, used to be very liberal, but when I was starting to shake my little victim mentality that I had, when I started getting rid of that, then I was having some cognitive dissonance. But I was like, well, wait a minute, black people do need help. The Democrats, their policies will be more towards helping, poor black people. So I was in my mind literally thinking that was a good thing until I woke up and said, wait a minute. That shit ain't helping nobody. It's just holding everybody right where they at. And then, and then that's when I started to wake up. But I think some people, it ain't necessarily about the pussy. I mean, that's fast, quick, and easy to say. And we definitely be hearing it in these spaces when some dudes just come in with the cape on defending women at all costs. But some dudes, that the easy fight is just to convince black men who are also hardworking, as David Monroe said in his debates with MOT and Mike V. He was like, y'all wasn't born with money, y'all bootstrap niggas. So it's the black men that got some hard work and get up and go in them. It's easier to convince them that, hey, all of those policies are just holding everybody right where they're at. I don't think it's just it's pussy over there. Because men who vote Republicans, we don't got a hard time getting pussy. So there's that. So that's why I don't know if pussy is the biggest hurdle. It's just the overall psychology of it.
It's not. Think about it like that. It's not individual pussy. It's the pussy system that they're defending. They're defending the entire artificial construct of pussy. It's not individual pussy. That's what it is. They all have faith in the god, in the pussy goddess. They pray into the pussy goddess.
Vagina.
Yeah, it's one big collective vagina that they all have to defend. It's a cult. I'm telling you, it's a cult of vagina.
Yeah, who's that? Jermaine Habib says, wow, Bernard used to be pro-black. Dude, I'm technically still pro-black because I would like to see black people progress. So in that sense, I'm still pro-black. I just don't think the shit that pro-blacks do, and that's bitch about white people and try to spray perfume or cologne over all the shit in the black community, I don't think that helps us progress. So in that sense, I'm not pro-black if it means wearing the same jersey as them niggas. I ain't with them niggas, but yeah, I do want to see black people progress. I just think what it takes for black people to progress is holistically different from what those Negroes who wear that title is talking about. And that's a
big problem, bro, because it's the culture has to be really addressed. When you say pro-black, once upon a time, pro-blacks, 30 years ago, before I was born even, were basically right-wing nationalists, all right? The idea of pro-black was a lot different then than it is now. Even though they had their own leftist leanings, a lot of those pro-blacks were relatively conservative men as far as their personal politics concerned, or social politics went. So the idea of pro-black today, to be pro-black is to also be pro-rainbow. So I don't necessarily agree with the modern iteration of pro-black. So we have to readdress the terms now.
All right, let me see what SKC talking about. Okay, SKC trying to drop something on the table. It might be some bullshit, but we're gonna see what SKC talking about. Real quick. Indigenous TV in the building. They nigga have spoken cooch rules. Can somebody transcribe that? They the earth? What?
They earth niggas
like Mother Earth. Like Mother Earth.
Oh.
My queen. She the queen. The black
Mother
woman
Earth.
of God.
Gotcha. Okay, I needed somebody to translate that.
Hey, I was a pro-whack at one time. I was one of them.
Yeah, me too. I used to, go around yelling at white people and shit. Yeah.
RBR in the building said
I had the African medallion.
Oh no, I wasn't never that damn pro-black. Fuck that. You ain't never caught me with a dashiki on. Nah.
Hey, Bernard, when I came out the knucklehead phase, man, the pro-blacks was waiting, man. They love getting the dudes that come out the idiot phase of their lives and wait for them.
Yeah, they take you from one level of idiocy to another one. They like, let me catch him before he gets some real knowledge, and let me.
But I will say this though, Bernard, pro-black, the ones that use that definition like as a group name, they're like Antifa. Their message means the exact opposite of what it is. Because if you want to say pro-black, that means every brother in the manosphere, the black manosphere, who's doing something to benefit black men is pro-black. Because the only reason we're up here is because we're looking to benefit other black men.
Yep, bingo. Okay, yeah, I think I saw this clip, SKC. I got it right here. I'll go ahead and play it. I think I saw it. I don't remember what it was about though, so I'll play it. Give me a second, fellas.
Hey, I'm
I
looking
can
at
see.
the
Hold on,
super
real
chat
quick.
right now.
Real brother radio
okay.
says, I, I just think it's for black to progress. We have to join the Klan and start rooting for Putin. They hate us because we're black.
He think he's telling a joke, but the Democrats are the party of the Klan, and quietly, the Democrats are also leaning to communism and socialism, which Putin would be happy with.
And this is what that's what I don't understand. Like, let's say there's one Klansman in the Republican Party. Why are the Klan and the Klansmen in the Democratic Party just totally absolved? I don't get it.
All right.
Who's that? Kid Cudi? Who is that?
I was about to find out.
There's another rapper for Trump.
Yeah, he about to get up and spit some bars.
Yeah, it look like Kid Cudi.
Good morning. I'm Chris Padone. I'm going to give my account what happened. I was here, actually been here for quite a bit, and was here with members of the Trump campaign and came in a media capacity to obtain content information on election night, and unfortunately was stereotyped in that regard. And you can take for that what you may, and was not able to obtain any type of access by any means, and got a little bit, I guess you can say assertive or aggressive is the word, so to speak. And the question was asked at 1:30 in the morning, why are you here? And our response was, well, it's election night. That's why we're here. And you guys are obviously counting ballots. And it was unique because they said they had an hour and a half counting to do. And an official came out who was kind and asked us to sign documents. And a few moments later, we were asked to leave. Well, I find it ironic we were asked to leave within 10 to 12 minutes when they said they had an hour and a half of counting left to do. And clearly that was an attack, I think, on any type of conservative media or any individual or entity that wanted to have access and cover. And we find it very unique that other outlets are able to have full access, but we were not given any type of access whatsoever. And they question the validity of my background or any type of media, any type of experience whatsoever. So that was my personal account, and that's it.
All right. Hold on. Let me get Roly Poly Martin off the screen. We don't want to see him.
Rolando.
All right. What's your thoughts on that one?
Just more.
Yeah, I just don't understand
what we've been talking about all day.
Well, yeah. I'll go to Hood Conservative first on that one. What's your you got anything on that? Mic check 1 2. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more confirmation of what we've been talking about, and this is another reminder for you guys too. What's happening, even though they're using black people, against our own interest, I would argue, this is deeper than black and white. It's not like you're going to be a black guy and they just suddenly let you in on the secret. Like, no, we robbing you too. Stay outside and just don't tell nobody what you saw here. That's basically how they treated him when he go up there to watch the election. So. I mean, what's really up here? This is deeper than just, they helping the black community, bro. They don't give a fuck what color you are. They got an agenda that's deeper than this black shit. And it's just not gonna play out the way they think it is. Remember that video that Kamala dropped right before the election? It was that whole equity cartoon thing. Did anybody really study how deep that shit is, bro? What they really have planned? I saw that. Think about the imagery of what they have planned, right? You got a black dude and a white dude. The black dude is like on a lower plateau than the white guy is, but they both have to climb up this mountain. And so the white guy obviously gets up first because he's closer to whatever, handheld thing he had to climb up to some hand grip or whatever. So he gets up first. Now, in order for the black guy to reach the level that the white guy was at, they rose the ground. You mean you niggas gonna institute acts of God to make us all equal? Like, wow. They rose a continent, bro. Like, seriously, that's what the fuck they did. They took Africa and rose it up another 10,000 feet in the air so we could be breathing the same air as the white man.
And when you think about it, bro, in that cartoon,
No, in that cartoon, they should have just had Kamala right there, and for her to get up, they could have had her just sucked. Okay, well, never mind.
I was gonna say, bro, but notice in that cartoon, they didn't have another black man help that black man above the fence. You get what I'm saying? There's always some extra shit, like you said, acts of God. Like you just can't we just can't work together. We always need the white man or some exterior force to help us out.
Yeah, that's what perpetuates the victim mentality. That perpetuates the victim mentality. The thing that made me just say, I'm through with this shit. We got to run, and we got to culturally shake this shit. That's just all to it, you know. So there's that. Go ahead.
Bernard,
yeah.
I was gonna say that the cartoon also further like denotes like communism. They were advocating for socialism because the idea was we're not shooting for equality of opportunity. We want equality of outcome. That this black man, this white man must end up at the same spot no matter what. That's literally, they were just trying to do it on the slide. But that's literally what communism is. And that's what the part that I got in an argument about this my brother the other day, and I was like, if you're not paying attention to it, the Democratic Party, they're slowly but surely becoming more socialist and communist. There's a growing contingent of people who are out right now just saying, yeah, I want communism. There's a Bernie Sanders wing of the party, and that's what they want. But they're trying to pretend like, oh, we're just trying to help the people, and we just vying for equality. No, you want equality of outcome. You want socialism. That's what you want.
And then,
that don't end well for people. I hope they understand that.
Why do I want a system that's telling me flat out I can't do better than you? Like, my whole reason for getting up and leaving the house is so I can go do better than the next nigga.
Yeah. Right. All right. Real Brother Radio with another super chat. I appreciate it. He says, how can you be pro-black if you don't want to lie? If you don't want to lie about black Dems as communist and socialist, Obama the black genius, and Biden were in office to 8 years. Thanks, RB. I appreciate your super chat and all your support, man. You're one of my biggest supporters, man. Thanks. I appreciate it. All right. Oh shit. Where we at?
You're a bad man to me. I don't know how you tolerate that guy.
No, I don't. If I let him up, and let him go on a rant for like 1 minute, and then I boot him. When he started talking about the Russians and Putin and all of that stuff, and space aliens, and and he get on all of that.
Theories, right?
Yeah, right.
Every time he gets off, it's like different sections of the same speech that we keep listening to. He's just repeating it over and over again.
What do y'all think about? It was a super chat that got up there that I didn't get to read. It was from our Starworth. He said, "Yeah, I forgive Trump's racism. Why can't you just forgive Biden's racism? What's the difference?"
See, that's a circular argument because I mean it goes both ways.
I'm not judging Biden as a racist. Neither am I judging Trump as a racist. So it's a wash for me. I don't buy the argument that Trump is racist. And with all the racist shit that Biden has said in the past, I'm not really judging him based on that either. So I don't really get the comparison. Well, I'm judging him on his policies and what he wants.
My analysis of it is that, in my opinion, Trump, I don't think he's done many things that you could consider racist, except maybe, like you said earlier, Bernard, dog whistling to maybe a racist contingent. But outside of that, Trump, his biggest sin was maybe the Central Park 5, and a little bit Nick kind of already explained that one away. If you look at Biden, he's done things that have been openly and just straight out egregious, like you can't dispute it. That is racist, right? But I don't care about Trump or Biden being racist. I always argue, what have they done to or for the black community? And when you look at it, Trump has not hurt the black community like Biden has. Actually, he authored the crime bill and put some sneaky stuff in there to make it harder for niggas to get out of jail. It's easy to put them in there. It's harder for them to get out. That really affected the black community. That's on him. He did that. He wasn't in favor of integration. He has flip-flopped and played. Like, he's done some stuff where you can see it like, okay, this is really messed us up. Trump, he just said some foibles. He said some things like, man, I wouldn't have said that. That's bad, poor choice of words. But when you look at what he's done to the community, he really ain't done that to us. So that's why I don't really care when they say he's racist. I really don't care.
But I mean, but Joe Biden actually has ties to the Ku Klux Klan. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not even comparable.
Explain that. I've heard somebody say that. I never really saw the evidence.
Robert so his mentor was Robert Byrd. His mentor was Robert Byrd, and he did the eulogy for him when he died. And
wasn't that the same person? Wasn't that Hillary's mentor?
Yep.
It was.
Same guy.
And how do you get right? How do you get a pass for that?
Grand Wizard.
Right, and they're trying to say Trump's like daddy or granddaddy was some kind of Klansman, and that's even more rumor. I don't know how really true it is, but that was popping up about Trump. But like, how do you get a pass for this guy who was hobnobbing with Klansmen? You know, in his modern political career, like in his current political career, it's not like something that happened to his daddy or his granddaddy. This was you.
He looked up to Robert Byrd. And then I know there's like this clip where he was like quoting somebody about like he's all we had a nigger mayor. The way he said nigger, yeah. The way he said it had so much confidence and practice to it. Like he says it when he wakes up after he brushes teeth. You know what I mean? Like gotta get them niggers a day. Like this shit don't make no sense.
Well, you heard him. He grew up around black people, so that's why he got used to saying it.
Yeah, you right. But could you imagine, you know, just like a wild thing. Like, could you imagine if Ben Carson had said that Robert Byrd was his mentor? How black people would destroy him?
Well, no, the political equivalence is like how they try to treat Farrakhan, basically. Like, and I'm not like a big hater of Farrakhan, but you know, the man is highly controversial. So a lot of the topics he's made some really outrageous remarks about. You know, people are never going to forget that shit. So it's like anytime a black person tries to come into modern politics and support Farrakhan, they try to chase him out the circle. But, you know, when it gets to be on the white left, they forgive you. If you're like on the white left and you have old racist ties, you get forgiven. But any other group of people, nah.
Yeah, bro. Just the flip flop.
I got a question. How come nobody's all these people who are, you know, anti-Trump and like are kind of, I guess you could say, anti-black conservative? How come none of them are breaking up with the white liberals have been saying lately, like Chelsea Handler? He can't because he's a black man, and Biden, you ain't black if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Nobody's bringing that up. It's like every time we bring it up, they kind of ignore and gloss past it. Like,
as you've seen, Mr. Sean, that 80% of black people see themselves, you know, as pets to the liberal democratic agenda. I mean, it is what it is, bro.
More than that, what I think is happening is they agree with the sentiment in the sense that, yes, you niggas are supposed to be voting Democrat, and I'm supposed to be in charge of you because you obviously ain't getting it right. So you need, you know, real black person like myself to come along and school you niggas about how to be black the proper way, which means don't vote for Republicans.
Yeah, I had a family member.
Ice Cube, bro. They had a come to Jesus moment for Ice Cube. He had to go to around the round table, talk to the four queens, and he had to talk to Peter Rosenberg, who ain't even black, to like the Texas blackness. You're not gonna vote for Trump, right? But every time you ask the question, you're not. But
yeah,
seriously,
bro.
ask you, you're not gonna do this, right? Like, bro, come on, man. Like, oh,
he did like 8 interviews a day, like trying to, you know, what I mean, defend himself for that bullshit.
And then look, let me show you his November 5th tweet from Ice Cube, right? Let me get this straight. I get the president of the United States to agree to put over $500 billion of capital in the black community without an endorsement, and niggas are mad at me. Smiley face, smiley face, have a nice life. And that's pretty much where it is. Like, bro, they don't give a fuck. They say that they give a fuck about black people and all that shit, but they don't. This shit, we just a fucking hustle prop to them. We just props and they hustle, bro.
They want the permanent underclass.
You know, I'm really disappointed in this entire process. Charlamagne the God, because I watch him and I can tell by just how he speaks, especially when he's on the Brilliant Idiots podcast. He's a lot smarter than he's letting on. Like I know he sees this, and it's like, are they holding him hostage because I guess he went woke in recent years? He can't say what he actually wants because I know he don't believe all this, bro. I'll be looking at him like, bro, you cannot believe what you're saying, bro. I know you're smarter than this, bro. Like,
his co-host on the Brilliant Idiots, some white dude,
Andy Showitz.
Yeah, all I know is Tariq Nasheed was on there, and the Andy Showitz dude, he was cooking Tariq Nasheed, and he bodied him. He bodied him real good, and Charlamagne like right there next to him. So I know like, and the Andy Showitz dude, that's Charlamagne boy. Like they cool. So I know it's like he know what his white boy know. So it do make you think that he's just possibly putting on
I
a
think they
little
hold. I
extra
think they
money.
hold him hostage. bro. I think.
Listen,
What you think? Go ahead, David. Go ahead, David.
I just
Let
want to
me
say
hear
real
what
quick,
Hood Conservative got on that.
real quick. I want to knock y'all off the conversation, but SKC, you going to hell? We got to play that clip he just put in the chat. But no, I promise you will not regret it. Play that clip he just put in the chat.
Here it comes. Here it comes. But go ahead.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Damn, we are deleting super chats now. That's what we doing. What the hell did? Oh, that was what y'all. Oh, yeah. Okay, you deleted an RBR super chat that I actually read. Come on, y'all. Y'all don't. Man, y'all clowning. Y'all clowning. Don't be deleting people's super chats.
No, I was just gonna say, I think they got that thing to Charlamagne's head, bro. They hold Charlamagne hostage, bro. Like they say, you see this, we're taking all this from you.
After all of that, remember he came out and was backing P. Diddy and his black party. What's up with the black party, y'all?
I know he
stand on all of this shit.
Damn, King Von did.
Who did?
So
a rapper just got shot in Atlanta.
I heard about.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, rapper.
Yeah, King Von. He's a Chicago rapper.
I never heard of him.
Damn. In Atlanta. Damn. Crazy. What they counting votes at? Anyway, whatever. That's exactly what Trey MVD was saying. When it, like that's still crazy. Like, he predicted that shit.
Where they count votes at.
Hey man, listen. maybe he was defending the fucking election station, and some Trump supporters tried to come there and take over the place, and he wasn't having it.
Yeah,
who knows?
God, bro, that's how ridiculous niggas sound at this point.
All right, here we go. This would that goddamn coon want me to what do you want me to play? So let me see.
I don't know where you find this shit.
All right, here we go.
I told you to do Biden. Now we done lost a damn vote. We done lost a vote. That's gonna go to Trump. God damn. I'm worshiping these people like they're God. Ain't nobody worshiping them. But God damn it, Chris, we need somebody to come
I gotta.
Yep, that's about right.
Can I touch on this?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, mama going up on what she had to go up the line to get grandmama, got big mama on him too. Like what's the
hey, play the rest. Play the rest.
Matriarchy.
Niggas get held hostage, bro. Yep.
Why would you do that? You know what I said do when you go in there. You go. That's what I did. No, you didn't. You go in there. This shit funny. I told you. I said go Democrat Biden. Now there's a fucking vote that we done lost that can fucking go to Trump. This is why I don't do politics. I will never do this again.
This is brainwashing, bro.
Yeah, emasculation. Yep. Yeah, it's fucked up. Hey, there was a book I read.
This is exactly what Black Brown was saying, man. My bad.
Yeah. No, you good, bro. I was gonna say there's a book I read. I promote it all the time. It's called Wealth and Poverty. And in the book, he said the problem with black people in America is the same problem the Irish had, and that was because they were heavily involved in politics. But being heavily involved in politics does not change your socioeconomic position in America at all. If you look at the people who came here broke and are rich now, Jews, people of Israel, Italians, Polish, Asians, what they did was they came here and immediately got into entrepreneurship and build any time and pool their capital. They weren't voting, they weren't marching, they weren't doing any of this ridiculous shit that's a waste of fucking time. They were getting money. I know that's the best way to break it down. They were getting money. That's how you change your position. What is it?
Real quick, because I got to give people response. Got to get everybody response to that video. Why y'all talking about Lamont Davis? All he said is he got handed a booming economy from the Obama administration. Face facts, brother. That's something that I wouldn't put the face facts brothers on there, but I do agree that I always mention how the black unemployment rate was dropping pretty damn low, and it dropped pretty damn low before Trump stepped in and took credit for it. Those are some points that can be made. All right, like don't be deleting people or timing people out for stuff like that. Like it's not, or maybe it was something else that he timed him up for. Hold on, I gotta get down to the bottom of this because y'all be tripping. It be people here just joining the conversation, and you Trump supporters are ignorant and you don't check facts. You just go by what Trump says. It's a cult. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that ain't necessarily worth timing out. That it's false, but you ain't got to time him out. 3 times for that, 4 times for that. But he's on some BS. He charging us up, but still like that. Like y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta chill. All right, D-Rock Dan in the building. He says, "Here's what they think about you." You're talking about the black women. All right, let's get some responses to that damn video. What y'all got?
I basically most of my friends' mothers.
So I basically experienced that, but because my father was a pastor, right? So my parents are more spiritual. So they always raised us to be kind of like, my father always raised me to be a free thinking man, think for yourself. But I still got that resistance. It just wasn't at that level because my parents aren't ratchet, but I still got the resistance. Like bro, why? And I had to always explain my reasons. I always had to give an explanation. They never had to give me an explanation why they were doing what they were doing. I had to always kind of sort of parlay and explain, like, look, man, this is why this, and this is why that. But they don't have your interests at heart. Like, how do you know that? Have you researched it? Have you done, So yeah, it's frustrating, bro. Black men, especially thinking black men, this is something we don't have to go through in the next coming years, bro.
All right. And also,
man, I think that's why it was good that they were actually laughing at. If you notice in the background, that wasn't us laughing. That was the kids in the car. So it was at least the kid in the back and probably whoever was holding the camera from the passenger seat, and they were recording. So they need to laugh at this shit. Yes, your mother is funny as hell and she crazy as fuck because she want to vote for Biden and she mad that you ain't vote for. Yeah, we all gonna laugh at you, mama. And in 20 years, we gonna look back and remember that time she tried to make us vote Democrat? Remember, my mama crazy as shit. This is how it's gonna be in the future. Welcome, ladies.
All right. B Scan sent a Cash App earlier in the show. I didn't acknowledge it. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Also, damn it. Oh wait, no, I already got that.
Yeah.
What's up, Gabe? What the hell Gabe A talking about up in here? He said the more y'all time people out, the more that negatively affects Bernard's views. Yeah, I gotta chill. Oh, Gabe A, I thought you came in here on some effery, but you came in here in good spirits, man. I appreciate it. You're telling them right. Yeah, I gotta quit timing people out for disagreements. But some of the people that disagree will make a good point disagreeing, but will throw in at the end of it. That's why y'all some pussy ass niggas. Oh, don't just time me out because I disagree. But no, it was the calling them pussy ass niggas that got the time out.
You were cool. You were sellout.
Yeah.
Your mama black.
Yeah. So, but yeah, right on, Gabe. Right on, Gabe. Shout out to Ty City in the building. Be doing a good job at night. I think I shared it last night, if I'm mistaken. Doing a good job covering all the riots, protests, or just people in the street doing whatever the hell. I don't know what they're doing. They just be out at night walking around making noise. Shout out to Ty City. He be doing a good job covering that junk. Shit, where we at? Go ahead.
Hey, Bernard, side note, there was a dude, I guess was an anti-Trump protest, a white guy. He bit, I think it was a pigeon. He bit the head of a pigeon over, was like drinking his blood, bro. These people are loons, yo.
Full Ozzy Osbourne on it.
Yeah, bro. Like one side is the side of
bit
evil.
the head off and drinking his blood. They're Looney Tunes, bro. Yeah, it was like speaking in like Gilgamesh, bro. Like, it was crazy, bro.
Oh my goodness, damn. They
want to actually circle and all that, bro.
Nah, you got like the people on the West Coast. Remember, they haven't stopped all this like protesting, all that Portland, Seattle, that whole Northwest corridor. You can't go to sleep in your house at night, man. I'm surprised like this shit hasn't even gone that long. I don't know what I'd do if I just had hundreds of people outside my house every night making all this noise. Like something got to give eventually, bro.
Move.
Yeah. It's getting wild. One thing I wanted to throw out there when we was talking about Democrats, being racist or not being racist and whatnot. And I know the mindset I used to have. I didn't think that they were. I was like, hey, they really care about everyone, and that's why they doing all the, that's why it's in their rhetoric, it's in their talking points, and to some degree, it's it's in their policies in the sense that they're gonna give gay and trans all they little stuff, and so I felt like this is just the party that just cares about the little guy. That's how I really thought of it, and then the whole process of how they go from being the racist Dixiecrats to being the party that cares about the little guy. How devious do you think it was when they transitioned over to the civil right? You know what? Before I get into that, I got to look up and make sure I got my facts right, because I want to see how many people the vote count. Hood Conservative, you might know this. What was the actual vote count on how many of them voted for the Civil Rights Act? What percentage of Democrats voted, Republicans voted, and all of that? Was that mostly a Republican vote or what?
I'm not even totally sure. I think it was mostly Republican vote at the time, because remember, that's what the whole great switch, mythology is about. I think it was Republicans at first, and then people might have switched parties or however they say it. But I think it had to be the Republicans voting for it.
Yeah, because I was setting up a question and I realized at the end of it, I didn't exactly have all my I think I know what I think, because my thought process, it was Republicans that voted for it. Democrats didn't vote for it as much, which was weird because it was a Democratic president that put it forth. So it is weird when a seeming transition took place, and the racist Democrats literally just go from, oh, okay, we got them voting Democrat, so let's just come up with policies that look like we're helping them. I do want to look more into that one in the so-called supposed party change or switch.
Yeah,
and all of that. I'll probably do some content on that coming up when I
the party switch is it. My bad, Bernard. I mean,
go ahead, you got it.
I was gonna say, bro, the party switch is so that's the biggest lie that black people fail for, because for one, right, like they said, the Southern strategy was, we're gonna appeal to racists, right, and so the Republicans were gonna do that, but the Republican Party was always strong in the South, since 1928. I mean, not what I'm saying, like after Civil War and all that, the South had become okay with black people. It wasn't like that's what I don't understand. And then they were talking about after the the vote or whatever, only like 3 Democrats have switched. It wasn't like an entire flip, like 180, 100. It wasn't like that at all. So this is what
hold on, wait. Pre-Civil War, the South was Democrats, and then you say the South.
Yeah, in 1928, it was strong. The Republican Party was strong in the South after 1928 with what's his name, Hoover. Wasn't it Hoover? If I'm not mistaken.
I think it was Hoover. Yeah.
Yeah, Hoover. Yeah. So since 1928, the South has always been strong with Republicans. So that's not. But black people were still voting. I mean, black people were still voting Republican unanimously. So right. I don't understand what they were like. You get what I'm saying? People know black people voted Republican before 1960. So black people lived in the South. So the Republican Party was always strong in the South before the 1960s. I mean, I don't understand why people acting like it was a flip to appeal to racists.
Black Republicans also helped to embody a lot of that strength, is what you see if you read between the lines. If they were strong in the South and, black people were in the South and we were Republicans back then, we made up a lot of that black Republican Southern bloc. But I think what gets left out of that conversation with the party switch and people abandoning Democrats, a lot of the reason why a lot of people did sort of fall out of favor with the Democrat Party had nothing to do with race, in my opinion. Race was a facade. Once they started realizing that the Democrats were embracing wholesale communism and they were using the black vote to implement their communistic agenda, that's when a lot of people said, you know what, I'm done with the Democrats.
Yeah.
Yeah, history. So you could probably straighten us out on some of this stuff. Go ahead, Enemy Nation. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, Hood Conservatives, right? They Democrat Party embraced they embraced communism with the civil rights movement, and they threw the KKK and a bunch of these racist groups over to the Republican Party in 1964. But the parties never switched. They just switched their strategy. But the causes of the two parties remain the same. but the strategies and the philosophies they change over time. So yeah, hood service, right?
And
But
one more
if I understand it right, black people started voting Democrat.
in
I think around like 1930s.
No, they started voting in the 19. They started voting around 1900s, and they really got really active in 1910 when a lot of the black newspapers started promoting Woodrow Wilson. But these black newspapers were communist newspapers, and they would take over the pro-black nationalist newspapers. This is why uh, Marcus Garvey got indicted, because it was an effort to for the black communists to infiltrate Marcus Garvey's movement as well as the NAACP. So they took over those two movements. The NAACP eventually got rid of their communists, but the Southern Christian leadership they didn't do it during the King's times. So yeah, I mean it started around 1900, and the black vote has been stuck in the Democrat Party ever since then. So you know, I've tried to talk to other larger channels about that cause issue. If you don't have a cause, the Democrat Party's cause this year was to get rid of Donald Trump. But what was the Trump's cause? What was the Trump supporters' cause? They didn't have one really. And so this is what you see reflected.
Well, they did. I would argue they did. It just was overshadowed by the left. The right's cause was we got to protect America. We got to uphold the institutions. We got to. If you watch, I watched Ben Shapiro. He wrote a book called "How to Destroy America in Three Easy Steps." It was about and I think that's why some of the reason why they got more support than they thought, because there was a feeling that they're burning down the cities and they're destroying your businesses. So there was an appeal, but you just couldn't underbid. I hate Trump. The I hate Trump. They have been running the left wing media machine have been running that for 4 years. So for 4 years, people have been programmed to I hate Trump no matter what. I just hate Trump. So no matter what you were going to do, you weren't going to make up that ground in the year after the riots started and the Antifa and BLM were getting really active. By that time, I think it was a little too late. But there was kind of this is America. I love my country. They're trying to destroy the institutions. I don't like this. And a lot of people did say that, but I just think that after 4 years of just 95% negative media press for Trump, it's really hard to underbid. I hate Trump. That's all.
Right. I just want to touch on that party switch myth again. So if that was true, right? The Civil Rights Act was 1964. If there was a flip, I mean, excuse me, if the Republicans were the racists, then and that Southern strategy worked, how come the Republicans did not hold a majority congressional seat until 1994, 30 years after the Civil Rights Act? Shit just don't make sense.
Well, yeah, it's been debunked. I mean,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
as a matter of fact, the switch thing didn't even come out until the 90s during Bill Clinton's administration. And I don't think many people understand how Bill Clinton's administration, the way that they disseminate misinformation and throw different scandals on people, they're masters at that. And they've always been masters of that. That's how the Trump thing, when he got involved with the birtherism thing, and she was able to throw that on him and put that in his laps when it was actually her supporters that started it. That was masterful. And so, to the point of the thing, what I was talking about cause is, yeah, okay, so Sean, you knew the cause, the cause of the Republican Party, but the problem was, and I mentioned this on the debate when I made that video about the debate, the first one, more people watched that debate than any other debate, and I gave Trump like a D minus on that. And the reason why is not that what he was saying was false; it was the way that he was presenting the information, so it could, sink into people's skulls, And if you coming out there and you're interrupting and you're not letting Joe Biden dig himself into a hole. They underestimated his mental faculty in that debate. He came out, and everybody thought he was going to be stumbling and everything else, and he came out not as bad as they thought that he would. And Trump jumped all over him, and so he lost the message in that debate. That was where he was supposed to get his debate out, his message out. He was supposed to get the cause, what he's running for out. But instead, he took that as a he jumped on Joe Biden, and the message was lost. And
Well,
you look.
two things about that. Oh my bad. I was gonna say two
Go
things
ahead.
about that. I think Trump, the reason why he performed, not to be an apologist, but I think the reason why he performed so bad because he think he had COVID. I think he had just got it, and he may not have been at his best, but that's not to excuse the way he conducted himself. I think he made back some ground the second debate, and there was actually some people who were analyzing it and saying that the polls were starting to tip better in his favor after the second debate because he performed much better. But I will agree with you that first debate was his opportunity to really like take advantage and be like, okay, look at what they're doing and look at what I'm trying to do, and just let Biden talk and let him sink himself. He did that during the second debate, but you are right in asserting that he kind of messed himself up in that first one.
Yeah, and then Mike Pence kind of showed that the calm and cool collective was the way to do it.
Yeah. So, and then another thing is that I was looking at the maps last night, and there could have been some voter fraud, but in certain states, like the state of Texas, has been red since they got rid of Jimmy Carter. And that's the reason why Texas has been red ever since instead of a swing state. And I'm looking at the numbers Joe Biden raised in Texas, and Texas probably has their voting together more than any state in the nation. And he got 5+ million votes, and to only beat Joe Biden by 700,000 votes when you have 11 million people, actually 12 million people voting, that's crazy. And so the border started at Texas, which drove all the immigration and all that stuff. It drove it up towards um, Arizona. So that might be the reason why. In an election, they're going to do what they're going to do in the courts. So there's no change in that. But as of now, I just think that people need to know their cause, and this is what the Republican Party has been asking Black people for decades. It's like, what do you want? What is your cause? And Black people have not been able to say, look, this is our cause. This is what we want, like they have been able to do on the Democratic side.
Bro, I don't think Black people have a cause. I don't think we have an agenda. I don't think we have like an honest, sit down about what we want. Well, Ice Cube did, I guess, but he got called a coon. So.
I think some Black men do. I think some Black men do. I think some Black men do. I think there are some Black men that have an idea what they want.
Black
but
men
the
and
women
do not
and
agree.
the Strags and the Maggles, they don't have an agenda. But I think the conservative leaning, kind of independently thinking Black men, they have an idea what they want. They want prosperity.
Well, no. Don't sell the mags and the don't sell the Strags and the Maggles short. They do have an agenda and they know what they want. They want your shit.
That's true, bro. Because just like what's that principle, the 80-20 principle? If you look at it right now with Black people,
it's the Pareto effect.
That's it. Pareto principle. Yeah.
The square root of any group of people will be responsible for over 90% of that group's productivity.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
That's deep. Oh my God.
Oh, one other thing before I forget, guys. Jo Jorgensen, she ran for president this year as well. And if you look at the presidential elections over the past 60 years, every time that there's a Republican running and they lose questionable races, it happened in 2000. It's happening this year. Is that you'll see that the third party candidates, which is almost always a libertarian or a right leaning candidate, they'll run in that election and they'll actually suck up the votes from the Republican candidate. And so I think this is the reason why Trump's margins have slimmed so much in so many states where he's flipped, Georgia flipping, Arizona flipping. The reason why is because these third party candidates, the libertarians, and I call them, Republican light, they get into these elections, these major elections, and they just drain the votes from the Republican candidate. They don't drain Democrat candidates. They drain Republican candidates. You saw it with George Bush Sr. You saw it with Nixon in 1960. You saw it again in one of these other close races that Republican was running. But this is a problem for the Republican Party.
What I'm curious about, like, so if you're one of the black male supporters of the Democrats, the Biden party, right? What do you expect to get? Like, what do you think the Biden administration will do to actually benefit you as a black man, or just as black people in general? Like, do you even think there's a plan to help the community? Like, what do you guys think you're getting for your vote over there?
More of the same.
I'll tell you what niggas told me, David. Is
More
that
of the
cool?
same.
You know what niggas told me when I asked them that question? They said the energy plan, and these niggas don't drive Teslas. They said they looking for the little guy, and you know they're not. I don't understand what that even fucking means. They fighting for the little guy, nigga. You are the little guy. What are you talking about? And then they say gun control, and all these motherfuckers own guns. Like it's
control.
Yeah, they
For
said
black
gun.
people?
Yes, yeah, they said gun
black
control.
people are in favor of gun
Women,
control.
women
That's
or
crazy.
men? Because I would understand chicks talking about gun control.
What you say that again?
No, I said, is it coming from women or men mostly? Because I could understand women.
No, this was a
talking
man.
about gun control.
I hate this was a man. I hate to say it. Yeah.
Wow.
This was a relative. You know, we get debates like this all the time, and I'm just like, dude, nigga said the energy plan. I'm like, nigga, you drive a fucking Ford. What are you talking about? You talking about
And
energy
then-
cars and all this bullshit?
Like people kill me with this. You realize a lot of the places with the highest crime, like the highest murder rates for black people in particular, are places with strict gun control laws.
And this nigga lives in a Republican state. That's what's so crazy to me. Like he always vote Democrat, and he doesn't have to experience any Democratic policies.
All right. I don't know. Something about everybody being armed tends to make people just a little more polite to one another.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yo, ask them up there in Alaska, bro. Them soccer moms be having a hammer, bro. But they don't play that up there.
Right.
Hey, they some freaks. My bad. We talking about politics. My bad. I want to get on that.
But no, that's the thing. Like the people, as much as people get on me about policy and shit, it's like, well, what are you expecting to get from these people? You really think the Green New Deal and Kamala Harris's, act of God commercial are going to benefit you somehow? Like, I'm not seeing the shit,
bro.
Yeah, well, I mean that's a talking point, though. You know what I mean? That's a talking point, and I think a lot of people that could have been converted got turned off by the talking points. And as black Republicans, black conservatives, or just any conservatives, even white ones, they need to change the way that they disseminate their messaging to the masses, because it's turning a lot of people off. I mean, I'm a Trump supporter. You know that, hood conservative. I've made about 100 videos defending Trump. But at the same time, man, I found myself listening to certain talking points that Blaze TV, Fox News, Laura Ingraham and Tucker Carlson and all of them, they piss me off with a lot of things that they say and the way that they say it, and these snarky laughing and just dismissive of other people's perspective, regardless if they're right, regardless if they have a point. And so these talking points that the right has made, they not working. They don't work on people that have their mind made up. That's not how you disarm them.
No,
So
you need some new blood on the right. You need young new blood.
I think the
That's
best
true.
example of the new blood would be like a Ben Shapiro. He's somebody that's measured and reasoned. The problem is he's so high frequency with how he
A lot of
his
people don't
rhetoric.
like Ben Shapiro though.
Yeah, I was about to say
I don't know why.
he
Very
ain't measured in reason.
down the
I
middle.
mean, he's smart. He's smart and he's real quick with it, but measured in reason ain't the right word. I wouldn't go.
He
there with
is. No, I watch Ben. Trust me, dude. I watch Ben every day. He's very measured and reasoned. You just got to sit down and listen to him. He's not extreme or radical at all.
No,
he's just controversial. I don't think he's going to attract people the way you're saying.
I don't know why he's controversial, because he just tells the truth. And he hurts people's feelings. That's why he has the fact don't care about your feelings. I've seen him.
Honestly, I think we need more of that. That's my humble opinion about why the right is gone so bad. Because look, from the right, from this perspective, it's like, look, they already don't like you. Black people are already going to call you a racist. So you don't have much to lose. Can you just be honest? Listen, the problems in the inner city exist because you guys don't have family structure. You let the Democrats fuck up your family structure. The first white person to come out and be that honest and just take whatever flack for saying the shit. But
They already did that, bro. He already did that. That's why he's controversial. When he had that argument with them Black Lives Matter chicks, and he was like, "Yeah, it's all about culture. It has nothing to do with racism." They went off on him.
He cooked them.
No, the point that I'm making is that
Hold on, real quick. Hold your thought on that one, Enemy Nation. Chief Rocket, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Now check out Karen Hunter and Dr. Carr. I don't even know who they are. Tell you the truth, keep it real." It said, "When you have some time, she's on YouTube." Thank you for the super chat. And Indigenous TV in the building. He says, "Niggas wanted weed and $15 minimum wage." Yep, pretty much.
Karen Hunter is a political strag. You're not gonna. I don't know. I'm not gonna speak for you, but I doubt you'd like her.
All right, go ahead.
Now, what I was saying is that these talking points are dry, man. They're from a lot of times racist white people, even though it's right. And when you repeat that, and you've heard it from a Laura Ingraham, you've heard it from a Tucker, or one of these knuckleheads on Blaze. The only person that I give any type of credibility on Blaze TV is Ruben and the other guy with the white hair. I forget his name, slips my mind right now. But when you're trying to convert, is what I'm saying. You're trying to change. Not Newt Gingrich, the white guy with the glasses with the white beard. He used to be on Fox.
Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck is a true journalist, but he can get into that Alex Jones type conspiracy theory type thing, and it's just a turnoff because it's too much information, too fast. You know what I mean? For the average person to sit through and watch all these, and it just sounds like a conspiracy theorist. So, and then it's communist 24/7, and it turns a lot of people off.
Nation. Quite frankly, though, they just don't have to get over it because
they have to. Some truths can't be ignored.
Bro, this election has showed you that they're not going to get over it.
They're going to have to. No matter how many, bro. No matter how many, he's dead now. What was his name? Do the king faces they put in front of you. Candace Owens, Brandon Taylor. No matter what you do, no matter how you dumb it down, no matter how you say it, disseminate it, they're going to just say you're racist. Just to keep doing what you're doing, because they look.
I'm talking about talking points. I'm talking about talking points.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But the support for the Republican Party has increased, at least when it comes to black males and some other minority groups. Trump got almost 20% of the black male vote. So obviously there's a contingent of black people and other minorities who are vibing with what you're saying. So I guess you could say you got to get some new blood in there. That's a fair point. But to say that they got to dumb down their talking points. For the most part, they're not saying nothing wrong. They're telling the truth. Black people are uncomfortable with the truth. Unfortunately, I know they just don't like hearing it from. But look, bro, there have been black people who have said the same thing they're saying. They say the same thing. You're a coon. So no matter who it's coming from, they don't want to hear the truth, bro. The truth. They killed Jesus, bro.
Talking points don't change people's minds. It's just preaching to the choir.
He's saying
Look at it like this, Enemy Nation. Why do you think when Kanye and 50 and what was the little other one, Lil Pump? Trump called them Lil Pimp. That was funny as shit. But when these rappers actually start to come out and say I endorse Trump, they didn't come up with entirely new talking points that were unheard of as to the Republican Party and ever. Like, no, they said shit that people always say about the Republican Party. Oh, this tax plan is going to help me and my family out. Like, that's not really breaking the talking points. So I don't think we need to shift the talking points as much as you may think. What I think needs to happen is we need to repackage the talking points. You can't have Mitt Romney or even a black version of Mitt Romney, whatever that may be. You can't really have him push it across the line because it's not selling like that anymore. But you can get 50 to push the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can get 50 Cent. Right. Yeah, you need guys that are pushing the image and the swag and all that. You got to get these guys to actually push the message in their own right, and they're not going to do it in the same way your stiff, squared, your squared suit and tie kind of Republican is going to do it. But the message at its core won't be far apart from the actual value system of the Republican Party. And I think that's why a guy like Ice Cube, that's really why he was getting all the flack, not because of what he did, but because of who he is and what it symbolizes. And that's the issue with the whole. Why do you think people use black politics? I mean, why do you think we use black celebrities to influence black politics in the first place? Because it works.
Right.
Right on.
And so
right on.
I hear what he's saying. I'm gonna say this one last thing. I hear what Enemy Nation's saying, but like in a way, it's like you gotta make black folks feel comfortable. You gotta pad it. We got too much of that going on. That's why we're in the position we are. Black people can't be told the truth. You always gotta kind of pad it and kind of contrive it to make them feel comfortable. And that's why we're not getting anything. You always gotta like make them feel, we don't really mean this, but yes, you gotta do better. You gotta
it's about respect, bro. It's not about making somebody feel better. It's about respect. It's just like when you talking about Lil Pump. Trump, when he introduced Lil Pump at his rally, he called him Little Pimp. He didn't, then he corrected him and said, "Oh, Lil Pump."
It was a mistake, but it sounded cool, bro. The president just called me a little pimp, my nigga.
Bro,
come on, you know how
regardless if we are conservative,
bro. Enemy Nation, that's not offensive. Black people always talking about how savage we are and how we don't give a f, but somehow we're always so sensitive to everything. How does everything hurt our feelings? Every little thing hurts our feelings. We gotta get over that, bro.
See, I just said respect, bro. You know what I mean? You keep changing it. There's a difference between feelings and respect. If I can Google it real quick for you. There's a difference. And a lot of times when you dismissive of a person's feelings, you hear these people with these snarky ass laugh, I told a lot of people that this Trump rallying and all this shit that they were going against Antifa and the Proud Boys and all that. Oh, we're gonna stand up for Trump. That was a bad move on their part. You know what I'm saying?
Possibly.
You should have just
possibly, but I would.
If you ever read the Art of War, you never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. Antifa and Black Lives Matter, they were making a mistake with these protests, and it showed and reflected in the polls. Then you saw these fool ass Proud Boys and all these other groups say, "Well, we're going to do our own protest too," and it changed the tide. Because they were already been painted as racist. These people were painted as anarchists. And then when Proud Boys came in, Proud Boys got painted as racist, white supremacists. And then all you need is the news media just to have something to validate that inherent bias. And they flooded the airwaves with it. And this is the result you see. So what I'm saying is not that it's wrong. I'm saying, look, we got to be smart. We have to have a plan. We have to have a cause. We have to have something, strategy. All these things, you have to be able to send this message to people in a coherent manner, which they'll be receptive to it. But you can't be dismissive of their feelings, talking about, fuck your feelings. When it's respect.
Are you talking about?
Abstract feelings? Bro, that's just cold word for making them feel comfortable, bro. Look, you talk about the right and how they can be dismissed and disrespectful. What about the left? What about Chelsea Handler? What about Joe Biden? All they do is disrespect you, and they still writing for them. So I don't mix you with that respect argument.
Yeah.
The left disrespect black people every single day. Black people good with it, bro. Because they believe that they're supposed to be on their side. It's not about respect.
The proof is in the pudding.
It's about
there's no way that Joe Biden had all these people do all this fraud, but they did it on their own. These people were throwing Trump ballots in the trash on their own. He didn't have to tell them to do it. They did it on their own. So that means that these people are working on their own, with their own mind. They're working on their own to disrupt the election. So that's got to tell you something.
It doesn't mean they love Biden, though. It doesn't mean they love Biden. It means they hate Trump.
Y'all missing my message.
The machine has programmed these people to think this way, bro. Like this stuff. Look, you could give these facts to these we've shown today. several times. We put facts in front of people's faces, evidence, clear evidence. They still reject it, bro. There's nothing we can do for these people at this point. I'm not dumbing down my message because I gotta make them feel comfortable. No, if they don't want to go to the program in later form, that's how I feel. That's just how I feel on that one.
Do you care about business, Sean Styles?
What do you mean?
I do, but and how? What's the meaning of the question? I guess.
Well, I'm just asking you. You know, you got to answer it first.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, so you care about business, but there are a lot of homeless people. There are a lot of people that go to work every day. They don't give a fuck about business. So to come to a person that don't give a fuck about business, in a business sense, you're just going to be barking up a wall, right? You're going to be talking to a wall. And so my point with that is not everybody cares about hypocrisy. Not everybody cares about facts. And so if you're steady doing the same thing, saying, well, this is the facts, this is the facts, this is the fact, and they've already said, well, I'm going to tune you out of your facts, then you got to see what matters to them. You see what I'm saying? To get through to them, because that's the whole point, is to get through to them, not say, well, I won the fact battle.
Yeah, I don't.
This election has proven that shit does not work.
Angry Man been broadcasting for months, bro, and they still be like in the chat room talking about Biden. Angry Man is as hood as they get. You can't get no more street than Angry Man. He's literally called the street conservative, bro, and he gets pushed back. For some people, bro, there's nothing you can do. There's nowhere, no matter how you package it, no matter how much hood stuff you wear, how much urban wear, fitted caps, Tim boots, nothing is going to change their mind, bro. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel about that one. I hear what you're saying. You're not wrong, but this, for some people, this election has proved no matter, bro. Trump could have stopped world hunger and ushered in world peace. They still want to vote for him. And for some people, that's how they are, bro. There's nothing you can do to change them. Jesus could come down right now and say, "I am the Lord thy God." They still won't bow down and bow down their knee and praise him. Some people are just like that, bro.
Do you like Fox News, if you like Blaze TV, if you like Ben Shapiro, where they almost never have a balanced show. They always have like 7, 8 white people, no black people, but yet they want the black vote. Yet they want it every once in a while. They talk.
Black people not showing up, bro.
Listen to these motherfuckers, man.
Because they don't watch them. They don't watch them.
Yeah, black people aren't going to the panel.
They hate Candace Owens. She just joined there. I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying, bro, but you got to.
She's at Prager University, isn't she?
Well, she with Daily Wire now.
No, she's working.
Yeah, she just left now, but
Daily Wire. Daily Wire.
I mean, they never had Bernard Raleigh on their fucking show. They ain't never had no. They haven't had good service.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Bernard Raleigh ain't had 200 million views yet.
Right? Yeah, I ain't on that level. I appreciate the nod, but I ain't on that level yet, bro.
And that's kind of the thing. Like, I think we getting lost here is that, and you acknowledge it yourself, Enemy Nation. You're dealing with a certain block of people that are resistant to facts and logic, no matter how you present them. And so the problem isn't really your facts or logic. It's not your understanding of facts. The issue is, how do you essentially manipulate a group of people? Because if you can't convince them with facts and logic, your only other options are force or manipulation. And so now we have to engage in some friendly manipulation of the populace, which I'm all for that. But this is why I say the only counter to that shit is celebrity placement, celebrity endorsement, a lot of social reinforcement, which means ridicule, which means, conservatives, especially conservative men. And this is why I think you're very, very, very wrong with the whole be respectful of people's feelings concept. No, people respecting your feelings is going to be used against you. So now you have to be trapped in a situation with like a bunch of trans people or something like that. Like, that's how far they're going to make you go to respect other people's feelings. And at what point do you just get to say, no, fuck you and your feelings. This is what I want. And if you don't want what I want, I'm leaving.
And like, I don't want, if I got to manipulate
that response that way,
bro. If I got to manipulate you to be on my side, I don't want you on my side, bro. Because I got to keep like running game on you. What is this, like POA? Like I gotta run a game on your mind, make you accept facts, bro. Is it that bad for you to accept facts?
Yeah, bro.
Bro, I probably know more history than everybody on this panel.
Dynamics now.
And the thing is that what I'm trying to say, and like I'm trying to tell you guys, I'm trying to not even tell you, I'm just trying to say, look, there are certain circles, on the right, that they say shit, and if you're not stupid, they say shit that might not be unintentionally disrespectful, but they say shit that's disrespectful, and you can see it, you can pick up on it. You black, you know when a motherfucker's being disrespectful, but they say, but it's facts. You know what I'm saying? But they being disrespectful.
I mean, bro, that's
I'm not saying. I'm this ain't
Enemy Nation. Hold on, real quick. Enemy Nation, give me an example of something that they say that's just disrespectful. Give me an example.
Example the other day. The other day, right? Even Laura Ingram, you know what I mean? When she told LeBron James to shut up and dribble, you know what I'm saying? That's disrespectful.
Okay.
Even though I don't agree with LeBron James, and I agree with that sentiment. Like, bro, you're not sharp. You're not studied enough to be weighing into heavy politics. You know what I'm saying? So I agree. Shut up and dribble. You know what I'm saying? But coming from Laura Ingram, it's a totally different. It's a totally different
The white
meaning.
lady said it.
Wait, Enemy Nation,
It's
hold
a
on one
totally
second, brother. I
different
gotta
meaning,
interject.
bro.
I gotta interject, brother, because she said that same. She said that same thing to white celebrities in Hollywood and baseball players too, bro. So it ain't like a race
He
thing,
asked me
bro.
for an example, and it was the quickest example that I could come off of the top of my head.
But that's not a good
there is
one, is what I'm saying. Because she said it to white people too.
okay. Well, I mean, it's
That's
your
all I'm
opinion. I
saying.
mean, the other day I was watching Blaze TV, but then I would have said that, but then Sean said, "Well, no, black people don't watch Blaze TV." So I'm like, okay, well, I'll use the Lauren Ingram because everybody know who the fuck that is. Steven Crowder. He says a bunch of shit that's disrespectful. You know what I mean? And even though it's fact, even though it's fact, he says a lot of stuff that's disrespectful.
See, this right here is what's triggering me, bro. Why can't we just accept that there are a lot of negative facts that make us uncomfortable about our own fucking community? Because until we can look ourselves in the eye and say, you know what? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you will always be butthurt because some other
So
group
when
of
a
people.
female tells black men about some shit that's factually true, right? I've seen guys on this channel get fucking triggered on some factual shit that black women have said. You know what I'm saying? But then, but you gotta have respect, man. Before people be
Enemy Nation.
Wait, Enemy Nation. A lot of black men, like I'm sitting, will say, I'll never say there aren't black men who ain't hitting on nothing, but that ain't me. So we all don't get triggered, but you say they ain't take care of the kids. That ain't me. That's them niggas.
And I very rarely. I don't know exactly who you referring to. I know I don't get triggered by nothing. Anybody say anything about black men, I will break down to what degree is true and what degree of it was bullshit. And a lot of things they do say, it do be bullshit. So I don't know what you're talking about. You said somebody said something about
I'm not
true
talking about
everybody got
individuals on this panel. I'm not talking about anybody on this panel. You know what I mean? I'm just saying in general, man. Like I watch these shows. I mean, you're acting like you don't know when a person is telling you something that's truthful, but they being disrespectful. There's a difference between telling a person facts, you know what I'm saying, and then adding insult to injury.
I agree with you about it. I'd say we don't have to care. The problem is we care too much. And because we care too much, we behave like women. We collectively behave like women who care more about what a person said to hurt my feelings than what they're doing to build my world up.
Yeah, bro. Like in the military, they'll tell you if you fat as fuck, you fat as fuck. I mean, there's no way getting around it. I mean, that's how.
I can call you fat ass and you can cry about it, but you need to lose the weight.
Like I watch Tommy a lot, right? Tommy Sotomayor tell that story that his grandma told him, where you got the black man sticking his head out in the train, and the white man says, "Hey, you ugly, filthy black nigga, move your head before you get your head taken off." And instead of listening to what he's saying and messing him up later, he gets in an argument with the white man and his head is chopped off. That's black people right now. We're so focused on how things make us feel instead of hearing the good stuff. Look, this is the fact. Yeah, F you, crack. I don't like when you said that, but I can still take that fact and roll with it and ignore you and get over it. Back in the day, bro, where have we gone as a nation? People used to say stuff to people all the time. We got over it. F you, cracker, F you, nigga. And we moved on with our day, bro. Like I don't need to be held down by feelings, bro. Like
And you know what's ironic about that whole like image is the men of those eras who had to really deal with like bloody, brutal racism and all that. For some reason, they seem to actually like those are the men you look to as models of masculinity. You're not looking to like modern guys anymore for that shit. Modern guys are wearing tight suits and shiny fucking what was that shit? Puff Daddy had niggas in shiny suits. Like modern masculinity is turning away from what it used to be, and the men that started like the civil rights movement and all that stuff, those weren't men who came out of like the single mom household. Those weren't men who were raised to be soft and empathetic no matter what. Those were men who were raised to succeed and achieve or die.
Bro, I'm not in disagreement with what most of you guys are saying. I think you guys are missing my point. I've made videos on this shit. So I'm not disagreeing with you guys. You guys are disagreeing with me and y'all hearing me, but y'all are not listening to me. I'm not saying don't say, I'm not saying don't say facts. I'm not saying be nice when you say your facts. You know, I look at a motherfucker like Larry Elder, right? I don't listen to him because even though he says shit, that's factual, you know what I mean? And these are facts that I know. So you're not convincing me. But if I gotta listen to the talking points that are dismiss and you're giving them in a dismissive way, I can't relate to that.
Wait a minute.
You know what I'm saying?
Bro. Larry Elder is not controversial at all in the way he speaks, bro. How is he dismissed?
I think I know.
That's your opinion, man.
I think I know what it is. Hold on, wait, real quick. I think I know what it is. With somebody like Larry Elder, I think your problem is that he's talking. It could be this was my problem with him at one point, but I got over it. Is that he's black? He's saying things that I do believe are true. He's making sense. I think it's just the mere fact that he's doing it. He's like he's doing it for a white audience, and it just don't feel. It's something don't. I'm using that word feel. Something just don't feel right about it. I don't think he ain't doing nothing wrong. Just something don't feel right about it when you got a black conservative man with damn near a 100% white audience. It's almost like he's just being just the damage control, pat them on the head and say it's okay. You don't to continue thinking how you think. I just feel like sometimes people like that, they lose the oomph of a real conversation. I think
yeah, but that's all I'm saying, man. You got the white people, man.
Bro, that is the purpose. That is the purpose of ostracizing the conservative voice, so that when he does get a platform to speak, you will look up and see him only talking to white people. That is the whole reason why they ostracize the conservative voice. The image of him alone or him out talking to white people, because those are the only people who are socially allowed to listen to the man, that has a powerful image. It reflects back to the black community, and it just doubles down on the idea of, oh, well, he's not down with the family, so we need to not listen to him.
Yeah, and that's why one thing I said about this fear, because I've always been, like I said, I had my cognitive dissonance, but deep down, I've always been more conservative. It wasn't until the Black Manosphere when I really started hearing Obsidian and a few others. Angry Man been killing it with the killing it lately with that. I'm sure he was doing it. Then O'Shea was doing it a lot. That was when I first started really hearing black men talking to other black men with an all black audience of mostly black men talking about conservative politics. That was my first time really seeing that, and it made a huge difference in my perception of it, to where my inner thoughts were like, okay, I ain't just tripping. But whenever I would just hear Larry Elder or somebody doing it, I don't know, something just didn't feel right about it. It didn't feel right until I started hearing it in the Black Manosphere. But again, there's that word "feel" that we probably need to get out of our vocabulary. Chief Rocka in the building with a super chat. He says, "Don't forget the Simone Sanders. Don't forget what Simone Sanders said about Uncle Luke." Thank you for the super chat.
Bernard, real quick. Bernard, here's my point. So Enemy Nation has a point where it says sometimes repackaging a message can have an impact. You have the ability to reach other people you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. But let's look at the known conservatives, black conservatives in this area. Obsidian, Angry Man, you, Tommy Sotomayor, we can count in Brandon Tatum, Larry Elder. Coleman, these are all guys who are conservative. What's the common denominator in all of them? They're all considered what? Coons. Or they're like reviled by most of the black community. It doesn't matter how you package it. For most people in the community, they're rejecting it. And these are different people, different personalities from different backgrounds who speak in different ways, and they all get, for the most part, the same revulsion. Am I wrong in my assertion? Am I wrong in saying that?
No, you're completely right, bro. I had to come back up here for that. The reason being is the same argument I had for SYSBM back in the day. Is there's one tenet within SYSBM that rubs everybody the wrong way, is when we say don't deal with the strag. And when we say it, we're like, look, we ain't talking about just ABWs. We're talking about all women that are strags. But we know, well, this election, it was 91%. And that, we speak the hard truth. And black conservatives speak that same hard truth. That, you know what, you don't want to hit the stuff you don't want but brought up at the cookout.
Hey, bro, I can't hear you. You on auto-tune?
I hear him.
Hey, what about now?
Trey.
Trey, hold on. Trey is speaking for whatever reason. Whoever, I think Enemy Nation can't hear Trey.
Okay, but the stuff we're saying is the stuff that doesn't want to be heard at the cookout. When you calling out the facts of, like, when the whole argument about all these Pookies getting shot by the police, when you start, what happened, what black conservatives will do will be like, look, their own actions earn them the lead. Man, you get the hardest pushback from that. You'll get but this, but that. And that's the thing that irks people about the Larry Elders, the Candace Owens, the conservative twins, the Officer Tatums, myself, is that we like, nah, he was on some fuck shit. He earned that lead. Man, I don't know. I don't understand it.
Trey, the other day I was watching one of Brandon Tatum's streams. He was talking about like the election fraud and being, and one lady was like, how dare you vote for Trump? Your mother should have aborted you. Are you serious, bro? This is a cop, bro. This is a former police officer, a man doing an upstanding citizen in the black community. And they said their reaction to him voting for Trump was, your mother should have aborted you. Come on, bro. I know I'm not wrong with this one.
I just missed everything Trey said. Can you repeat? I'm sorry, I have to relook at the show.
Hey, can you hear me now, Enemy Nation?
Yeah, man, sound like you was on auto-tune.
All right, what I'm saying, man, is that with us black conservatives, man, like, the Tatums, the conservative twins, the Elders, the Owens, is that we say stuff that shouldn't be said at the cookout. Like when a brother gets shot by the police and he was on some fuck shit, we're like, look, he earned that lead. He shouldn't have been doing it. And then it's, but the cops this, but the cops, nah, he was on some fuck shit. But what about if it was
you guys? I'm talking about, you have Trey, you have the Hood Conservative, you have Bernard, you have Hood Conservative, right? You have these channels, and they say we from the hood, right? You have Seymour Views, right? They're talking in a manner, their points are making sense, but they're not coming off as a-holes, you know what I mean? They're not coming off as disrespectful. So I can listen to them. I can listen to their points. I subscribe to their channels. But when you got someone that's saying the exact same thing, but they're coming off as dismissive, like, hey, look, here's the facts, here's the data, fuck your feelings.
No, that's
go with it.
That's
then
fine.
I can't subscribe to that because I can get that same information from someone else.
You have a problem because it's coming from a white woman or a white man. That's the only difference. Tommy Sotomayor is
I was about to say, yeah.
Tommy, Obsidian is rude, bro. He ain't like just polite. Obsidian goes at you, bro. Brandon Tatum at times goes at you. The Hood, because the twins, they go at you. Candace Owens goes at people, bro.
Hold on, wait. Speaking of, this will make the point even more if you're talking about Obsidian calls them park apes. Like he goes way far.
Hey, do not go far.
Yeah, you'll never hear no Larry Elder or no Laura Ingraham calling them little park apelets out there. Like that ain't no. So
Tommy calls them niggly bears. Tommy calls them niggly bears.
I was just gonna say Tommy is probably the biggest. I think Tommy's probably one of the biggest like black male like manosphere type. I know he's not a part of it at all, but he's like in the same vein as far as like content and his political beliefs. He's probably the biggest man out of YouTube talking this kind of stuff, and he's breaking boundaries. Like he's showing other people the way right now.
Yeah.
He goes way harder than Larry Elder. I mean, have you heard of him calling people?
And bro, there's a lot of disrespect on the left, bro. I mean, you can see how how the left treats black people who don't agree with them, bro. So like, I see what you're saying, like, but at the same time, bro, I don't think that's true because if that was the case, the black people there wouldn't have been so many black people that flipped to Trump in this election.
Well, okay, well, in the name, well, it's kind of tough. It does come off like when Republicans are talking about it, talking about black people, and even if they're making some of the same points that we might make, it come off in a way like they against us. You know, and maybe that.
Give me an example.
Oh shit!
It's because they're white, Bernard.
I'm,
is that what it is? Okay, well, I mean, yeah, okay, I feel you because they white, but
that could
that's not
yeah. I mean, I don't know. It just, and here comes that word fuel again. That's how I know I've moved on past that that word in my personal life, but just analyzing it, it does feel like it does feel what they're actually doing. They're on their I don't know. It feels like a damn near like a us against them thing. Like the only time it seems like they're really talking about black people, they got to respond to some shit, you know, or here's an example that he picked. I've seen this. I've seen this happen. I've seen them bring on somebody. What?
But who's more incendiary? I'm saying. Oh, I want to get this out real quick. Who's more incendiary in their speech? Same message. Ben Shapiro and Laura Ingraham, or Obsidian, Tommy Sotomayor, or Angry Man. Who's more incendiary?
It depends. If the message is the same, it's like, oh well, if you don't get in your feels about it, it don't matter who's saying it.
Yeah, you just made the point that I just made. Yeah, that they Sean Styles that the black people that when they talking to black people about it, they way more incendiary. Yeah, all day. Obsidian says Park Apes. But what I'm saying is it does feel they put it in a way to where it's like this is the best example. This is the best example I can give. Let me lay this out. Okay. You've seen them. Did you just who just said how?
I said how. How? I watched them.
Maybe you got holy shit. Maybe you got a delay. Maybe you have a delay because I literally just said this is the best example I can give. So it was an example coming. All right, here's the example. When you see Fox News bring on a black person talking about black issues, they normally greet him with a certain degree of combativeness and hostility. When you see Fox News bring on somebody who is sort of alt-rightish, they normally greet him with more I don't want to say roll out the red carpet and softball questions, but it's nowhere near as contentious as when they talking to that black person who's talking about black issues. However, when MSNBC talks to that black person about black issues, you roll out the red carpet softball questions. They bring on somebody a little alt-rightish. It's World War III. So clearly,
hold on, Bernard. I got a challenge on that one, Bernard.
Okay, let me just finish. So clearly, MSNBC is doing a better job at not looking racist than what Fox News is doing.
Bernard. Oh no, bro. I encourage Bernard. Pull up the interview of Vernon Jones on MSNBC. Pull up that interview. That is the most racist thing I've ever seen on any network, from a black person to a black person. Candace Owens, Larry Elder, Vernon Jones, Leo Terrell, they get the red carpet treatment on Fox News, bro.
Yeah, and then also, bro.
Wait, okay, all right, hold on, wait, time out. Now, here's the asterisk there. Okay. Everybody you just said, Candace Owens, Larry Elder, those are people who have clearly put on the same jersey as the people on Fox News. They're firmly 100% on the right.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, I got one, bro. Hey, Bernard, I got you one.
Wait a minute. Only thing I'm saying is that, okay, if it's not a card-carrying Republican who's black, they're typically met when they go on Fox News, a black person talking about black issues who's not a card-carrying Republican who's saying everything that they agree with, they're typically greeted with some degree of hostility when they get a red carpet rolled out on MSNBC. But the MSNBC, they give that, they save that hostility and contention and even World War III, a rhetorical World War III, for when they got somebody a slightly alt-rightish on their show. But Fox News is very generous when they got somebody slightly alt-rightish on their show, which means when it comes to the whole game of not, hold on, shit. When it comes to the whole game of not looking racist, yeah, Fox News is losing badly.
Bro, Fox News is garbage, man. Fox News, minus Tucker, freaking Hannity, and Laura, and maybe Greg in the morning. Bro, they're freaking mainstream media. Fox News was worse than CNN and MSNBC for this election. They're owned by snowflakes. Fox News treats all conservatives, in the evening hours perfect, man. You got to watch MSNBC and the way Vernon Jones, Leo Terrell, all these other conservative black people have been treated, bro. It's borderline the way Joy Reid. You look at the comments made by Joy Reid calling Clarence Thomas Uncle Thomas. Bro, MSNBC is became the most racist network on the planet. And here's the thing, bro. Conservative black men are just that. Conservative black women are just that. There is no racism over there. This racism is this myth that black people have been fed for 60 years. It just doesn't exist.
I understand that, and I've got converted over to where you're at with that.
Hold on, Sean. Let me get this, Sean.
The only thing is, and all I'm talking about, and I think this speaks to what Enemy Nation was talking about, is the outside looking in media perception of it. It just is that it's a perception issue that I don't need them to fix it for me because I'm good. But there's people are going to look at that. If somebody who's black, who's one of the spokesmen that cares about black issues, let's just say the Cornel West of the world. But see, here's the thing. It's really Democrat versus Republican. It's really liberal versus conservative, but the perception people see it as black versus white. But
here's the thing. Cornel West acted a complete fool talking to Leo Terrell. He was like, fuck you, nigga, basically, on an interview on mainstream TV because Leo Terrell brought up real effed up stuff going on in the community, and Cornel West went straight Black Manosphere on him, like the freaking O'Shea's Rumble on mainstream news. You know what white people are doing? Sitting back, eating their popcorn, enjoying that shit.
No, I feel you. But yeah.
When a conservative talks to a liberal, the conservative more often than not is willing to have a conversation. Even if they disagree with them, they'll be a little contentious. But when you flip it the other way around, the liberal, if they hate you or they don't agree with you, they hate you. They don't just disagree with you. They hate you. They try to destroy you. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're black, bro. Look what they were doing to the dude from the Guardians of the Galaxy. He didn't even endorse anybody. And they were going after him. He didn't even do anything, bro. It's just optics, bro. You got to take the emotion out of the optics, bro. You don't like what Ben Shapiro and Laura Ingraham saying because they're white. You don't like because you think they're talking down, but they're really telling the truth.
Okay,
so let me give you the.
And I've done that. I'm just talking about how it looks for those that haven't got to the point of doing it.
Let me give you an example.
All right.
Let me give you an example of I was listening to Blaze TV, right? And I kept I heard some white people like Mark Levin, right? He would say, and the founding fathers of this country did X, Y, and Z, right? And then you listen to one of their other channels, right, on Blaze TV, one of the other hosts, right, and he's constantly saying, and our founding fathers, and our founding fathers, and our founding fathers. Now, both of them are essentially saying the same thing, but the one that keeps saying our founding fathers, they're white, you're white, right? So basically, you're exclusion just by that context. But just by the words you're saying right now,
we're included. Man, shout out to William Ellison and Anthony Johnson, the Splash Brothers of Slavery.
You reaching, bro?
I ain't reaching. Honestly, they came out with that when they came out with that Walter Wallace video or the Walter Wallace issue. One of these videos I pulled up, they said, they're riding in the street because of a criminal. This guy was a criminal, etc., etc. But
he was.
He was. All right, man. Look, he was a criminal, right? But at the same time, to be totally dismissive of the fact that you know, they use that to say, hey, look, now we can say whatever the fuck we want to say.
Okay, here it is. Here it is,
In our
ammunition.
own little way, and to try to make it seem like, look, black people don't know what racism is. Just like you don't want a white person on the left telling you what racism is, right?
Okay,
You don't
enemy
want them to
nation.
tell you that.
Here's the deal, bro. If people
Wait, let me say
listen to
real
me
quick.
because of
Let me
this,
say real quick, Trey.
go ahead.
Right. Bro, the guy, unfortunately, he had issues. I feel for him. He was on lithium, would take his medication. But the guy was a known criminal. The police begged him to put the knife down. He advanced. They backed up to get away from him. He continued to advance. I don't feel sorry for him. And I don't care what those white people say, because death by cop, bro. No matter who analyzed it, it's death by cop. It's unfortunate. It should have happened, no, but it's death by cop, bro. You just don't like hearing it from a white cop,
right?
Suicide by
Like
cop.
what
Suicide by
emotion?
cop.
What emotional labor are we supposed to give?
My man, it don't make you more of a man. It don't make you more of a man. It don't make you fuck more hoes because you can say emotional this and emotional that. Dude, you're not more masculine than any other man on this panel. So get off that this emotional shit type thing, bro.
My question is what
You're missing the whole fucking point I'm trying to
No,
disseminate.
no, stop. Think about what I'm saying for a second. Hold on. The situation that with this Mr. Wallace here, right? The problem is we are not focusing on the facts of it. So if you're not focusing on the facts of it, we have to resort to what we feel. And what we feel is irrelevant when a man is attacking other people with a knife. Someone with a gun will shoot you, and that's what happened to him.
Bro,
Yeah,
if
at a
dude,
certain
I ran
point.
up on you right now, Enemy Nation, with a knife, and you got the strap on you. You mean to tell me you ain't gonna lay me down?
My nigga, this is a horizontal argument. My point was the way that the lady was saying what she was saying. It wasn't the facts of the thing. It was that her dismissiveness of black people.
No,
you know what I'm saying? So I don't give a fuck how
Here's
much.
the thing, bro. Okay, here's the thing
she
about
got to
Walter
say.
Wallace
If she's
Jr.
being dismissive and fucking disrespectful, I'm gonna check her motherfucking ass.
Hey, bro,
I don't
hold on,
care.
real quick. Hold on. With somebody like Walter Wallace, when they do something like that, the Walter Wallace and the other three horsemen, I'm sorry, but they've lost their black card. They've become the N-word to me. And like Chris Rock said, there's a war between blacks and boom, N-bombs. I'm sorry. When you do dumb stuff like that, when you
lost
break.
Damn, he fell off a cliff. I think he was trying to get in hood service. Go ahead.
Let me just point out. Listen, and this is the insanity of what we are. You're now forcing yourself into a certain kind of box when it comes to this argument. I don't know if you see it or not, but by taking such a soft stance against someone who was a threat to not only his mother at the time she called the cops on him, but this is a constant thing. Not to mention whatever his criminal history is already saying. Now you're forcing everyone to act like that person, if he had met another civilian and got shot for what he did, we wouldn't care. But we only care because it's a cop. So therefore, you're asking the cop to behave as essentially like superhumans. They are humans too. And if you run up on them with a knife, they will kill you.
Look, what I'm saying is that there's a majority of black people, and this is shown, that they feel like there are issues. All right. Now you can tell them the facts, right? But if you're just dismissive about them, like they have no issue, right, with what they're saying, regardless if it's in their head or not, but to dismiss them all together. Because this woman said that they keep on protesting for all these criminals. So basically, what she did was paint all black people that have gotten shot by cops, that have experienced police brutality, I guess including Rodney King, she's dismissed all these black people and put them all in the same fucking box. And Candace Owens, I imagine, gave her that fucking pass to do that.
Why not?
That's my point. My point
Why
wasn't
not?
about
They are criminals.
Yeah, they all were criminals, bro.
They're all criminals.
So okay, bro.
Rodney King was a
got
criminal.
beat by the cops. You know what I'm saying? He was a criminal, so he deserved whatever the fuck he got. You know what I mean? And to make that,
but he was a criminal.
Bro,
Listen,
and here's the thing, bro.
she
When you
threw
the stuff that
everybody in the same box. This is what I'm
hold up,
saying.
Enemy Nation, hell, Enemy Nation.
You're the one putting black people in the same box by forcing us to identify with these niggas. You stop forcing us to identify with them, and then maybe we won't all be in the same box.
Like here's the thing, bro. We don't want nothing to do with these dudes. We
Hold on,
don't want anything to do.
I want to hear Enemy Nation respond to that because David
my bad.
Monroe made a real good point. He said you're forcing all black people into the same box by trying to force us to identify with somebody who had the police called on him 3 times that day. When they got there, he walked towards the police officers with a knife. You're saying we got to identify with him. You're putting us in a box as well, just as more than what they putting us in a box by saying. By basically saying, by putting black people in the box, by saying, implying that all the black people that get killed by cops are criminals.
Well, when I prefaced my comment about the issue when it was on the news, right, and the lady was talking about it, I said regardless that she was right, which means that I agree with everybody on the panel that he shouldn't have charged the cops with a knife, and whatever he got, that was going to happen. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to be one of those guys going to put on a Black Lives Matter t-shirt and go marching up in Philadelphia. So I agree with everybody on the panel about the situation. So they're stuck on that, and rather than understanding my point,
bro, it's the next
you know
part.
what I'm saying?
It's the next
bro,
part.
we get your point, bro, but we're different, man.
I'm not trying to force you, and I'm going to the second part. And nobody trying to force you guys into a box.
Said it, and you don't like to get a white woman.
No, so I had to clear that up first. That I'm not saying that the dude wasn't a criminal. You know what I mean? George Floyd and so on and so forth. And I'm not even gonna go into the George Floyd thing. But what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to put you guys in the box. What I'm saying is that if you're looking at these people driving down the street, this lady, she's telling her son to not vote for a third party candidate, to vote for Joe Biden, and you're saying, okay, well, that's a problem. Okay, well, there's a demographic that's a very real problem that are stuck on that Democratic plantation. And so we tried the Candace Owens approach, and judging by this election, it obviously didn't fucking work. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up, bro. Hold up, Enemy Nation.
It's not over, bro. So obviously,
the needle. Hold on, real quick.
Listen,
you still got an Enemy Nation, but the needle did move. A higher percentage of black men voted for the GOP, and I think even a higher percentage of black women voted for the GOP. So
it was historic on both sides.
The needle
on both sides.
The needle moved is the moral.
Okay, so okay, so we say the needle moved. Okay, so the needle moved, but is there a way to enfranchise, you know what I mean, other blacks into the Republican Party or the conservative mindset? And if they're not, and if these people are not receptive, because my wife was like this. My wife was like this before I converted her into conservatism. She told me, like, look, I understand your points, and these Larry Elders and this Candace Owens that you're showing me, the shit is fucking turning me off.
Okay, hold on. Enemy Nation, let me respond to before you go on to the next point, bro. Hold on, Enemy Nation, before you go on to the next point, bro. If any you have any man or any black woman watch the movie Uncle Tom, Larry Elder's movie Uncle Tom, and prove and say he's wrong. You have any black woman or black man read Candace Owens' Blackout and say she's wrong. Escape the Democratic Partation Part 2. You tell me anywhere in that book where she's wrong, and I'll give you $100 on the spot. The issue is that they are calling it out, and they're calling it out to everybody, not just black people. Because if we get up here, we can argue this stuff all day long in the black manosphere. But as soon as the audience becomes white or half white like mine is, it's an issue because we're airing out the dirty laundry. That's why everybody's so mad at Candace Owens with the whole George Floyd thing. I came out right away and was like, where's she wrong? She told the truth. Fuck that nigga. That was my thing. I was like, fuck him. He ain't black like me. I don't rock with black dudes like that. Anybody got a problem? Oh, well, fuck you too. And what we need is more black men to come out and say, no, the standard is law-abiding, free-thinking black men who go out and take care of their families and provide and show other brothers how to do it versus these criminals, rappers, ball players, entertainers. No, the standard should be the Ben Carsons and the Clarence Thomases of the black community.
If we can't start out
Hey,
with
look,
what's right is right, we'll never move
All
forward.
right, real quick, Black Wolf, that was not a fair timing out of GA Boy. Yeah, he was throwing a jab, but it wasn't nothing really controversial or incendiary or disrespectful about what he said. It was just a slight joke. Like, don't time somebody out over a little joke.
Hey,
all right,
and hold on real quick, Bernard. You got a nigga in the chat. Hey, hold on, Enemy Nation, Bernard. See what I mean? You got a nigga in the chat saying I'm tripping. Bernard, tell me one thing I'm tripping on. I'm tripping about.
I don't think you're tripping. I don't think you're tripping at all. But hold on real quick. Jockey's Retro. He says, why does it seem like they didn't go as hard for Philando Castile? I think they did, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I didn't have a
listen.
I didn't
Even
have
in Castile, he was a more clear example of this was just like a bad shoot, but it wasn't a murder like the way they're trying to make it out to it. Like the video is there with Castile. He told him to stop reaching, and he kept reaching, and he wound up shooting him. It's a bad shoot. Like you should be punished, and I think he lost his job. I don't know if it was a murder charge, and I think that's the difference that we're having here. Like we're not saying that bad things don't happen to black men. Sometimes unfortunate things happen to even good people. The idea that there's a bunch of cops riding around trying to kill a nigga is what they're trying to sell us, and that's the hard thing we don't want to buy. Like, nah, I don't see that.
And that's why they're saying they're marching for criminals, because unfortunately, Black Lives Matter have been pushing who in front of your face? The criminals. They didn't push Botham Jean in front of your face. He was an innocent man. He was minding his own business. Got shot. I don't remember a big protest. Nobody was tearing down cities for him. Secondarily, to answer what's his name, enemies question, the way that you get more black people to come maybe more to the conservative side, not necessarily GOP, maybe more libertarian, more free thinking, is you got to show that we're changing the culture on our side. This is the culture that we're doing. You either buy with it or you don't. And if you're somebody who's willing to accept this culture of I guess you could say properness, this anti-regression culture that we got going on right now, you are the people we want. We don't want everybody, because everybody's not gonna vibe with this philosophy and this way of thinking. We want more people who are logically thinking people, who are willing to accept reason, and who are willing to go into the future of the black conservatives. If you don't want to vibe with that, you want to reject it. That's on you, bro. But we're not going to curtail our speech because it doesn't make you feel comfortable. Bro, black people are some of the most disrespectful people. Do you hear how black women talk to people? How they cuss people out? How niggas talk to each other on a daily basis? You telling me some white woman on MSNBC got you in your feelings? Come on, man.
We invented the we made a fucking pastime out of insulting each other until somebody else quits. Like that is old school black culture.
The Joneses. Do you hear
quits or shoot you?
Yeah. So I'll definitely say this though. When it comes, maybe they haven't failed at it. And it does seem as if it's the case that for whatever reason, it could just be just black people, or as Obsidian says, issues from the Negro id. The Republicans have not done a good job. Conservatives have not done an effective job communicating to black people that they're not the races that are against them, and liberals
stay in their fields.
And liberals and Democrats have done a better job communicating that the Republicans are the racists and are against them, and that the liberals and the Democrats are the ones that are on your side. So regardless of how they should go about it, I think the end result is the end result. And so
I mean, that was the whole thing about Trump denouncing white supremacy, man. They asked him in the debate, they said, do you denounce white supremacy? He said, sure. You know what I'm saying?
But he did it 47 times before that, bro. Eventually, you got to be like Trump and be like, you know what? Fuck y'all. I did it 47 times. Okay. That's what you got to tell him.
Okay. Hey, how come they didn't ask Biden did he denounce white supremacy and his fucking mentor was a Klansman?
All right, Carnell Black.
Man, I did.
Rodney King got beat because he almost outran the cops in a Hyundai. I would have beat him too. No cap. This is the problem with that. This is the problem with that.
Black cops be worse, bro.
Look, if you guys are in the manosphere,
whoa, I got it. That's part of the problem right there. What Carnell Black just did. Yes, Rodney King did some stupid ass shit, and if he would have got hit, if he'd got snatched out the car and possibly hit 5 times, like didn't he get hit like 97 times while on the ground? Like, come on, like that's where we get to the point where it can get goofy. Where you say, "Hey, he did
Hey,
this, he did that," so
hey
he just
Bernard. Hey Bernard, were you a grimy dude back there when that shit happened?
I was kind of young. I was like, well, yeah, I was born 1982, so do the math on how
All
old I
right,
was.
I'm 75, man. I was a grimy dude, still betting the game back then, and we was laughing at Rodney King. We was like, did he not listen to NWA when they said if you run from him, that pisses them off? Don't run, they're gonna be mad. We was laughing like, yo, why that dude run? Man, there was a G code back then. You know, if you commit a crime and you don't do dumb stuff, don't run. They're gonna whoop your ass even more. If you don't want to get locked up or get violated, run. But if you know if you get caught, bad shit's gonna happen. So we knew we was kind of like laughing. So we was like, yo, it is what it is. It's not like we like racism or anything back then. We was just like cracking up, like because we knew the same thing would happen to us if we ran from the cops in '92.
Yeah, whether you knew it would happen or knew it wouldn't happen, I do think it's effective communication to make sure with the Walter, whatever his name is, the dude who walked towards there with a knife and got shot. It's in the name of being effective communicators, we can say that shit was absolutely wrong and that shit was absolutely stupid, and he was asking to get shot running towards them with a knife or walking towards them with a knife after they begging him to stop. They had to shoot him. Okay, we can
But
say
here's Bernard, I got a question. Why are niggas so in their feels about George Floyd? Like, here's the thing with black folks.
bro, let me finish my point. In the name of effectively communicating, we can absolutely say that was a justifiable shooting when we see a justifiable shooting. But when we see something that's unjustifiable, we do need to say, yeah, that one was unjustifiable, instead of saying, hey, that's what it is. You know, if you run, you're gonna get dragged down and hit 97 times while you're on the ground. No,
But here's the thing, Bernard. You don't hear niggas from the streets saying that shit. I'm telling you, back in the day, the knucklehead days, we knew that's what would happen to you if you run. You know what I'm saying?
It is what it is. No, we can say that that's wrong, and still also say that that wasn't wrong. So we
Yeah,
got
but here's the community, bro. Here's the problem. Black people think it's okay, all the rioting, looting, burning down, destroying the country, basically handing Biden and COVID the election because of George Floyd. I look at it like, no, this nigga was a career criminal. I feel sorry for him. You know, RIP, man, I really feel sorry for his daughter. But guess what? Bad things happen. He took the L. You know what? Let's move on. But all this 18 funerals, 37 platinum caskets, rappers, ball players, Joel Osteen at the funeral, man, that was just a media ploy.
Joe Osteen was there?
Yeah, in Houston, Joe Osteen presided over his funeral.
All right. And again, we can definitely point out that all of that was stupid, while also saying that, whoa, he didn't need to be on the back of his neck for 9 minutes. Like, all of those things can be true at the same time. So we don't have to. That's where we get to the realm where the communication gets bad and it falls apart, where it sounds like we're making excuses for shit that we can see that's clearly wrong.
But Bernard, here's the thing: you can't sit there and get in your feels about it. You got to call him what he was. He was a fucked up man who lived a fucked up life. And if that was 4 black cops in freaking daggone Selma, Alabama, it would have never made the news.
And I got a question. What if
I know, but if it did make the news, I would be like, whoa, them black cops was wrong.
Now, bro, here's the thing: where I'm from, Portsmouth, Virginia. Bro, Rayshard Brooks incident, the same exact thing happened to a nigga in Portsmouth, Virginia, where I'm from. Everybody there is black. It didn't make any news whatsoever. I'm telling you, man, it's all a game, bro. It's all a game.
You want better, and I know you saw this too. That it was the white guy who died with the cops on his back.
Oh, in Dallas,
Tony
Temple. Tony Temple, right? Tony Temple.
Yeah. It's been all kinds of times where white people have been killed unjustifiably by the cops, and they just got a few views, and that was just that, you know. So I'm with you on that. It is media manipulation of something that actually happened, but it's going to get put in front of us, and that coupled with the fact that black people are obsessed with watching oppression porn, that they're going to share it to the point to where it's going to get 50 million views. So yeah. But the same shit be happening. I'll say it all the time. 75%
Bernard, there was
are not black. A lot of those killings are
I think
bad killings as well. But it just don't get put in front of us in the form of the oppression porn, like in the same way. So yeah, I do understand all of that.
listen to this, Bernard.
I'm gonna go to you next, Styles. Give me a second. Start Screen Dagger 8. He says if the Dems know how to manipulate black people's emotions, then why are the Republicans not trying to do the same? They shouldn't do it the same
I don't want them to do
way.
it. I don't want them to do it. I don't want them to do it.
Holy shit. They shouldn't do it the same way, but they do need to figure out a better way to communicate. If they got the right message, they need to figure out a better way to communicate that shit.
Well, here it is, Bernard.
In the name of media and communication. I gotta go to Styles. He's been
my bad.
for a while. I gotta go to Styles.
I'm going to say two things really quick. Yeah, Trey is right about the manipulation of the media when it comes to cops killings. It was this white meth head chick. I think Tommy did a story on it a couple years ago, and she was running from the cops in the street and shooting at the cops. They ran her over and killed her. Like, imagine if that happened to a black person. They ran her over, and her parents knew that she was a meth head and she was in them streets. And her parents was like, well, we knew this day was gonna come one day. That's how they looked at it. Think about that. Like, man, we was sad, but we knew that was coming. We knew that was coming. They ran over her, bro. They did not make national news.
Listen, we've never seen a free Billy Ray T-shirt when Billy Ray from the Trailer Park was guilty as hell and did some bullshit and then got killed by the cops, or not killed, but locked up on some goofy shit. White people don't put on free Billy Ray T-shirts. They understand that Billy Ray been a fuck up his whole life. Let him go in and rot in jail for however long he got to rot in there, and then come out and hopefully be a changed person. So yeah, I mean, I get it.
But I have one point.
We love
the stereotype. You know what?
Go ahead, Styles. Hold on. Sean Styles wanted to finish up.
Let me get this out.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say that I got a delay. Sorry, guys, this delay. My internet's trash. So I was going to say that you were saying that the Black Republican, the Republican reach for Black people. I think it actually is working. I think it's. Let's see. You got to understand. This is something we're moving from a 90% margin of Black people voting for Democrats. It can't happen in 4 years. It has to be a gradual process over a long period of time. And as you can see, in just the 4 years that have passed, we went from 12% Black male support to almost 20%. It's gradually happening. But a couple of years ago, having a Brandon Tatum and the Candace Owens be as popular as they are would have been unheard of. To be young Black people who are openly conservative, the high swings. There is a shift happening. It's just happening at a slow pace. So to say that it's not working, that's not true. There is a contingent of Black people who are responding to a conservative message. Like Angry Man wasn't who he is now. He evolved. Angry Man evolved. Tommy Sotomayor evolved. There are people who are evolving, and there are people who are outright beginning to move to that side. It's slowly happening, but it is happening. People are getting tired with the left. Because imagine 10 years ago, could you have had like Brandon Tatum or Candace Owens when people were voting for Barack at a 95% clip? So I think that's a misnomer. I think that's something they need to examine more.
But Joe, you know it's funny though. Like Black women went from 4 to 8. That's 100% gain rate, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually not that slow. You know what I'm saying? Like another 4 years, if it keeps the same rate, it'll go from 8 to 16, and then Black men will go from 20 to 40. I'm not saying that's a little, that's might be delusional, but I am saying this though, bro. I've noticed something specific about Black people. When I brought up that 500,000 Black men went to jail under Barack Obama, they told me that, that ain't Obama's fault. It ain't Obama's fault. It's the other people, right? But then when it's Trump, right? When I bring up how the lockdowns are affecting the economy and how California, every state that hates Trump is doing the lockdown, destroying the economy, and the wildfires of California. Oh, it's the federal. It's the federal. That's Trump playing. The Trump fucking all this shit up. And it's like, bro, you just can't take these people serious, bro. It's getting to the point to where I know it, like Enemy Nation said, I'm sorry, bro. It's like when people talk like this, how can you not be dismissive? How can you not, you know what I mean? Like when people are out here marching and protesting for known drug dealers, known queen pins, known crackheads, known menaces to society. How can you take them serious? Why do you want these people into the fold? My thing is, I think we should separate. We don't need any. I think 20% is fine. I think that's enough people to where we can take this group to a new level, and the rest fall by the wayside. I know that might sound, whatever. Somebody told me I sound like some Hitler shit or whatever.
You're right, bro.
But you know what I'm saying, bro? Because it's becoming a cancer.
Okay, so let me ask you.
Hold on, real quick. Eagle Eyes. Hold on. I'm not Eagle Eyes, but Enemy Nation. Hold on. Eagle Eyes. I'm talking about me making fun of me, and I said Bernard said Joel Osteen was there like he's Jesus Christ. It's just funny that he's fucking there. I don't know. Joel Osteen is a funny ass character to me, man. It's the way that he be blinking, it looked like he like hot wiring, like he about to. Like a I don't know. He looked like an android. That's
he up to something.
Yeah.
Hey, can I get it real quick before you, Enemy Nation?
Go ahead, man.
Hey, I just want to say this worth it because I got to take off here. I got to get back to work. But there's a whole big difference this year between the Republican Party and the conservative movement. This conservative movement was a bunch of people waking up and looking at the left, at the far left, a bunch of us moderates going, oh, hell no, this shit, there's something rotten in Denmark. I can't rock with 8-year-olds being called, changing their sex. I can't rock with 1 billion abortions a year, in the community. I can't rock with worshiping criminals. Like when one of my homeboys gets killed from back in the day, like, look, let's just have a funeral for him, call it a day. You know what I'm saying? We're not out here. If Brenda has an abortion, let's not go march on DC with pink shirts on, demanding she still keep her rights for that. And that's where the left went. So a whole bunch of moderate people said, you know what? Fuck that. We might not rock with the Republican Party, but look, we're conservative at the end of the day. And that's why the GOP is kind of silent. They're like, man, we were making money with the Democrats because the GOP and the Democrats, remember, they drink beers and tea or freaking take shots after they do their Congress session. Trump came in and messed all that up. So you got to think about it. We're not Republicans. But the deal is that, okay, which party is daggone going to do us better right now? All right, cool. I'll vote with them. But if a Democrat comes along, it's like, no, I ain't with them cats like Vernon Jones. Like, okay, I'll vote for Vernon Jones.
Well,
all right, go ahead.
All I'm saying,
thanks, Credit MBD. Thanks for coming on up, man.
To Citizen Lou, when you have someone that is talking to you, and you're giving them facts or whatever, so I don't engage in conversations like that. You know what I mean? Because they're horizontal arguments, and they can go on and on, round and round. For every black person that's killed by a cop, I can pull up 4 or 5 white people that's been killed by a cop, but that just doesn't move many people. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, I know the cause of the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. I know what each one of them end game is. And so, like I said, man, there's different strategies to achieve your goals. And so when I'm looking at a strategy, I'm like, I just changed my strategy if I'm trying to change someone's mind. My mind wasn't changed on talking points. And so that's how I approach things. And all I'm saying is I'm trying to make aware. If you feel like changing people's minds is just shoving facts in their face and saying, fuck your feelings, here's the facts. Okay, that's fine. But also I'm fine with that. Okay, I'm not trying to change that. But also, let me tell you another idea that you might not have been open to change people's minds. Maybe you have a bunch of rebels out here that are rebels without a cause. They just mad and don't know why they mad. They vote Democrat and don't know why they Democrat. They don't even know what Democrat even means. They don't even know why the parties even named themselves Democrats and Republicans. They think it's some shit about slavery. It has nothing to do with that. Those were just platforms. You know what I'm saying? So I come at it from that type of level, right? And so I'm not going with, like I said, from the beginning. You know what I mean? That was all I was saying is the approach, and so you can either say, okay, well, we can embrace this approach too, or we can just say, nah, fuck that approach. We're just everybody as conservatives, we all just gonna have the same approach. Fuck your feelings, here's the facts. Fuck your feelings, here's the facts.
The conservative approach is working, that's what I'm saying, though.
Well, I would
don't
argue,
think anything is edit.
I mean,
what you just described, Enemy Nation,
that.
is what has been done against the black conservatives up till this point. So it is effective. Now I say we use it on our own fucking side and stop being, scared to use the weapons that have been used against us. Mockery works, okay? Right. Cultural shame, social shaming works. Nobody likes to be the only guy in the room being the butt of a joke.
Well, the Democrats have commandeered the term vote. So all they got to do is say vote, and if Republicans say vote, it's a dog whistle to Democrats to go vote Democrat. They commandeered that term. They've been commandeering a bunch of different terms.
That is a really good point.
So
yeah,
now
that's a good point.
So now, when they throw white
also
supremacy on
undermining-
you got to work twice as hard. If they throw Uncle Tom on you, you got to work twice as hard. You see what I'm saying? To leave that. See, I don't see Coleman Hughes as an Uncle Tom. You know what I'm saying? But I would see even though Larry Elder would say the same thing Coleman Hughes would say, I would much rather listen and tell my wife, if she's a Democrat, to say, well, listen to Coleman Hughes, as opposed to someone that's dismissive like a Larry Elder, or someone that has a white husband like a Candace Owens. You know what I'm saying? But she's talking about
my
black
God.
shit. So I'm like, look, man, you know what I mean?
Coleman Hughes is going to get called.
Not everybody's going to be receptive to that. Not everybody's going to be receptive to that.
You lost me.
So to tell me to say get out the
you
party,
lost me, bro.
okay, well, all right then. I mean, I lost you. You know what I mean? But I'm not trying to convert you anyway.
Right. You just proved my point, bro. Like you're based off emotionality too, bro. Like, because Candace Owens has a white husband, she can't speak about black issues. She didn't grow up black. She didn't grow up in the hood. That makes no sense. This is the problem, bro. We don't want people like that who think like that with us, bro, because they're gonna bring down the party.
Did
bro.
I trigger
And
you,
it has
Sean?
to happen
Did I
to
trigger
both.
your little fucking white-haired anime?
No, I'm not triggered. I'm a little upset, but I'm not triggered because it's frustrating to hear you.
Hey, facts is facts, man. She got a white fucking husband talking on black issues, man. Get the fuck out of here.
No, so what? Okay, and guess what? She has a white husband. She has the right to speak about what she has.
You know what I mean? The same shit that y'all brought about Kamala Harris. The same point that y'all brought up about Kamala Harris, I'm bringing up on you.
Wait,
you can't fucking handle it, nigga.
No, I don't care. Think about it. How can Barack Obama have a whole white mama and nobody say shit?
Right.
Yeah,
right. But Candace Owens, bro, stop, man.
Look how you caping for Candace, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
No.
Candace Owens get destroyed by a nigga like me.
But no, the concept.
Oh, that, bro, you don't want trigger, my nigga.
Bro, no, the concept.
I'm done, bro.
With Obama, he got a whole white mother, but he gets the fucking black pass. Not only is the black pass, he was the face of Black America for a long time. But Candace Owens, she marries a white dude and she gets kicked out the fucking whip.
Well, okay. Wait a minute. Okay.
Brandon Tatum's got a white wife.
Hold on. Here's it again. Brandon Tatum don't get that many cookout invites either. But here's the thing with Kamala and Candace. Both of them weren't exactly claiming their blackness until fairly recently. So with both of them, you know, Candace Owens used to be on record as Caribbean.
Nigga, I saw Candace Owens get destroyed on the Rubin report by a traitor.
And Kamala,
she calls herself red pill black.
Kamala,
but she
we
was
know
always considered so black. I don't know.
I know when she turned Republican, she
no,
became
I'm not saying Republican.
That's
I'm
okay.
saying that she's still no.
Yes,
I'm not
when
saying
she
that. I'm
became
saying
red pill black,
black.
When she became red pill black, that's when she became Republican and started talking conservative talking points online. And that was the first time she started claiming her blackness. Prior to that, she was Caribbean. Kamala Harris, before she was running as the first black female, whatever the hell, she was Indian or some other shit. So they both are playing. They both are playing
the black though.
They both are playing the black card. So we can go with that. We agree with Candace. The only thing is we agree with Candace. We don't agree with Kamala, and we can agree with Candace and just accept the fact that she just wasn't, all that damn black until it became convenient.
All right.
We can accept that and just move on.
My main point in all this is that the reason why, and no disrespect, I have nothing against them, just debating. I have nothing against you. My biggest issue with you though is that it seems like your argument is coming from an emotional standpoint, not to insult you, only because I've named you several individuals who are all conservative, from Angry Man to Tommy Sotomayor, all the way up to Ben Shapiro. I mean, not Ben Shapiro, Larry Elder and Coleman Hughes. And the common denominator with what all of it is, no matter who's saying what, most black people are not receptive to the message. Okay, you may be the exception to the rule, like most of us. But most black people, I don't care if it's Brandon Tatum, Coleman Hughes, Tommy Sotomayor, King Face, people were going at King Face. When King Face died, it was like, man, screw him. He was one of us anyway. You can't get no more black and hood than he was. He was from the streets. He used to be in the streets talking about short support in the streets in New York City. And they still was calling him coons and all kinds of names, bro, in the hood. So no matter who it comes from, bro, most black people have been programmed to not accept the conservative message. That's my only point. I'm not saying you're completely wrong, but we can't keep trying to package it and just make us feel comfortable way when black people are some of the most, like I said before, we talk slick and mad disrespectful to all of us. Black women are mad disrespectful. Black people can be mad disrespectful to each other. The stuff that we say to each other, bro. Did you not see that black woman talk to her son like that, bro? So we can talk to each other like that, but you can't accept a couple of snarky comments from some white folks, man. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. I can't accept a couple of snarky white. You're right. I can't accept a couple of snarky.
Your black woman to calling you a black motherfucker.
Then she gets slapped.
You know what I mean? A black nigga.
Nah,
and
look,
being ratchet and bringing down the image of the black community. But you can accept that.
No. Look. If I'm having a conversation, whether, and I've had conversations over the last 3 months on a liberal channel, you know what I'm saying? And I've had arguments ad nauseum with these people. And I look at the type of approach that I took, the Candace Owens, fuck your feelings, here's the facts. And I looked at the Coleman Hewins approach. I looked at my own approach. And I'm saying, okay, well, I get more leeway and headway with this approach, with this person that's so ingrained on the Democrat plantation. I get a little bit more. So maybe this will work, and not in all cases. Some cases, yeah, the fuck your feelings approach will work, but not in all cases, you know. And so that's all I've said for the last hour and a half is we got 225 people listening to this, and so I'm like, look. If this not getting through to somebody that you want to get through, maybe it's your mom, maybe it's your cousin, maybe it's your aunt, maybe try this approach, man. You know what I mean? But you're coming from an angle like, nah, fuck that. Just give them the fuck your feelings approach. Fuck the feelings.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not, bro.
Let me take a stab.
That's not what I'm saying.
Go ahead. Hold on. Wait. Let
me clarify. Because he said something that he's not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you have to always go that way. I even said to you, you could use different approaches because I named different styles and different types of conservatives. But I'm saying that for some black people, unfortunately, there is nothing you can say, no matter what delivery, no matter what dress they wear, no matter what disposition, they're just not going to accept it no matter what you do. That's what I'm saying. No matter what approach you try to use, there are some, not all, there are some people, black people, unfortunately, who will not accept it. And that's okay. I don't want everybody to think the same ways. I can't force you to think the same way that I think. But unfortunately, there are some people who just not gonna see it.
Well, look, let me piggyback off of that too, because what Enemy Nation just said about your moms and your aunts and them. Now, notice when we talk about these sort of dynamics when it comes to like the black community, for some reason it tends to be you're at odds with the women of your community, your mom, your aunts, whatever, your grandmother, and you just may have to actually be willing to take a hard line against these women. And if that means you don't talk to them, if you don't go to their cookouts, then so be it, because the option is you bend to their will, or they break you. And I'm like, no, we need better options, because I can't bend to their will or face getting broken. Like, nah, I gotta walk away from this whole deal. And once you do that, now they have to respond to you. And that's the reason why I say we're better off taking a hard line, because like Sean was just saying, there are going to be people out there who are just going to be resistant, and what you'll find out is they're resistant because it's a strategy that works. All right, you have to take the hard line with them because they've been taking the hard line with us forever, and they found out that just by taking a hard line, it works. All right, just be irrationally fucking obstinate and see what you can get. And I'm telling you that's female behavior 101. Just be irrationally obstinate with your man and see what kind of shit he does to get back in your good graces. And it's like you're fucking. It's almost like you're giving us that kind of approach, and I think it's not selling in this particular circle because a lot of guys got that kind of red pill wariness about kowtowing to like the female opinion, because that shit doesn't get you where you want to go.
All right, right on. Eagle Eyes in the building. He says, fellas, if you're free, independent thinking black men, you will never be able to fit in another person's box. Thank you very much for that. Right now, y'all, I got the link. I meant to do it sooner, but I forgot. But I got the link to Hood Conservatives channel for those of you that are not subscribed to him, even though I do believe a lot of people from over here have already subscribed to him. But make sure you go sub to him. There's a link to his channel. I meant to do that earlier. But y'all run your asses on over there and sub to the Hood Conservative. You're doing good content over there. So go ahead and hop on board. And we about to get the hell up on out of here because I ain't did a 5.5 hour stream in a minute. So yeah, it is time to go. It is time to go.
You didn't tell me this yesterday when I
Really good
agreed.
show,
But
Bernard.
this is twice as long than I thought.
Yeah, man. All right, somebody else said they was trying to say something on the way to go.
Oh, I was like, real good show, Bernard. Doing good work.
Oh, thanks. Definitely appreciate it. And thanks, Enemy Nation. Thanks. I do understand your perspective that media matters and how you communicate in media matters. And I do agree that it does come off like I'm just using Fox News as an example. They do got fuck them niggas mentality unless they put on the jersey. Okay, now we cool. High five. They do come off like that. But again, that's perception and all kind of other stuff. And you made a damn good point about them Democrats, how they own the word vote. I remember like my woman, her job, they handed out some masks or whatever. And in the mask had said vote on it. She was wearing the mask. Now keep in mind, she voted Green Party last election. In this election, she had asked me, who we voting for. But she's somebody who thinks about it. She votes Green Party deliberately on purpose because she got a problem with the whole Democrat Republican setup and everything. So she's smart and intuitive, but she didn't realize that she was falling for the okie doke because wearing a mask that says vote or wearing anything that says vote, rock the vote, vote or die, vote, vote, vote. That's the Democrats somehow have done such a good job with communicating in the media to where they own the word vote. So whenever somebody is saying vote, what they're really saying is vote Democrat. That is kicking ass in the communication department. So the point that Enemy Nation was making is that, yes, Republicans do need to figure out, Republicans, conservatives, whatever the hell, they do need to figure out some type of way to communicate more effectively to black people. They do need to figure that shit out. It don't mean being soft and massaging their feelings, because if they do too much of that, they just gonna turn into some pansy ass snowflake liberals. It'll be the same shit all over again. But they do need to figure out a way to communicate their message to black people, because right now black people ain't hearing it. But with that said, we getting the hell up out of here. I'd like to thank everybody who hit the super chat, the cash app, who somebody said they subscribed. Any new subscribers that came through, appreciate you. See you, Lamont Davis. You weathered the storm of all that timing out that was taking place. You're still here. Thank you for being here, for riding strong and tough. I'm trying to get that under control. I took a wrench or two from a few people who be timing out crazy. But yeah, we're going to try to get it under control. But I'd like to thank everybody for coming through. We are out of here. Peace.